Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Deku could inherit quirks? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Sorry kid, it ain't gonna happen. The doctor's voice sounded indifferent, even bored. 4-year-old Izuku felt the All Might action figure slip from his grasp and heard it clatter on the floor, but merely sat, stunned. He didn't have a quirk? None at all? He couldn't fathom it. He heard the doctor explaining to his mother that the X-ray of his foot was the best indicator, and why. He didn't understand what the bones of his toe had to do with anything, and he really didn't care. How could he not have a quirk? Everyone had one. He didn't know a single person who didn't have at least a tiny one. Izuku walked silently alongside his mother as they left Dr. Tsubasa's office and down the crowded sidewalk to the station, where they boarded a train to go home. His mother kept her arm around and tried to talk to him softly, but he didn't hear her, so deep was his shock at what the doctor had said. He couldn't even cry. Not yet. He was only vaguely aware that something was wrong when his mother gave a startled cry of alarm and gripped him tightly by the arm and pulled him from his own seat and into her arms. There was loud clattering and people were shouting as the train rocked roughly from side to side. There was a moment of relief when the train seemed to settle on the tracks and his mother let out a relieved breath. That's why it was all the more jolting when there was a deafening boom. It seemed like the train jumped like a cat pouncing on prey, then the handful of people in the train car seemed to be floating for a moment. Izuku's stomach felt funny as the lack of gravity took hold, then released as the train car plummeted downward on its side. Everyone flew sideways as the train left the tracks and began to tumble like a rectangular barrel down a hill. Everyone was getting tossed around like dolls, and Izuku felt his mother's arms tighten and her hand press his head against her shoulder. He felt her knees squeeze against him from below as she became a protective ball around him as tightly as she could. His heart was beating very fast now, and he could hear his mother's heart thundering with the ear pressed against her. It was like what Izuku imagined it might be like to take a ride in a tumble dryer as they rolled around, with the world, and everything in it, spinning around them. There were lots of bumps, and Izuku was scared because his mother was screaming as they fell. They flipped over and fell again. And again. And again. Izuku, he heard his mother say close to his ear once the train became mostly still again. Izuku, are you okay? Her voice was quiet, and she was breathing funny. Okay, Izuku answered, whispering too. I love you, baby boy, she told him, like she did when she tucked him into bed at night. Love you too, he answered, wondering why she was crying. Was she hurt or just scared? He was scared. He didn't know what was going on, but he could tell that something bad was happening. He hurt pretty much all over from being bumped around, but he didn't want to scare his mother by crying. While he was in pain, it didn't hurt that bad, and he was going to be a hero someday, and heroes never cry. He was trying to think of what he could do or say to make his mom feel better, but then more bad things happened. There was another shudder of the train car then, and then a sharp snap, and a rushing sensation as the train began to slide on its roof down an incline. The seats were where the ceiling should be, and there was broken glass all around them. Izuku could feel something warm and wet on his face, and on the arms wrapped around his mother. The other passengers were all shouting again, but not his mother. She was still wrapped around him, but not as tightly, and she was quiet and calm. Izuku thought she was very brave, not panicking like everyone else. It was then that the train came to an abrupt stop, and Izuku felt something hit him in the head strong enough to make stars float in his vision before everything went black. When Izuku woke up, he thought he must be dreaming. He did feel sleepy. He was in a bed in a white and blue room with bright lights, and Kaken's mom was there, for some strange reason. She looked tired and her eyes were red around the edges, instead of just in the middle, like normal. Auntie? Izuku asked, surprised when his voice sounded way too loud in the quiet space. Hey there, Auntie said, reaching out a hand to gently ruffle his hair. Tough day, huh? She picked up something from the mattress that had a red button on it, and pressed the button before putting it back down. Where are we? Izuku asked, using a quiet voice and looking around curiously. There were weird curtains hanging from the ceiling, and poles with weird machines on them, and a tube was taped to his arm, and his arm was taped to some kind of board. "This is a hospital," Auntie said gently. "You got a little banged up in an accident?" Izuku tried to remember, but only had blurry memories of riding a train with his mother and that something strange had happened. "I think the train crashed," he finally said, thinking strong about it. "That's right," Auntie told him with a wobbly smile. "A villain made the train crash. 2 people came into the room, then. One was a short man in a blue shirt and breathes, with greenish skin and sleek feathers for hair, and the other was a kind-looking woman in a white dress." Well, Midoriya-kun," the man said kindly. "It's good to see you awake. You have quite a bump on your head." "I do?" he asked in surprise, lifting his one unencumbered hand to touch his head. His fingers found the edges of a bandage on his forehead and he patted the soft padding, wincing slightly when he got to a sore spot. Auntie gently steered his hand away from his head and smiled at him softly. "You have 17 stitches, the man told him. "I'm Dr. Wu. I've been taking care of you since you were brought in." The woman in the white dress was busy with the machines, and then she started to take the tape off of Izuku's arm. Izuku was surprised when she held a cotton ball against his arm and pulled a long piece of plastic out that looked like a needle. She wrapped the spot with a stretchy bandage in bright blue. "Where's my mom?" Izuku asked, looking around. "She was on the train with me." Auntie made a strange sound in her throat, but gave a little cough and said, "You can't see her right now, but I'll look after you, okay? You can come stay at my house for a while and have a sleepover with Katsuki." "A sleepover with Kaken?" he asked curiously. He'd never gotten to spend the night at a friend's house before. Wow. Izuku felt sleepy still, but the idea of having Kaken all to himself for a whole night was exciting enough to distract him from not being able to see his mom. "Yep," Auntie affirmed, sounding like she was getting a cold. "You should be able to go back home tomorrow." "MK?" Izuku agreed. "I don't have to stay here?" "We've done everything we can for you, young man," Dr. Wu told him with a nod. "We'll give Bakugu-san your discharge instructions and you can go with her." Izuku was okay with this. Auntie was nice, even if she yelled a lot. Mostly she yelled at Kaken, and she never yelled at him, so he wasn't scared. She helped him get dressed in clothes he didn't recognize, though his shoes were the same light-up all-might sneakers he had been wearing that morning. There was a lot of paperwork that had to be signed, but Izuku was allowed to sleep a little while Auntie filled it out, then they rode in a taxi. But to Kaken's house. Izuku clung to Auntie's skirt as they entered the house, and looked around for any sign of Kaken. Instead, Kaken's dad was standing up from where he'd been on the couch and approaching with a soft smile. "Hello, Izuku-kun. Are you hungry?" "I was just about to call Katsuki down for a snack," he said kindly, looking at his wife with questions in his eyes. Auntie shook her head ever so slightly, and Izuku knew that they were probably communicating the way grown-ups did when they didn't want the kids around to know what they were saying to each other. "Yes, please," Izuku said, remembering to be polite. He didn't know how long it had been since breakfast that morning, but his tummy was feeling grumbly now. Auntie ruffled his hair again, just as Kaken came thundering down the stairs. "Is Mom home yet?" he called out as he approached. "Hi, Kaken," Izuku said brightly, stepping out from behind Auntie. "Izuku!" Kaken greeted him. "Hey, why are you wearing my clothes?" Izuku shrugged and looked down at the red shirt with skateboarding T-Rex on it. "I dunno. Your mom brought them. Why do you have a big band-aid on your head? You got an ouchie?" Katsuki demanded. Izuku nodded uncertainly, and Auntie came to his rescue. "Izuku was in an accident this morning and his clothes got dirty, so I took him some of yours. He got a cut on his head, but the doctor gave him some medicine so it's not hurting right now. He's going to stay here with us, tonight." "Cool," Katsuki accepted easily. "I can show him the rhinoceros beetle I caught yesterday." Kaken's dad came in a moment later holding a tray with tea and snacks, and set it on the table. Izuku sat across the table from Kaken and grinned at him. "Dorayaki," Kaken announced, standing on his chair and grabbing 2 plastic-wrapped treats from the tray and holding them up. "Do you want red bean or strawberry?" Izuku held out his hand toward the strawberry one, since he knew that red bean was Kaken's favorite. To everyone's great surprise, the strawberry-flavored treat flew from Katsuki's hand and straight into Izuku's waiting one. "Oh, Did you get your quirk? Kaken asked excitedly. It's about time. Katsuki. His mother scolded his rudeness before turning to the green-haired boy. It looks like you got your mother's quirk, Izuku. How exciting. When did this happen? I don't know. I never did it before. Izuku cried with wonder. Wow. Do it again. Katsuki demanded, jumping up and down on his chair. Izuku looked to Kaken's parents for permission and wondered why they looked at each other sadly. Wasn't getting a quirk a good thing? The doctor had said he didn't even have one, and now Izuku could see that the doctor was just wrong. Try to float this one over to you. Kaken demanded with a huge grin, holding up the other dorayaki. Izuku concentrated on the other packet and made a waving motion like he'd seen his mother do when she used her quirk. He was delighted when it gently floated over to him. All right, Auntie said indulgently after a moment. Don't overdo it. Eat your snack and then go and play. She picked up the red bean treat and passed it back to her son, and both boys grinned at each other before tearing open the plastic and starting their little feast. Izuku ate 2 dorayaki and then some crackers as well, feeling much better with some food in his tummy. Once their tea was finished, Kaken jumped down and rounded the table to pull at Izuku's arm. Come on. Let's go to my room and see what you can do with your quirk. Izuku hopped down and followed, with Auntie calling after them to be careful of Izuku's head wound. The doctor gave me some medicine for you, so if you start getting a headache or feel bad, come tell me. Izuku followed Kaken to his room, where they practiced with Izuku's quirk, by having Izuku pull all kinds of things toward him. His mother had only been able to pull small objects to herself, and it seemed that Izuku was no different. He tried to move a CD player off of Kaken's desk, but all he could do was make it slide a little, and it couldn't hover at all. Well, it's not as good as my quirk, Kaken told him, somewhat consolingly, but maybe it'll get stronger if you practice enough. Izuku was feeling tired and sore by the time the boys were called down for dinner. Andy gave him some medicine that tasted bitter, but gave him some fruit milk to wash it down with, so it was okay. By the time dinner was finished, Izuku was beginning to feel sleepy. When Auntie came to help him and Kaken with their bath and getting into pajamas, he got the first look at his body. Oh, you're covered in cuts and bruises, Kaken exclaimed excitedly. Izuku looked at shirtless body in the mirror and saw blue and purple bruises in splotches all over his arms. Hi's legs looked even worse when he got further undressed, and there were scratches and scrapes all over him, as if he'd had a run-in with a very unfriendly cat with very sharp claws. What happened to you? Kaken asked eagerly, as if he expected to hear about a great adventure. Katsuki, Auntie said in a scolding tone. I don't remember, Izuku said. I was on the train with my mom, and I think it crashed. That's okay, Auntie told him, sounding funny again. The doctor said you might not ever remember, because you hit your head. Let's get you washed up and into the tub, then you can get a good night's sleep. You feel better after a nice soak. You were in a train crash? Kaken sounded amazed, unable to let it go, even with his mother glaring daggers at him. I guess, Izuku said with a little shrug, feeling uneasy for reasons he couldn't quite pinpoint. What happened to your mom? Kaken asked, as if it had just occurred to him that it was unusual for Izuku to be spending the night, right after being in a train wreck. Is she still in the hospital? Katsuki, that's enough. It's time to wash up. Kaken looked at his mother with annoyance, but Izuku had a sudden feeling of guilt. He'd been having fun with Kaken all day, and even found out he had a quirk and hadn't thought about calling his mom even once. Is my mom hurt too? He asked timidly, afraid of the answer. By that time, Auntie had guided him to a small stool and wash bowl while the tub filled with warm water. She's still at the hospital, she answered softly. She wanted me to take care of you for now. Okay? She helped him wash very gently, carefully avoiding his head wound before helping him climb into the tub to soak. A couple of minutes later, Kaken climbed in with him, splashing a bit as he did so. Auntie tidied up the room while the boys enjoyed the warm water. That one's shaped like an alligator, Kaken said, pointing to a long, thin bruise that had blossomed on Izuku's side. Izuku looked down and could kind of see what he meant. It was like looking for shapes in clouds. They could look like animals and things if you thought about it. Do they hurt a lot? Did you cry? Kaken asked curiously, giving the alligator a small poke that made Izuku jump in surprise. "Katsuki, don't jab at him like that," his mother scolded, gathering big, fluffy towels from a shelf. "You'll make the bruises worse." "They hurt a little," Izuku told him honestly. "But it's okay." He looked back at Kaken's mom and obediently got out of the tub and allowed himself to be enveloped in the soft, clean-smelling towel. Kaken was similarly cocooned in his own towel and was using the ends to rub at his wet hair. Next they dried off. Before getting into pajamas, Kaken had a new pair of All Might pajamas to show off, and he let Izuku wear his old pair, which had grown just a little too small for Katsuki, but were just right for Izuku. There was a child-sized futon on the floor beside Kaken's bed, and Izuku settled down under the quilt while Kaken climbed onto his mattress and under the covers. Once they were both tucked in, Izuku looked to Auntie. "Will I be able to go and see my mom tomorrow?" Auntie gasped and looked away for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, "I'm not sure, honey. We'll have to wait and see. Sleep well." The lights were turned off as she shut the door behind her, but there was an All Might night light plugged into the wall by the door, so it wasn't too dark. Izuku thought that he and Kaken would stay up, playing and talking, but before he knew it, his eyes were getting droopy, and he fell asleep. Thirst and woke him a couple of hours later, and Izuku quietly crept out of the room and went to see if he could get a drink of water. Auntie was in the kitchen talking to Uncle, and they didn't see him at first. She was the only casualty, apparently, Auntie was saying. Hisashi said he'd catch the first flight he could book a seat on. "He should be here tomorrow, so you might need to go and get him from the airport." Izuku didn't know what casualty meant, but Hisashi was Izuku's dad's name. He knew that because his mom talked to him on the phone all the time, and that's what she called him. "My dad's coming?" he asked sleepily, rubbing at his eyes. "Hey, I thought you were asleep. Are you okay? Did you have a bad dream? Does your head hurt?" Auntie said, sounding flustered. "Thirsty," Izuku said. Uncle immediately went to the cabinet for a glass and filled it with water. "Is my dad coming back?" Izuku asked again. "Yes, he is, little man," Uncle told him, handing him the glass. "He's coming tomorrow. They called him about the accident and he's coming to see you and take care of you." "Wow. Mom will be so happy," Izuku said, feeling a little better about it. He knew Mom missed Dad a lot while he worked far away. Uncle looked like he was about to cry, and turned back to the sink. Auntie sniffed and put a hand on his head. "Finish your drink, and we'll get you back to bed. Maybe your dad will be here by the time you wake up." Izuku wasn't sure what was going on, but did as he was told. As he settled back under the quilt, he fell asleep hoping that once his father got there, they could go and see his mom together. Izuku was disappointed that his dad wasn't there when he woke up, but Auntie said he was on his way and would be there soon. Taiwan was so far away that his dad couldn't come home on weekends, so it would probably be a long trip. "I never met your dad before," Kaken said as they sat at the table and ate breakfast. Izuku wasn't feeling very hungry and was picking at his eggs instead of actually eating them. His whole body was sore, and his head hurt a lot more than it did yesterday. Auntie had given him some more medicine, but it wasn't working yet. "He works at a place called Taiwan, and he's the boss of a lot of people at a big company," Izuku said, spouting off what he had been told by his parents. "He can't come home too much because he's got a lot of important work, but my mom doesn't want to live there so she stays here." "Weird," Kaken said with a shrug. After they finished breakfast, Katsuki was very interested to learn that they would not be going to school that day. His parents worked a lot, and almost never took random days off without a lot of planning. "First, Izuku needs some time to rest from his accident," Auntie explained. "And it would be boring here by himself, right?" "Right," Kaken answered eagerly. "Can we play video games?" "I think that would be all right," she answered indulgently. Kaken knew exactly how to hook up the game console to the television in the living room. They had played several games of Racecar Pro 4 before they got bored, and changed to a fighting game featuring several prominent heroes, including All Might. Izuku chose to play All Might in his Bronze Age costume, and Kaken chose his Silver Age one. They were happily fighting virtual villains when the front door opened. "I'm home," Uncle said brightly. "Izuku, there's someone here to see you." Izuku turned his head and saw a sight he hadn't seen outside of photographs for months. His dad. A bit on the skinny side, with messy black hair and freckles that matched Izuku's own. He looked exactly the same as always. He was wearing a business suit that looked rumpled, and his tie was undone, and he looked really tired. "Dad!" Izuku cried happily. He launched himself at his father without hesitation, wrapping his arms around his neck as the man crouched to gather him up in his arms. "Hi, Zu," his dad said, hugging him tightly enough to make his bruises twinge with pain. "I'm glad you're back," Izuku said joyfully, not complaining about the discomfort as he rubbed his cheek against his father's stubbly one. "He looks exactly like his dad," Kaken observed to his own father as they watched the reunion. "He sure does," Uncle replied. "Can we go see Mom now?" Izuku asked, turning large worried eyes to his dad. "But I just saw her," his dad said, sounding like he had a sore throat. "We can go after you and I have a man-to-man talk if you want." "Okay," Izuku said easily. He wasn't sure what a man-to-man talk was, but it didn't sound so bad. He politely thanked the Bakuga family for taking care of him, and his father did the same before setting Izuku on his feet and taking his hand. Izuku didn't know how his life would ever be the same again. His mother hadn't just been hurt in the train wreck, she had died in it. Dad said that she died protecting him from being hurt, and that she was a hero. Heroes weren't supposed to die. After the funeral, which was something of an emotional blur, Dad had taken Izuku on a long airplane ride to Taiwan, where Izuku had been looked after by an older lady named Shuling that didn't speak any Japanese. It was weird to hear his father speaking Mandarin to other people, too. His dad promised that they would only be there for a few days while he got things here in order, so they could move back to Japan. Izuku didn't really like it in this place. His dad lived in a really tall building, but all you could see out the windows were other really tall buildings. He ended up spending all of his time watching unfamiliar cartoons that he couldn't really understand, since he wasn't allowed to go out, and didn't know how to tell the woman looking after him if he wanted to do anything anyway. He missed home. He missed his mom. Izuku often got tearful when he thought about his mother. Every time his eyes filled with tears, Shuling would give him little squares of nougat and pat his hand gently. He understood that she was trying to comfort him, but it didn't help much. His dad was gone most of the time, and when he came back, he was exhausted and usually went right to sleep, only to be gone again by the time Izuku woke up each morning. The only time Izuku really went out the entire time he was in Taiwan was to visit the hospital to have the stitches in his forehead removed. His father had gone with him for this, and Izuku had been less anxious, but as they were arriving at the hospital, an ambulance arrived and stopped right in front of them. They hurried a man out of the back who was very old-looking, and they were pressing on Sisti and calling to others to come and help. Izuku felt a shiver zoom up his spine at the sight, and his father quickly detoured him away from the ambulance entrance to a different door. He sat still on the examination table while a doctor came and carefully removed the bandage over the stitches on Izuku's head. "He says this won't hurt," his dad translated for the doctor. "It might feel a little weird or itchy though." Izuku nodded and closed his eyes and held his breath. "Izuku, what?" his dad asked, sounding alarmed. Izuku opened his eyes and let out his breath in anticipation, when his dad began to speak in rapid Mandarin to the doctor. "Izuku, do you feel okay?" his dad asked, studying him carefully. "Can you do that again?" "Do what?" Izuku asked, feeling puzzled. "What you were just doing," his father encouraged. Izuku obediently closed his eyes, thinking that the doctor was about to pull the stitches out. He held his breath and waited, but no one did anything, so he opened his eyes again and looked at his dad quizzically. "Is he not going to take them out?" he asked anxiously. He had seen the stitches when the bandage had been changed, and they were ugly and black and looked like a centipede marching across his forehead. He wanted them to go away. More Mandarin. "Zu, can you keep your eyes open and hold your breath for me for a few seconds? Like if you were going swimming?" his dad finally asked. Izuku did what he asked, and he could see the doctor and his dad staring at him with interest. Izuku looked down at his knees, and saw that he could see the table he was sitting on through his legs. It was the same with his hands. He had turned see-through. He let out his breath in a whoosh and saw himself go back to normal. Again, his dad said at the direction of the doctor. "Hold your breath as long as you can." Izuku drew in a breath and saw himself turn transparent again. The doctor poked him with the end of a pen, but nothing else happened. You can breathe normally, now. Has that ever happened before? Izuku shook his head. What did it mean? His dad talked with the doctor in Mandarin again. And after a long conversation that Izuku couldn't understand, his dad sighed. Okay, Zu, he's going to take your stitches out now. Try not to hold your breath while he does it, okay? But what about, Izuku began to ask. We don't know, buddy. We'll see the doctor when we get back to Japan and find out. Luckily, they got back on a plane 2 weeks later and returned to Izuku's familiar home, in the apartment he had lived in with his mother before. His forehead was as healed as it was likely to get, according to the doctor in Taiwan. Izuku had a bright pink scar that wasn't much more than a long line from his hairline above his right eyebrow to his left temple. Time would probably fade it from bright pink to more closely resembling his skin tone. All of the bruises had faded by now and physically, Izuku was back to normal. His father dropped him off at school on the Monday morning after they got back to Japan, and the kids all gathered around him, having heard from Kaken that he had a quirk, now. The teachers exclaimed over him and made a fuss when he showed everyone how he could make a box of crayons float over to him from a nearby table. Congratulations, Izuku-kun, one of the teachers said proudly. Oh, I can do this too, Izuku said, feeling proud of himself as he breathed in deeply and held his breath. Everyone gasped as he turned transparent, clothes and all, until he let out his breath again. Wow! Amazing! How'd you get 2 quirks? Kaken demanded, looking upset. Izuku shrugged. I dunno. It just happened. My dad's gonna take to the doctor to find out as soon as he can, Izuku said. Well, having 2 quirks is weird, Kaken declared with a pout. And neither of them is as good as mine. Izuku didn't know what Kaken was getting mad about, but he nodded anyway. Kaken's quirk is still the coolest. The other boys seemed to be slightly mollified by this, and the day went on as usual. When it was time for them to go play outside, Kaken approached him and said quietly, I'm sorry about your mom. Thanks, Izuku said, which is what his father always said to people who said that to him. I miss her. Of course you do, stupid. She's your mom. But my mom says it'll be okay, so it will. Kaken seemed absolutely certain of this. Izuku nodded, not knowing what else he could say, and let himself be drawn into games on the playground. After school, Izuku was picked up by Kaken's mom when she came to get Kaken. Your dad said that you should come home with me and Katsuki for a while, until he can make other arrangements for you while he's at work. Won't that be fun? Izuku looked over to Kaken, who looked like it was the first time he was hearing about this new arrangement. For how long? The blonde boy asked. I'm not sure, his mother said with a raised eyebrow. As long as it takes for Midoriya-san to find an after-school program or babysitter that he trusts to take care of Izuku while he's at work. Okay, Izuku said, not sure why Kaken didn't seem excited about it. Thank you. The school wasn't too far from Kaken's house, so they all walked together. Kaken found a stick on the ground and ran ahead, dragging it along the low walls and fences next to the sidewalk. Izuku took Auntie's hand like he used to do when his mother picked him up from school. He didn't even really think about it beforehand as he held onto her fingers and walked quietly next to her. He felt his eyes sting a bit as he remembered that he wouldn't be able to do this with his mother ever again, but held the tears back. Dad said he needed to be brave now. Hey, Kaken said, stomping back to them and pulling Izuku's arm. Izuku was forced to let go of Auntie's hand as Kaken dragged him ahead to look at a dead bug being carried away by a line of ants near the street. Once they got to the Bakuga house, Kaken immediately went to sit at the little table in the kitchen that only had 2 chairs near a window that looked out onto a tiny backyard that was mostly paved, with poles for hanging laundry. Izuku went to sit in the chair across from him, but Kaken shouted at him. No, that's my mom's seat. We have snack together here every day after school. Izuku froze and didn't know what to do. He used to eat his snack and tell his mom about his day when they got home from school too. He knew how important that was, and didn't want Kaken to miss out on his time with his mom because of him. Katsuki, Auntie scolded, sounding angry, what a way to behave. Izuku is our guest. Kaken made an angry sound at them both and crossed his arms across his sissy with a glare. I'm sorry, Izuku said, trying strong not to let his voice shake. I didn't know. It's all right, Auntie said in a much softer voice than she'd used for Kaken. You can sit there and have snack time with Katsuki? She put a hand on his mop of curls that definitely needed a haircut and stroked gently. No, he can't. Kaken angrily denied. Izuku faded to transparency and ducked his head, backing away from both of them. Oh my god! Auntie exclaimed. What's happening? Izuku released and essayed in a breath, not realizing that he'd been holding his breath, waiting for a verbal explosion from either Kaken or his mother about everything. Kaken growled, sounding angry or frustrated or both. Sorry. Izuku chanted, wanting everyone to be happy. That happens. Sometimes. I'm sorry. But I thought your quirk was, Auntie began. Well, he's got 2 quirks now. Kaken snarled, hopping down from the chair and stomping from the room. They could hear his loud but hasty retreat through the house, up the stairs and the slam of his bedroom door as they stood there in shock. Izuku felt the first tear fall and sniffed, struggling not to cry. Why was everything so strong today? Oh, Izuku, Auntie scooped him up into her arms, even though he was too big to be carried around anymore, and hugged him tightly. You didn't do anything wrong. Kaken's mad at me, he said miserably. He said having 2 quirks is weird. Having 2 quirks is unusual, she corrected him gently. Not weird. Why don't you sit down and have your snack, and I'll go tell Katsuki he needs to apologize. No. Don't. Izuku said as she put him on his feet. He'll just get madder. He just wants to have his snack with you. I can go read a book and you can have a snack with him like always. Auntie looked like she wasn't sure what to say to this. She thought about it for a moment and finally decided, how about I fix you something you can eat in the living room? I'll turn on the TV and you can watch cartoons while I go see if I can get Katsuki to come down. Izuku nodded at this solution. This way he would still get something to eat, and Kaken could have his alone time with his mom. He sat on a cushion beside the low table near the couch and Auntie gave him a juice box, some apple slices, cut to look like bunnies, and a handful of rice crackers. There was a cartoon about All Might on that he had seen a dozen times, but loved enough to watch a dozen more, and he thanked her politely. She patted his head and went upstairs, and Izuku ate his snack in contented silence. Auntie stayed upstairs for a long time, so when the cartoon was over, Izuku turned off the television. He sat on the couch with a notebook retrieved from his school bag and doodled for a while until he started to feel sleepy. He didn't even realize he'd dozed off until he was being shaken awake by a rough hand. He opened his eyes to see Kaken standing by the couch, looking at him with a scowl. Mom said to wake you up 'cause it's almost dinner time. She said I have to tell you sorry for earlier too. Izuku sat up and looked around, surprised that it was already late enough to be dinner time. He didn't know what time his dad would even be done with work, since he was always at work. Is my dad coming to get me? I dunno. Kaken didn't seem inclined to say more than that, but he didn't really seem too mad anymore either. He just walked away, retreating up the stairs, leaving Izuku where he was. At a loss, Izuku found his way to the toilet and took care of his own pressing needs, and washed his hands extra good since it was almost time to eat. He didn't know if he would be joining the Bakugo family for their meal, or if he would be eating with Dad. When they were in Ton, the lady who looked after him had cooked their meals too. The food had been mostly unfamiliar, but still good. When they had gotten back to Japan a couple of days ago, his dad had bought convenience store food or takeaway for every meal. He was pretty sure his dad didn't know how to cook. There he is, Uncle said with a friendly smile as Izuku wandered into the kitchen. Hello, Uncle. Izuku greeted him the way his mother had taught him he should greet people. Kaken said it was almost dinner time. Is my dad coming to get me now? Auntie looked over her shoulder from where she was preparing bowls of rice on the counter. He called and said he was going to be a little late, she told him with an apologetic smile. So we get to keep you here a bit longer. I hope you like curry. Izuku did. Kaken didn't make another appearance until he was called for dinner, and everyone gathered around the dining room table. Izuku waited until he could tell where everyone would sit before timidly taking the remaining chair for himself. Auntie sighed, and she and Uncle gave each other another of those looks that adults give each other that mean something. Auntie glared a bit at Kaken, then and the other boy scowled. What? I did what you said. Auntie sighed again, but smiled warmly at Izuku as she put a plate of delicious-smelling curry. Thank you, he said brightly. It looks so yummy. Both grown-ups chuckled. Kakin banged the handle of his spoon on the table and said, "It smells great." "I'm glad you think so. Enjoy." And he told them. "Itadakimasu." Both boys dug in eagerly. Izuku carefully scooped up some rice, then some curry and blew on it before putting it in his mouth. Kakin stirred up everything on his plate until the rice and curry were indistinguishable from each other and then scooped up a mouthful and ate it without checking to see if it was hot. Both boys made noises of appreciation as they got their first taste. After everyone had gotten a few bites of their dinner inside of them, Uncle turned to Katsuki and asked, "How was school today?" "It was okay, I guess." There was a frog near the bird feeder outside that ate a dead bug, and the class guinea pigs got into a fight again. "How was your first day back, Izun?" he asked after listening to Kakin. "Okay," Izuku said quietly, taking a drink of the water by his plate. He wasn't sure if he should say more, since it had been a very emotional day for him and wasn't sure if he could explain how, even if he wanted to risk making Kakin mad again. Kakin had been cranky all day, but he did like it when he was praised. Kakin and I played Otedama during outside time. Kakin won, like always. "He's really fast." "You're just too slow," Kakin said, but not in a mean way. The lighter atmosphere helped Izuku relax, and Kakin began to talk more about things at school. He seemed happy to have the attention on him, so Izuku concentrated on finishing his curry. He had just finished his last bite when the doorbell rang. "That's probably Hisashi," Auntie said, getting up and moving out of the room. "May I please be excused?" Izuku asked Uncle. Uncle seemed a little surprised by Izuku's formality, but smiled at him and nodded. "Of course." "Thanks for the meal," Izuku said as he climbed from his chair and went to see his dad. His dad looked tired, and was in the middle of apologizing to Auntie for being so late. Auntie packed up some curry for his dad to take home for his dinner, and Izuku collected his notebook and school bag. They decided to walk, even though it was at least 30 minutes away by foot. Izuku was happy to have time with his dad, who was so busy all the time. His dad said it was nice to stretch his legs after a long day in the office. "How was school today, Zu?" his dad asked as they walked. "I'm sorry I forgot to tell you that Bakugu-san was going to pick you up. Did you have fun?" He let Izuku carry the bento with the curry in it, and he carried his bag with his computer and work stuff. "I don't think Kakin likes having me there very much. He got mad at me for having another quirk. He said it's weird." "That brat," his dad muttered quietly. He patted Izuku on the head with a smile and consoled him. "He's probably just jealous because you're lucky enough to have an extra. Maybe." He said that neither one of mine is as cool as his. "He's right about that, but I still like them. Your quirks are amazing, Zu. So are you. I am so proud of how you've been handling everything that's happened this last month. I'm sorry I haven't been around as much as either of us would like, but I'm working on it." Izuku felt the little knot that had been residing in his iti for most of the day loosen a little after hearing his father praise him. "I've got my assistant researching to find someone who can look after you while I'm at work, so you can be at home at least. I gave her a list of things we need them to be able to do, like cooking and cleaning and taking good care of you," his dad continued. "Like Mom used to do?" Izuku asked, a little worried. "No one can take your mother's place, Zu. I know that better than anyone, but I'm useless at housework, and you're not old enough to stay by yourself until I get home. We need help." He said it gently, and sounded as sad as Izuku felt about it. Izuku knew he was right, but there had been so many changes lately that he felt lost. Maybe his dad did too. "I know," Izuku said with a nod. "Is there anything in particular you think someone looking after you should be able to do?" Izuku gave it some thought before he answered. "They should like all might and heroes as much as me." His dad laughed at that, and said, "I don't know if anyone loves heroes as much as you do." The rest of the walk home was nice as Izuku chatted with his dad. He believed it when his dad said that everything would be okay, soon. The next day at school, Kakin seemed to be feeling better, especially since the teachers praised his ability to read some kanji that none of the other kids had even started to try learning. Most were still learning hiragana and some katakana. This put Kakin in a good mood, and Izuku was able to play and participate like normally without walking on eggshells. After school, Izuku was careful not to infringe on Kakin's time with his mother, saying that he wasn't hungry and didn't want a snack. Instead he said he was tired and pretended to sleep on the couch for a while, happy when he heard Kaken and Auntie in the kitchen chatting about their day. When enough time had passed, Izuku woke up and he and Kaken were allowed to go down the street to the little park that had a small stream and some trees. Kaken brought his net and a little container, in case they found any good beetles. 2 other boys from the neighborhood were there already, looking bored. "Hey," Tsubasa said when he saw Izuku. "You're Midoriya. My mom heard from Bakugo's mom that you have 2 quirks. That's a lie, right?" "Nobody has 2 quirks, stupid," a boy called Onaga said, shoving Tsubasa with his elbow. "It's true," Izuku said. "It's weird," Kaken said immediately. "Prove it," Onaga demanded, pointing at Izuku. Izuku reached out a hand and pulled a stick from the nearby grass to his waiting hand, and grinned. "That's one," Tsubasa said. "What's the other one?" Izuku glanced over at Kaken, and saw he was scowling again. He remembered what his father said about jealousy. "It's not really that great," he said carefully. He paused, then held his breath. He didn't feel anything in particular, but could tell by the interested response from the others that he was now transparent. "Whoa," Onaga said. "He really does have 2 quirks." "You mean weird," Kaken corrected with a snort. "Anyway," Izuku said with a shrug. "That's them. I don't know why I've got 2. "'Cause you're a freak," Kaken supplied with a roll of his eyes. The other 2 boys looked back and forth between Izuku and Kaken, before nodding slowly. "Weird," Tsubasa agreed. "Weird," Onaga parroted. "It might be cool if they were better quirks, though." Kaken looked satisfied by this, and picked up a stick and wrote his name in the soft dirt beside the sidewalk. That distracted the others, and they began drawing with sticks on the ground. Izuku watched in amazement as Kaken wrote all of their names in kanji. "Look," Kaken said, writing Izuku's name in the dirt. "This can also be read as Deku. That means useless, just like his quirks." The other boys laughed, and Izuku dropped his stick. "That's mean, Kaken." "I'm only telling the truth," came the spiteful answer. "What's the matter, Deku? You mad that you've got 2 quirks, and they're both stupid?" "I'm going to go back," Izuku said. He turned away as the other boys started chanting, "Deku, Deku, you'd better not go crying to my mom, or you'll be sorry." Kaken called after him warningly. Izuku didn't look back as he ran back to the Bakugo's house. Why was Kaken being so mean? He sat on the front step of the house, not sure if he should knock or just go inside. Would he get in trouble for not staying with Kaken? Would Kaken get in trouble for not staying with Izuku? If Kaken got in trouble, then he might be even meaner to Izuku. He didn't want that to happen. He wanted Kaken to be his friend. He wasn't sure how long he sat outside trying to figure out how to be friends with Kaken without making him mad, but eventually the front door opened and Auntie was standing there, looking concerned. "Izuku? I thought you went to the park with Katsuki," she said, holding out her hand to help him up. "I did," he said, proud that he hadn't been crying about it. "I didn't want to do what the other boys were doing, so I came back." Auntie didn't look convinced, but didn't question him about it, either. She looked down the street toward the park, where she could just see the trees and benches from where she stood. "Well, come on inside. You didn't have your snack before. Do you feel hungry now?" Izuku did. He sat at the table in the kitchen and had some juice and some melon bread while Auntie sat in the other chair with a laptop in front of her and a pair of reading glasses perched on her nose. "I got a message from your dad," she told him as he munched. "He said he should be able to pick you up just before dinner time today." "Okay," he said agreeably. "He said he's trying to find someone to look after me, so you don't have to." "I don't mind looking after you," she told him with a soft smile. "Kaken does," Izuku said simply. "I don't think he likes me here. He's used to being the only one here and getting all of the attention," Auntie said wisely. "He'd get used to it." "Is he being mean to you?" Izuku didn't like to lie, but he also didn't like Kaken to be mean to him, which is what would happen if Izuku complained about it. "My dad says he's just jealous." "Your dad is right," Auntie said with a sigh. "But that doesn't mean he gets to pick on you. If he does, you come and tell me about it so I can talk to him, okay?" "Okay," Izuku said non-committally. After his snack was finished, he went to the living room and picked out a book to look at from a little bookshelf. It had lots of pictures and appeared to be a story about a shark. He sat on the couch and opened it in his lap, trying to read some of the hiragana, with only a little success. "Can you read that, Izuku-kun?" Auntie asked, sitting beside him and setting her computer on the table. "Only a little," he confessed. "I like the pictures, though. Would you like me to read it to you?" Izuku nodded, and sat close to Auntie so he could see the pictures while she read the story. He was feeling a little sleepy for real, and leaned his head against her while he listened. When the door crashed open and Katsuki came in and saw them, he fisted his hands and shouted at Izuku. "Hey, that's my book." "Katsuki," Auntie shouted at him. "How dare you?" Kaken didn't even take off his shoes as he stomped over and grabbed the book off of his mother's lap, throwing it across the room. Izuku scrambled up and backed. Away from the furious glare and the sparks he could see popping in Kaken's hands. He was really mad. "I'm sorry," Izuku said timidly, tears springing to his eyes. "I didn't mean to." "Stupid Deku. Go home. This is my house, not yours. She's my mom, not yours. Your mom is dead." Kaken froze as the words left his mouth, as if he knew that he'd gone too far. It also might have had something to do with the fact that Auntie had slapped his cheek right after he said it. Everyone stood there, stunned for a moment. The slap hadn't been super strong, but it had been jarring, just the same. "I hate you," Kaken shouted with tears in his eyes. He shoved Izuku out of his way as he ran past to scurry up the stairs to his room and slammed the door. Izuku fell down from the force of the blow, which had been aided by 2 mini explosions from the palms of Kaken's hands. His shirt had a pair of scorch marks on it, though his skin didn't feel burned. Izuku was too stunned to even cry. "Izuku-kun, are you okay?" Auntie kneeled down in front of him and helped him stand up. She inspected his shirt and the skin underneath to make sure he wasn't too hurt, then pulled him into a hug, rubbing his back. "I'm so sorry he said those horrible things," she said with tears in her own eyes. Izuku just nodded and stood very still in her embrace. He would not risk clinging to her as he wanted to, in case Kaken came back and saw. "I'm sorry I made him mad," Izuku said, trying to make things better. "No, Izuku-kun. You don't apologize for this. This is not your fault. Not even a little bit. It's mine, and it's Katsuki's," she told him firmly. "I've spoiled him far too much." "You hit him," Izuku said. His tone was not accusatory, but surprised. His own mother had never raised a hand to him, though he couldn't ever recall being as hateful as Kaken before either. Maybe she would have spanked him if he'd been bad enough? He couldn't imagine it, though. "I did," she agreed, sounding sad. "I probably shouldn't have. I'll go and talk to him about it once we've both had time to settle down a little." "Okay," he said, not sure what to say to that. They both stayed there for a moment, staring at each other awkwardly. "How about I turn on a movie for you to watch?" she suggested at last. "Okay," he agreed, for lack of anything better to say. She turned on an animated movie and he sat on the floor in front of the television obediently to watch, not making a sound and not moving from that spot. He could hear her talking on the phone a few minutes later, telling someone about what had just happened with Kaken, and hoped that there wouldn't be even more trouble when Uncle came home. Izuku quietly watched the movie about a boy who lived with a pirate in outer space, and was surprised when his father showed up before it was even halfway over. He got up and ran to him, throwing his arms around his dad's legs and squeezing tight. "Thanks for everything, Mitsuki," he said to Auntie. "Sorry to have caused so much turmoil for your family." "Inko was my friend," Auntie said, using Izuku's mom's name. "It's the least I could do. I'm sorry it turned out this way. Izuku is a sweet boy." The next day, Izuku went to a different school, one that stayed open very late for kids whose parents worked late. He didn't go back to Kaken's house again. Izuku's new school was nice. He made some new friends and flourished without the added stress of everyone knowing that his mother had recently died and treating him differently because of it. The days were long, because sometimes his dad didn't get off of work until after dark, but the staff were nice. He met a girl with pink hair and funny eyes that was always hogging the Lego set, but she was nice if she happened to notice you. The other kids didn't make a big deal about Izuku having 2 quirks, and it was easy to fit in and relax in a way he hadn't been able to at his old school. A few weeks later, Izuku's dad finally took him to see the same doctor that had told him before that he didn't have a quirk, to find out why he now had two. Izuku didn't see why they needed to see a doctor about it, but his dad said he wanted to be sure it was nothing to worry about. Dr. Tsubasa had been very surprised to find that Izuku had manifested a quirk at all, and expressed sympathy at the death of Izuku's mother. He questioned them about the circumstances surrounding each manifestation, and made some notes, but in the end he didn't have much to add to what they already knew. His case is pretty unique, the doctor told Izuku's dad. Usually when a person has more than one quirk, it's either because the child got each of his parents' quirks, or something linked to them. It would make sense, for example, if he was able to breathe fire and then pull it back to himself, that sort of thing. Telekinesis and turning transparent are completely different and unrelated to each other. There's no one on either side of your family who can disappear or phase through objects or anything like that. Not as far as I know. Inko's parents passed away in an accident when she was in her teens, and my own parents are gone as well. I don't know much more family history beyond that. Izuku sat, incredibly bored, while the doctor nodded and made more notes. The office was a bit cold, and he shivered a bit, hoping that they were almost done. From what you've told me, there doesn't seem to be anything worth worrying about. Nature sometimes produces an outlier, and Izuku-kun is otherwise a healthy boy. Unless anything else develops, I don't think you need to worry too much. If something does develop, please contact me right away. From a clinical standpoint, his case is really quite interesting. His dad had seemed relieved to know there was nothing particularly wrong, and dropped Izuku off at school to finish out the day while he went back to work. The piece lasted only a couple of hours before something strange happened. What do you think about my new baby? Mei asked Izuku as she presented her latest Lego creation for inspection. It was a real working claw that she had rigged up with some RBB bands and levers and wheels from a huge bucket of Lego pieces that were scattered around the area. Izuku looked up from his own creation, which was a simple car and not very interesting. That's amazing, Mei-chan. But why is this one blue? It should be red like the rest. Izuku tapped the odd blue plastic brick in the middle of the claw, and it instantly changed from blue to red, to match the rest of the creation. How'd you do that? Mei demanded, putting her hands on her hips and staring down at him. Izuku shrugged. I just touched it and it changed color. Do it again. Change this one red too, she demanded in a bossy tone. Izuku touched the brick she held out to him and blinked when it changed from yellow to red. Make this one black, she said, shoving another plastic brick at him. He did. Other kids began to gather around and make innocent demands, too. Turn this green. Can you make this purple? One of the teachers came over to see what was going on and was surprised to see Izuku changing classroom toys to different colors. She called another one of the teachers over. Izuku, the head teacher asked, kneeling down next to him, were you able to do this before? Izuku shook his head, but was grinning at his newfound popularity. Your daddy took you to the doctor today to find out about your other quirks, right? She asked, sounding curious. It nodded. The doctor said don't worry about it. Did he see you change things to a different color? She asked. He said, shaking his head. I couldn't do it then. Just now. The two teachers looked at each other with raised eyebrows. They took him to another small room where they asked him to change a few different things to different colors. He was able to change plastic things and crayons, but not fabric, rocks, metal, or glass. He couldn't change skin or hair either. There was no detail work when the color changed. The entire object changed, regardless of how many colors it had been before. They made some notes and then told him he could go back and play, but not to change any more toys without permission. No one seemed upset that he now had 3 quirks, though they did tell him he wasn't supposed to use any of them without permission. That was the rule for everyone. When his dad picked him up later, he asked him how he felt and questioned him a bit about his new quirk, but didn't seem too upset either. Mostly he seemed confused. I'll call Dr. Tsubasa tomorrow and see what he has to say, his dad said. 2 days later, Izuku was back in the doctor's office, and this time it wasn't as easy and boring as just sitting there while the adults talked. This time, there was a needle that SCKD some of his BLD out, and X-rays of his whole body, and noisy machines in big tunnels and all kinds of people poking and prodding at him for a really long time. By the time his dad was allowed to take him home, he was tired and cranky. It didn't help when the doctor had said that they would need to return for the test results in a few days before he could tell them anything. At dinner that night, which his dad had ordered to be delivered, his father looked almost as tired and cranky as Izuku did. "It's been a long day, huh?" he asked Izuku as he transferred a portion of fried rice onto Izuku's plate. Izuku nodded and poked at his food moodily. "I might have some good news though. Saki, my assistant, thinks she might have found someone to come and look after us. I'm going to meet them tomorrow, and if I like them then you'll get to meet them and we'll decide together, okay?" Izuku wasn't sure what to think about that. "Can they cook?" he asked. The food on his plate wasn't bad, but he was tired of eating out of cartons and paper wrappers. That was one of the biggest requirements on the list, his dad promised solemnly. Okay. 3 days later, Izuku was playing in his room when the doorbell rang and his father called to him. He ran out to the living room to see a young man standing there wearing a high school uniform. The high school guy waved at him with a friendly smile and Izuku waved back shyly. "Izuku, this is Tanaka-san. He's a senior in high school and wants to be the one looking after us a while. Come on in and meet him." Izuku came over and politely greeted Tanaka as he'd been taught to. Tanaka knelt down on the carpet in front of Izuku and smiled. "I'm pleased to meet you, Izuku-kun," he said in a nice voice. "Do you have any questions for me?" Izuku looked questioningly at his father, who nodded in encouragement. His dad had told him that it was up to him to decide if he liked the person that wanted the job, since Izuku would be the one spending the most time with him. "Are you a good cook?" Izuku asked first of all. "I think so," Tanaka answered confidently. "My mom taught me how. My specialty is Hamburg steak, though I can make lots of other stuff." Izuku nodded thoughtfully. He liked Hamburg steak. "Do you have a quirk?" was the next question. Izuku was always interested in people's quirks. As soon as he learned to write better, he was going to make a book about them. "I do, but it's not terribly impressive," Tanaka said. "Watch." The young man pulled a little bottle of soap bubbles from his bag and held it up. "What is your favorite animal?" he asked. "Octopus," Izuku said, just naming one off the top of his head. He didn't really have a favorite. Tanaka took out the bubble wand and blew through the soapy ring, and to Izuku's amazement, a bubble shaped like an octopus floated out of it and into the air. It hovered for a while before it popped, and Izuku clapped his hands. "That's so cool. Can you do any shape?" "Mostly," Tanaka said, "but animals are the easiest." "Wow. Any other questions?" he asked, tucking the bottle away in his bag again. "Do you like heroes?" "I love heroes. Especially All Might," Tanaka said, scoring big points with Izuku. "Are you married?" Izuku asked. He didn't really have a particular reason for asking, other than that he didn't really know what he should ask beyond what he already had. Tanaka laughed. It was a nice laugh. "No, I don't even have a girlfriend," he answered cheerfully. "Most high schoolers don't get married until after they grow up some more." Izuku looked at his dad. "I like him. He's good. Do you have any questions?" "I already asked him lots and lots of questions before," his dad said with a small smile. "I had to make sure he could do the job and be on time and everything, you know." "Good thinking," Izuku said with a firm nod. This seemed to amuse both men. "I think you've got the job if you're comfortable with it," his dad told Tanaka. "Thank you, sir. I'm sure Izuku-kun and I will get along just fine." "So, Izuku, tomorrow your dad will take you to school, and then I'll pick you up from school when I'm done at my school, and I'll bring you home and stay with you until your dad gets home. How does that sound?" "Great," Izuku said, bouncing on the ball of his feet a little. Things were looking up. When Izuku was taken to the doctor to get the results of all of his tests, he was glad when they promised him that he wouldn't have to have any more BLD taken or lay in any machines. He sat next to his dad as the doctor explained. The tests didn't show any stress to his system, which is the most important thing, he said as he looked over the papers in Izuku's file. The human body isn't normally equipped to handle multiple quirks, and there can be some backlash when more than one manifests, but there's no sign of it in Izuku. "I have a theory about him that I would like to test, but I will have to do a small amount of research and wait for the right opportunity first." "What kind of theory?" Izuku's dad asked. Izuku had whimpered a little, and scooted over to hold his dad's arm at the mention of another test. I believe that your son actually has 4 quirks, not 3. Explain, was the only thing his dad said, even as he put a protective arm around Izuku's shoulders. From everything you've told me, each one of the quirks he's demonstrated has manifested after he spent time in a hospital. Dr. Tsubasa pointed out, ticking them off on his fingers. The first was after the train accident, the second was after you took him to get his stitches removed at the hospital in Taiwan, and the third just after an appointment here with me. Yes, but he didn't get a new one when he was here for all of those tests a few days ago, his dad pointed out. Izuku didn't understand what they were talking about. What did being in a hospital have to do with getting quirks? No, but I checked the records and no one died here during the time PRD that he was here for the tests. Izuku looked at his dad, who had gone very still and quiet. Someone did pass away in this hospital during the time of the appointment after he received the color-changing quirk, Dr. Tsubasa continued. And they also had a color-changing quirk. Oh shit, Izuku's dad said, earning him a look of shock from Izuku. Dad, you said a bad word. Sorry, little man. Please excuse my bad language, his dad said. I think you see where I'm going with this, the doctor said. But perhaps we should talk more about it privately? Yes, of course. I wouldn't want him to. The doctor picked up the phone and asked a nurse to come in. She arrived within a minute, and Izuku was surprised when the doctor asked her to take him to get an ice cream in the cafeteria while he spoke privately with the patient's father. Izuku's dad told him it was fine, and that he should go with the nice lady for a few minutes. He would come and get him after he talked to the doctor. Izuku slipped off the chair and took the nurse's offered hand. She was a nice lady who said she had a little girl just Izuku's age. She chatted with him as she took him down a couple of long hallways to a little place that was kind of like a restaurant and got him a cup of ice cream that came with a little wooden spoon to scoop it out with. He shivered a bit as the ice cream made him feel cold, but it was tasty. She got one for herself as well, and they shared a small table in the busy space until Izuku's dad showed up and said it was time to get him to school. On the drive back in the car that his dad got just a couple of weeks ago from his company, Izuku waited for his dad to say something. When his dad didn't really talk at all, Izuku prompted him. Did the doctor find out something bad about me? He asked. Oh, not bad. Just confusing, his dad told him. His dad smiled, but it didn't look like a real smile. He's still trying to figure things out. He said I needed another test. Not the kind you had before, his dad said. I'm not convinced you even need that test, so I'm going to wait and see. Don't worry about it, okay? Okay, Izuku said, unconvinced. His dad dropped him off at school just before lunchtime, and things were fine for all of 5 minutes. The children were all served a tray with grilled fish, mixed veggies and sweet potato miso soup. Hana-chan got upset at this for some reason and began to cry. She was a bit of crybaby over very small things, and no one could figure out why until Izuku spoke up. She's sad because she wanted fried tofu for lunch, he told the teacher. She told you she wanted fried tofu? She asked him. Oh, she just does. Sorry, Hana-chan, you have to eat fish today, he said consolingly. Maybe your mama can make you fried tofu for dinner. Hana-chan sniffed, but stopped crying. She makes the best fried tofu. I want to eat it right now. Hana was eventually coaxed into sitting down with everyone else, and lunch could continue. The head teacher came to sit by Izuku, as she did a lot of days, and started to talk to him while they ate. How did you know that Hana-chan wanted fried tofu for lunch? She asked curiously. Izuku shrugged. I dunno. Could just tell. Takashi wishes he could have Daifuku right now, Izuku said, pointing to one of the boys at another table. You want a Kit Kat? She blinked at him in surprise, but listened to him tell her all about what each person sitting around him wanted to eat. The kids nearby confirmed what he guessed, saying things like, yeah, curry would be really good. I wish we were having that today, and he's right. I like the other miso soup better. Izuku finished his own lunch without complaint. He liked the school lunches most of the time, but Tanaka-san hadn't been lying when he had said that his Hamburg steak was very good. He preferred his babysitter's food over the school food. Tanaka-san picked him up at school just like he did every day now. They walked the short distance to the bus stop, where they got on and rode for 10 minutes to another stop that was a 5-minute walk to the Midoriya's apartment. Tanaka-san made him a fruit sandwich for his snack, cutting it into neat triangles on the plate. While Izuku ate, Tanaka took care of the laundry from the day before and vacuumed the living room and bedrooms. Izuku climbed on a stool near the counter after that and helped Tanaka-san prepare veggies and things for cooking. Izuku washed the rice and helped dry dishes when they got washed. Tanaka talked to Izuku while he prepared items for breakfast that could be easily warmed up in the morning. Izuku liked hearing about Tanaka-san's day at school, as he explained about how his class was planning what they would do for their culture festival. It sounded like a lot of fun. Izuku liked how Tanaka-san didn't treat him like a little kid, and asked him questions and explained things to him when he asked. If he didn't know the answer to something Izuku wanted to know, he would look it up on his phone, and they would learn about it together. After the chores were finished, Tanaka-san checked Izuku's school bag for the folder that got sent home every day with any notes from the teacher. This was something he checked on, to be sure he didn't need to prepare anything that might be needed the next day at school, like a smock for painting or anything like that. Izuku-kun, Tanaka-san asked after reading the note the teacher had written. Can you tell me what I want to eat right now? A spicy tuna roll, Izuku immediately supplied from where he was sitting, writing in this notebook. With extra wasabi? Tanaka-san laughed at this answer, which puzzled Izuku, because it wasn't really funny. Do you know what your dad wants for dinner? He asked next. Izuku thought about it for a minute, then shrugged. I dunno. He likes most of the stuff you make. Very cool, was all Tanaka-san said to that. They ate dinner together, though it wasn't a spicy tuna roll, because they didn't have the ingredients. It was still very tasty, and they saved a big plate for Izuku's dad for when he got home. After dinner, Tanaka-san supervised Izuku's bath and then blow-dried his hair for him before helping him get ready for bed. By then, Izuku's eyes were drooping and he fell asleep almost immediately after a long, strange day. Izuku woke in the morning to find his father already awake and dressed, warming breakfast in the microwave when Izuku came into the kitchen. Good morning, his dad said when he saw Izuku come in and sit down at the table. Breakfast will be ready in just a minute. Izuku already knew that there would be rolled omelette, salad and rice, with instant miso soup. He had helped Tanaka-san prepare it, after all. I talked to your teacher yesterday, his father said, setting a glass of milk on the table in front of him. She says you have an interesting new talent? Izuku looked at him, feeling puzzled. I do. It was his dad's turn to look puzzled. She said you were telling her all about what everyone wanted to eat for lunch yesterday. Neo-kun said that you were right about what he wanted to eat yesterday too. Who's Neo-kun? That's Tanaka's name, his dad supplied. Can you tell what I want right now? Coffee, Izuku said. With cream, and one of those fancy rolls with jam on it? I'll be d'med, his dad said. Dad, that's a bad word. Izuku scolded. Sorry, his dad chuckled. I was just surprised. You're absolutely right. I shouldn't say words like that. The rest of the day was normal, and nothing unusual happened for over a week. It wasn't until a Friday evening that his dad brought up his new talent again. I talked to Dr. Tsubasa, he told Izuku as they enjoyed some shortbread that Tanaka-san's mother had sent to them via their son. Thinks that being able to tell what people want to eat is probably actually another quirk. That would be a dumb quirk, Izuku said with all of the disdain an almost 5-year-old could muster. Dr. Tsubasa said that someone who was at the hospital recently had the same quirk, and they ran a pretty successful little restaurant. I'm sure it came in handy to know what the customers there wanted. I guess that makes sense, Izuku conceded. But I don't want to be a cook. I want to be a hero, like All Might. His dad poured himself some coffee from the small pot he'd made earlier and added some creamer. All Might, huh? Those are some pretty big shoes to fill. Though at the rate you're collecting quirks, who knows? The last part was murmured, as if he wasn't really talking to Izuku. Izuku took a mental count. He had his mom's quirk, the see-through one, the changing color one, and now the food one. Do I really have 4 quirks now? He asked. If your doctor is to be believed, you might have 5. But what's the other one? It's complicated, his dad told him with a soft sigh. He got the food on the table and sat down across from Izuku, sipping his coffee while Izuku picked up his chopsticks. Dr. Tsubasa thinks that you're getting quirks from people who die when you're nearby. Izuku frowned in concentration as he tried to make sense of what that might mean. I don't get it, he finally said. I don't really understand it either, kiddo, his dad said, setting down his mug. Does that mean I stole people's quirks? Did I steal Mom's? Izuku asked, suddenly feeling guilty and panicked. No, his father assured him quickly. You didn't steal anything, Zu. Your own quirk just kind of collects the quirks that get left behind when people die and don't need them anymore. I think. Izuku was very confused. Think of it like when you go to the beach and pick up a shell, his dad explained. Where did that shell come from? Something used to live in there, right? Izuku thought about this, then nodded. Is collecting the shells a bad thing to do? His father asked. No, Izuku said, still considering the matter. Why not? His father prompted. Because the things that lived in them are gone. They died and don't need them anymore. Izuku guessed. Right? So if a person dies and doesn't need their quirk anymore, how can it be a bad thing to collect it if you can? I know you're not doing it on purpose, it just seems to happen. It might become a bad thing if you get too many quirks because that's just too much for one person to handle. So far, you've gotten pretty small quirks that don't use up a lot of your energy to use. Izuku thought he understood, but it was still complicated. I have a quirk collection? Exactly, his dad confirmed, seeming relieved. And we don't want that collection to get too big. Just like you don't have room for every shell, your body might not have room for every quirk it wants to collect. We don't know what would happen to you if you got too many. But I can't help it, Izuku said seriously. What do I do? Well, for now we are going to keep you away from places that we know people die pretty often, like hospitals and nursing homes. Other than that, there isn't much else we can do, except try to be careful. Okay? Izuku wasn't sure how this was any kind of plan. He'd gotten 4 quirks from people without even knowing they died. How was he supposed to be careful? How often did people die, anyway? It was a lot to think about. Another thing to think about is that you have a birthday coming up. You should think about how you'd like to celebrate. We can have a little party, or go out to eat or see a movie, and you can pick out your own gift, too. Really? Izuku asked, allowing himself to be distracted from the conversation about death. Izuku's 5th birthday was the best. He got all kinds of All Might toys and clothes from his dad, and even light-up shoes. They had a small party for him at school, and Mei-chan gave him an invention she made that actually worked like an auto slingshot, but his dad confiscated it almost right away when he almost broke a window. When Tanaka-san picked him up from school, instead of taking him straight home, he took Izuku to a small cafe where they met a couple of his friends. One of which was a pretty girl named Nana that made Tanaka-san blush when she talked to him and giggled a lot. They all gave Izuku a lot of attention and bought him a whole parfait, just for him. They were really nice. Izuku still missed his mom. She used to make him a special cake and let him stay up late, but everyone else worked really strong to make the day special for him in other ways. It wasn't until a month after his birthday that anything out of the ordinary happened. Izuku was at school when a tall man with white hair in a casual suit came to talk to the teacher, and Izuku got called into the head teacher's office to talk to him. The teacher told Izuku that the man was someone called a counselor, and was there to talk to him about his quirks. Izuku sat in a big chair that the parents usually sat in when they came to talk to the head teacher, so his legs didn't hang over the edge of the seat much. "Hello, Midoriya-kun," the man said with a kind smile. "Hello. What's a counselor?" he asked curiously. "It's someone who talks to you about things and sometimes helps you figure out what to do about problems. I heard from my friend Dr. Tsubasa that you have a very interesting quirk. I came to talk to you about it." "I got lots of quirks," Izuku said. "Yes, I've heard," he said with a nod and a small smile. "You were told how unusual that is, weren't you?" Izuku nodded. "My dad says I have a quirk that makes me collect other quirks." "I think your dad is right," the man tells him with a nod of his own. "Dr. Tsubasa says that you now have 5 quirks, including the one that helps you collect new ones." "Yep. I got my mom's quirk to pull stuff to her, but only little things. I can change plastic stuff to a different color if I touch it, I can turn see-through, and I can tell what people want to eat. Only what they want to eat. Nothing else? You can't read their minds in any other way?" "I don't think so," Izuku says. "You aren't hungry right now, so I can't tell what you want." "That's true. I just had a meal. he says with a smile. What would you say if I told you I have a quirk similar to yours? The man asked, leaning forward as if he was sharing a big secret. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. You do? I do. I collect quirks too. Just in a different way. That's why I wanted to meet you. There aren't very many people like us in the world. Oh. How many quirks do you got? Izuku wanted to know. Oh, a few more than 5, he answered with obvious amusement. The man asked a few more questions about when Izuku first got his quirks, and how he felt at the time it happened. The man nodded and smiled the entire time, and let Izuku talk as much as he wanted about his quirks. I'm glad I came to talk to you today, Izuku. I hope I get to come and talk to you again soon. Okay, Izuku said amiably. The man bent to shake Izuku's hand, and Izuku felt a strange shiver up his spine when their hands touched, but it was gone right away. Bye-bye, Izuku told the man as he left. Until next time, the man said. Did you have a nice chat with the counselor? The head teacher asked as Izuku joined the class on the carpet for their social skills time. Izuku said. He was nice. 5 minutes later, everyone who had seen the counselor forgot everything about him or that he had been there at all. There was no note in Izuku's daily take-home journal, and no mention of him again at all. That day, when Tanaka-san came to pick him up at school, Izuku discovered he had a 6th quirk. He now had extraordinary balance and agility. As they walked, Izuku was full of chatter about the really super tall block tower he and 2 other kids had built during playtime. Tanaka-san grinned at him and listened, making appropriately impressed sounds as Izuku described it as being almost to the ceiling. They were stopping at the market on the way back to the Midoriya apartment to pick up ingredients for the meals that Tanaka-san was going to make for dinner and tomorrow's breakfast. Tanaka retrieved a shopping cart, and Izuku asked if he could ride inside. He was a little too big for the child's seat, but he liked to sit in the basket and be pushed around the store. Tanaka lifted him up, and Izuku's legs got caught on the edge of the cart's basket. The cart began to roll away under him, and Tanaka lost his grip on Izuku, and there was a tense moment when they both shouted in alarm as Izuku fell. Then everyone who looked their way froze in surprise. Izuku had caught himself on one hand and was doing a very awkward-looking handstand, instead of crashing to the floor. His school bag was dangling and should have thrown him off a little, but Izuku seemed to have no trouble maintaining a steady balance. Izuku, how are you doing that? Tanaka asked, walking around him and looking at him from every angle. He pulled out his phone and snapped a picture. I didn't want to hit my head, Izuku said reasonably. It just happened. Can you stand up now, or do you need help? Izuku put one of his legs down on the floor, and the rest of his body naturally followed gracefully until he had righted himself. That was wild, Tanaka-san told him. It scared the heck out of me, but it was really cool. You're not hurt? Nope, Izuku said with a smile. They did their shopping, then went back to the apartment. Tanaka gave Izuku a snack while he put the groceries away. Then, instead of starting food preparation or laundry, he turned to Izuku and said, "Let's go to the park for a little bit." Izuku put on his new all-might shirt and light-up shoes, and went happily with Tanaka to the small park near the train station down the street. It was just a small grassy area where people could walk their dogs, but there was a swing set and a slide, too. I want to try something out, Tanaka said, pulling out his phone and using it to pull up a video on it. He showed the short video to Izuku of a man doing a two-handed handstand on a gymnast mat. Do you think you can copy that? I can try, Izuku decided after watching. It seemed pretty simple, and it was. He planted his hands in the grass and lifted his legs easily over his head with a grin, looking at Tanaka upside down. Tanaka laughed and took his picture. Can you do it with one hand, like at the market? Izuku could. He lifted one hand off the ground, pleased with Tanaka's excitement. Okay, your face is turning all red, Tanaka said. Better come down. Izuku easily stood back up and felt momentarily dizzy as the BLD rushed from his head to the rest of his body. Could you do any of that before? Tanaka asked, sitting in the grass next to his charge. I never tried, Izuku said. But it's fun. Let's see what else you can do, Tanaka suggested. Izuku watched a few more videos on Tanaka's phone, copying everything he was shown with ease. Those are really advanced yoga poses. Tanaka said, snapping pictures the whole time. I think maybe you picked up another quirk, kiddo? Izuku's heart sank a little. What's the matter, Izu? Tanaka asked, seeing Izuku's expression change from joy to concern in just a moment. If I got a new quirk, it means someone died, he said gravely. I guess so, Tanaka said, sobering as well. But that's not your fault, okay? The older boy looked around as if to make sure no one was around to hear them talking. Let's go back for now, he said quietly, taking Izuku's hand. I've still got a lot of chores to do. Since they were near the station, Tanaka stopped and gave Izuku a 100 yen coin to buy a sheet of stickers from a machine in front of a newspaper stand. Izuku wasn't lucky enough to get All Might, but he did get a sheet of Crimson Riot decals that he could put in his notebook, where he had been drawing various heroes he saw on TV. It was enough to distract him from his gloom. When they got home, Izuku went to get his notebook, and then Tanaka turned on the TV to a documentary about UA High School, where kids went to learn how to be heroes. Izuku was enthralled. He spent the rest of the day designing his own super suit, which greatly resembled his childish drawings of All Might. Tanaka joined him in playing with action figures once the chores were done, and played the victim of villains, so Izuku could save him from their evil clutches. When Hisashi came home later that evening, Izuku was grinning at him from where he was balanced on one hand on the back of the couch in his pajamas, and Tanaka was sleeping at the end of the same couch, a red, child-sized cape tied around his shoulders. Looks like you wore him out, Zu, his dad told him with a chuckle. I heard you had a busy day. Izuku giggled as his dad plucked him from the couch and carried him upside down into the living room and plopped him right side up into an armchair. Tanaka says I have a new quirk? The laughter woke Tanaka, who sat up with a start and immediately apologized for falling asleep. It's fine, Izuku heard his dad say. I was running late anyway, and you're still working a part-time job in the mornings too? Izuku didn't know this about Tanaka, and looked at him curiously. I only have a few more weeks to save up before I leave for university, Tanaka said sheepishly. You're leaving? Izuku asked in surprise. Not right away, Tanaka promised. But I get to go to university in the United States. I got a scholarship and everything. The United States? All Might went there. Izuku said knowledgeably. What's a soccer ship? A scholarship, his dad corrected. It's when someone pays for part of your school fees to make it easier for you to go. Oh, he didn't really understand a lot of the explanation, but he knew that Tanaka had to go away to school, soon. I'm going to miss you, Izuku said sadly. I'm going to miss you too. We'll have to have a lot of fun memories before I go, Tanaka promised. Izuku thought that he would be taken straight to Dr. Tsubasa after he got his newest quirk, but he assured his dad that unless it seemed to be causing a problem, there was really nothing to be done. A week later, Izuku got to talk with a nice counselor who had a quirk like his. He was friendly and asked him questions about how he felt about his newest quirk. Did his body feel healthy? Did he get tired easily? Pigs? Nosebleeds? Did his arms or legs hurt? Izuku told him all about all of the cool things he could do now. He told him all about how he felt fine and liked to play superheroes with his babysitter, and how sad he was that Tanaka-san was going to have to go away to the United States, soon. Who will look after you once Tanaka-san leaves? The nice man asked, sounding concerned. I don't know. My dad's assistant picks some people for my dad to choose from, then he asks me. Izuku says, remembering what happened when Tanaka came. Very interesting, the man told him, patting him on the shoulder. Sure. They'll find just the right person to look after you, when it's time. I guess, Izuku said with a shrug, a little shiver skating up his spine. He still wasn't comfortable with the idea of losing Tanaka. 15 minutes later, Izuku was out on the playground, with no memory of the nice man who had been there only a short time ago. In fact, no one at the school remembered him at all. When Tanaka picked him up at school that day, he took Izuku to a bookshop, where he was picking up a book about the United States. He sat with Izuku in the kids' area and read to him for a while, then took him home by way of the shops in front of the station, where they stopped and got a couple of amiibo for a snack. Kitties! Izuku cried, pointing at a couple of shop cats lying in a patch of sun in front of a koban. Tanaka altered his steps so that Izuku could go and see if they were friendly. Be careful, Tanaka said as Izuku crouched next to a sleek white and black cat with large green eyes. They can scratch or bite if they don't like you. Izuku talked softly to the cats about how pretty they were for a minute, then carefully reached out his hand so they could sniff it. They didn't seem to have any objection to his presence, and the black and white one bumped Izuku's hand with its nose. I think it likes you, Tanaka said, nodding to Izuku. I think you can pet it but don't touch its tummy, most cats hate that. Izuku reached out a tentative hand and stroked the cat's head. Tanaka had his phone out, ready to take a picture. He had been taking a lot of them lately, saying he wanted lots of photos for when he went away. It's really soft, Izuku said. He stroked it a couple of more times before Tanaka noticed something was off. I don't think, oh boy. Izuku pulled his hand away, and Tanaka let out a sound somewhere between a snort and a wheeze. The cat looked different now, and Izuku sat back on his heels while Tanaka laughed almost hysterically, but silently. Izuku wasn't really sure why, but the laughter was contagious, and soon he was laughing too. The cat blinked at them, but was otherwise indifferent to the patch of fur on its head that had grown about 5 or 6 centimeters in the past few moments. Tanaka finally calmed down and wiped a tear from his very red cheek before he crouched down beside Izuku and put a hand on his back. Give it another pet, and see what happens. See if it'll let you scratch under its chin. Cats love that. Izuku nodded and stroked the cat's head a couple more times, then moved his hand under its chin and tickled. The cat approved of this and began to purr, tilting its head this way and that to coax Izuku to reach the spots it wanted. Tanaka was trying to hold his laughter back while he held his phone steady, taking a video as the cat grew a white beard to match the flowing black locks now sweeping from the top of its head. Okay, Izuku. That's enough, Tanaka finally said, pocketing his phone. We'd better get you home. Better not touch anything on the way, okay? Izuku wasn't sure what was going on, but the cat did look pretty silly now. He grinned and followed along as Tanaka led the way home. When they got there, Tanaka had Izuku wash his hands since he'd touched an unfamiliar animal, then bravely asked Izuku to pat the top of his head. Izuku did so, stroking the spiky black hair as he had the cat's fur, but nothing happened. Izuku tried his own head at Tanaka's urging, but it stayed the same, too. Maybe it only works on cats, Tanaka mused as he gave Izuku the umebo and some fruit milk before getting started on the chores. Heard you got another quirk, Izuku's dad said the next morning. Izuku had fallen asleep before his father had gotten home, and hadn't gotten a chance to see him before now. I guess, he said with a shrug. I made a cat grow a beard. Yes, I saw, his dad said with some amusement. Tanaka-kun sent me a video and pictures. It didn't hurt the cat, Izuku assured him. That liked being petted. We might have to do a little testing with this quirk, kiddo. We need to know what kinds of animals you can and can't be touching without permission, his dad told him, not sounding too upset. But I'm more concerned that you've had 2 new quirks show up when you haven't been anywhere but school. I'm going to have to check the area and see if there's a nursing or care home around there that I don't know about. You may have to go somewhere else. I like my school, Izuku said with a pout. Mei-chan and Takashi-kun are my friends. I know, Zu, but it's more important that you be safe. I won't make a decision right now, but I won't make any promises either. Izuku pouted about this, but there wasn't much he could do about it, otherwise. Izuku could hear his dad talking to Dr. Tsubasa on the phone later that day, answering questions about Izuku's new quirk, confirming that Izuku's health seemed totally fine. Izuku was relieved that he didn't have to go to another appointment when the call was over. Instead, his dad took him to a shopping mall in the city. The store they went to had all kinds of animals in tanks, cages and pens, all for sale. People milled around in front the windows, cooing over kittens and puppies and other animals. Izuku held his dad's hand and was careful not to touch anything as they approached the counter. Hello, I'm Midoriya Hisashi, his dad told the person at the counter. I called earlier and spoke to the manager? A few minutes later, Izuku was kneeling on the floor of a tiny room that was meant for people to use to meet animals they might like to buy. The manager of the store brought in 3 cages and set them on the floor in front Izuku. You're sure this won't hurt the animals? The man asked, looking at Izuku's dad. He's only done it once, but the cat involved seemed to enjoy it, his dad answered. I'll take full responsibility. The man nodded and opened one of the cages, and removed a small, white mouse. He held it carefully in his hand and extended it toward the waiting boy. "You'd better let me hold it. Mice can be squirmy," the shopkeeper advised. "Just use a finger on the top of his head to pet him." Izuku smiled at the way the mouse's whiskers twitched, and gently tickled the top of its head with his index finger. When he pulled his finger away, the mouse sported a tuft of hair that made it look like it was wearing a hat made of dandelion fluff. "That's adorable," the manager said with a chuckle. "All done with this one?" At Izuku's nod, the man put the mouse back and opened the next cage, which held a guinea pig. The little rodent made a repetitive squealing noise that concerned Izuku, but the manager assured him that guinea pigs were just noisy like that, and it wasn't in pain. He let Izuku hold it in his lap, and Izuku giggled and it tried to shove its way under his shirt. He stroked its wavy fur while he laughed at the tickle of little paws crawling on him. When the manager picked the animal up from his lap, they could all see that the guinea pig looked like it was ready to model for a pet shampoo ad. Its fur had been about 3 centimeters long before, but now hung in thick waves to cascade a few centimeters over the man's hands as he put it back in its cage. "This is one of the best things I've ever seen," the man said, sounding sincere. "Let's try something that isn't a mammal." The third cage held a small blue and green parakeet. It hopped onto the man's outstretched finger, and he moved it over in front of Izuku. "Try petting it on its back between its wings," he suggested. Izuku looked to his dad, who nodded that it was okay. Izuku carefully did as instructed, but the only thing that happened was that the bird nibbled at his arm. No feathers grew or fell out or anything else. "Interesting," the manager said. "Let me take these back out, and I'll be back with some more." An hour later, Izuku left the store knowing that his new quirk only worked on mammals as far as they could tell, though not humans. The chances of him ever getting near enough to touch a monkey or a bear or tiger or anything of that nature was very small, so they might never know if this quirk worked on them. Izuku also learned that his father was not keen on him having a snake or a tarantula for a pet anytime soon. Izuku was happy to spend some time with his father, who had the day off for a change. After the pet store, they strolled around the mall, and Izuku was allowed to have a bubble milk tea as they walked. It was a good day. 2 weeks before Tanaka was due to leave for the United States, Izuku's dad brought home a young woman to meet him. She was a university student, he said, that was studying to become a teacher. Izuku thought she was pretty, and that she had a nice smile, but there was something about her he wasn't quite sure of. He hid behind his father's legs when they were introduced, and didn't want to talk to her. Izuku's dad, to his credit, did not try to force the encounter. He apologized to the young woman, but explained that he needed someone in the position that Izuku felt extremely comfortable with, and that he was sorry he had wasted her time. The young woman had stared at Izuku for a few moments longer than seemed polite before she simply turned around and left without another word. 2 other candidates were also rejected by Izuku, and his dad finally asked him if he was just turning them down because he didn't want Tanaka to leave. "I don't want him to leave, but I know he's gonna," Izuku said solemnly. "But those other people felt bad. I didn't like them. They looked nice, but they weren't." His dad had lifted an eyebrow at him, but simply ruffled his hair and said, "Okay." The week before Tanaka had to leave, Izuku's dad brought home one more candidate. She was different from the others, and Izuku liked her at once. She was short and plump, with gray strands in very dark purple hair cut short to frame her face. Everything about her seemed to be what Izuku imagined a grandmother would be like. He came out from behind his father's legs and offered her a shy smile. "Pleased to meet you," he said politely. "I'm Midoriya Izuku." She smiled at him with slightly crooked teeth, and her eyes crinkled in the corners. He liked her immediately. "Do you like All Might?" he asked her, giving her the ultimate test of suitability. "Oh my, yes," she said. "He's so big and handsome." She gave him a wink and Izuku's dad chuckled. "I like her," Izuku decided, looking up at his dad. That was how Granny Ito came to be in charge of taking care of Izuku and Hisashi when Tanaka left to continue his education abroad. Izuku missed Tanaka, but Granny Ito was really nice to have around. She picked him up from school each day, Dad's search for care homes nearby had turned up nothing, and walked with him, listening intently to his chatter. She baked special treats, her meals were really yummy, and she had a quirk that let her grow really nice houseplants. She read to him a lot, and helped him learn how to. As far as he was concerned, she could stay forever. A week after Granny Ito began working for the Midoriyas, she told Izuku that they were going to go on a field trip. She picked him up from school and they took a train. He kneeled on the bench seat and watched as the scenery flew by, and he kept up a stream of chatter about everything he saw. He recognized 1 or 2 hero agencies by their signs and exclaimed excitedly. She smiled at him, but seemed nervous and uncomfortable. "What's wrong, Granny Ito? If you don't want to take me anywhere, you don't have to," Izuku told her, noticing she was twisting her hands in her lap. No, she said with a strained smile. "Don't worry, Izuku. Everything is going to be fine. We're going to see something you'll really like." Izuku tried to coax their destination out of her, making guesses like the zoo or a candy store, but she simply smiled. "You'll see." They got off the train about 40 minutes after they got on, and walked through an area with some tall buildings. When they got to where Granny Ito wanted to go, Izuku looked at the building with a sense of disappointment. The building was utterly plain, with no real distinguishing features. She rang a doorbell, and there was a buzzer before the door clicked, and she pulled it open, ushering a hesitant Izuku into the dim interior. "Who's that?" a voice demanded. Izuku looked over to where the voice had come from, a scrawny boy with white, messy hair, torn jeans, and a wrinkly t-shirt. He didn't look very old, maybe just shy of going to middle school, but was pale and sickly looking. He also didn't look happy to see them. "Tamura," a man's voice said from the doorway that the boy was standing in. "You haven't finished the assignment I gave you?" "Yes, sensei," the boy said in a surly tone. He glared at Granny Ito and Izuku for a moment longer before turning on his heel and slouching out of sight. A moment later, a tall man appeared who looked vaguely familiar to Izuku, but he couldn't think why. "Please forgive my student," the man said cordially. "He doesn't deal well with strangers." Izuku wasn't sure what was going on, and held Granny Ito's hand in his own, even though he was getting to be a little old for such things. "Ito-san, thank you for bringing Midoriya-kun to visit me. You can go and wait in the lounge if you would. Our little meeting shouldn't take too long, and then the two of you can be on your way." Granny Ito gently released Izuku's hand and shooed him toward the man. "Go on, dear. Everything will be just fine." Izuku's reluctance melted away at her words, and he walked over to where the man was waiting. "Follow me, there's someone I want you to meet with," the man told him, leading him down a hallway. Izuku glanced into the room that the boy had been in, and saw he was bent over a large desk, writing something. The other boy must have sensed that he was being watched, because he looked up from his work and stared at Izuku until Izuku moved past, following the man. "Who are you?" Izuku finally asked the man, as he opened a door and led him into a room that looked like a doctor's office exam room. "My name is Shigaraki," he answered, patting the exam table for Izuku to climb onto. "I brought you here so Dr. Tsubasa can run a few tests on you. You remember him, don't you?" "Uh-huh," Izuku said, kicking his legs as they dangled off the edge of the table. "Why didn't we go see him at the hospital like last time? It's dangerous for you to go to a hospital because of your quirk, isn't it?" Shigaraki-san said. That made sense. Dr. Tsubasa came into the room just a moment later, wearing a lab coat and carrying a small metal tray. A tray that Izuku recognized. "You're going to poke me with a needle," Izuku said accusingly. "You won't even feel it," Shigaraki-san told him. "I'll hold your hand the whole time." Izuku put his hand into Shigaraki's, and then the next thing he knew, he blinked and it was over. He wasn't sitting anymore, but laying on the exam table, and sat up in confusion. "All done. Let's get you back to Ito-san," Shigaraki said, lifting him off the table and setting him on his feet. "Did he poke me with a needle?" "Yes, he needed a little more of your BLD to run some tests and do some research. Your quirk is very, very interesting to me and to him. Your BLD might be able to help us figure out what makes you so special." He led Izuku back to the front door area. The boy he called Tamura earlier was no longer in the room off the hall. Granny Ito heard them coming and stood to meet them. She was twisting her fingers and looked anxious. "How are you? Are you okay, Izuku?" she asks worriedly, looking the boy over with a critical eye. Izuku nodded easily and took her hand. You said it wouldn't take very long, she said to Shigaraki-san. It's been an hour. We needed to be thorough, he said. He won't remember any of this in 5 minutes' time, so be sure to take him away and spend some time somewhere interesting before taking him home. We wouldn't want to have the missing time damage his psyche, would we? Izuku had no idea what they were talking about. Still, she said with a sniff. The trust quirk I gave you will smooth things over. They will suspect nothing. Keep doing as I say, and your family and their restaurant will be fine. I thought your quirk was a green thumb, Izuku said, commenting on the only thing he even sort of followed. It is, she told him, tugging him toward the door. The one I was born with, anyway. She guided him out into the afternoon sunshine and helped him fasten the zipper on his jacket. They walked down the street to a busier road and turned toward a different station than the one they had arrived at. Now that we've got that out of the way, I can show you what we came all the way out here to see, Granny Ito told him. Izuku was puzzled for a moment about what he meant by got that out of the way, but decided she must mean the long train ride to get here. He didn't question how they had gotten so far from the station, or why they were headed back in that direction. Granny Ito was nice and always took really good care of him. As they neared the station, Granny Ito pointed upward, and Izuku looked to see what she was showing him. There, right in front of a big store, was a humongous All Might statue. The fiberglass figure was almost as tall as the roof of the building it was standing in front of. Izuku gasped and tugged at Granny's hand, trying to get her to walk faster so that he could see it up close. There were people everywhere taking pictures in front of the giant All Might, and Izuku was in awe of how the hero seemed to be smiling at the whole town from up there. This is so cool, Izuku said enthusiastically. That's not all, Granny told him with a smile, enjoying his reaction. She turned him gently by the shoulders to see the store behind the statue was full of hero merchandise. Izuku's eyes turned to saucers as he stared. Can we go in? Can we? Of course we can, she laughed. I told your father I was bringing you to see this, and he gave me some money so you could pick out something small as a souvenir. Izuku was practically vibrating with joy about this, but waited patiently and held Granny's hand when she told him to. The store had only recently opened and was quite crowded with people of all ages. All Might was the main hero on display, but there were also items for Endeavor, Crimson Riot, No Nonsense, and all the other top-tier heroes. Izuku was in heaven. He took his time looking at everything in his price range, and finally settled on a poster for his bedroom wall. While they paid for it, he was also allowed to enter a drawing for a limited edition All Might snow globe that would be coming out in 3 months' time for the Christmas season. Granny Ito bought him a package of All Might-shaped cheese crackers to eat before they got back on the train and headed back home. As far as Izuku was concerned, it had been a great day. Granny Ito took Izuku on field trips to that statue about once a month after that. He had quite a growing collection of All Might posters and trading cards. By the time Izuku started first grade, it seemed like Granny Ito had always been with them. She never missed a day of picking him up from the kindergarten and always made yummy meals and took him on little adventures a lot. First grade was more formal than his old school, and Izuku had a longer school day once he started attending. On his first day, he chafed a bit at his new uniform, missing the loose-fitting shirt and shorts from his old school when he was forced to wear navy shorts and a button-up shirt and a navy vest. His shoes were shiny new black elch, stiff and strong to walk in compared to his sneakers. He was glad when he got to change into his indoor shoes. His dad walked him to the classroom for the first time and greeted the teacher. They had met her before because of the nature of Izuku's quirk and the subsequent quirks as a result. She seemed a little uneasy about it, but was friendly enough. Izuku liked the look of his new classroom. Each student had a desk with a little hook on the side for their school bags, and there was a bright carpet in the corner with different colored polka dots all over it in the back of the room. There were brightly colored decorations hanging on the walls along with hiragana and katakana charts, the English alphabet and number charts. Izuku was proud that he could already count to 50, though sometimes he forgot 37 and 38. There were other children finding their seats or saying goodbye to their parents, when Izuku spotted 3 familiar faces. Dad, it's Auntie and Uncle and Kakin, Izuku said excitedly, tugging on his dad's sleeve. So it is, his dad smiled down at him. The teacher moved on to speak with other parents and students, and Izuku went over to greet the Bakugo family. "Izuku-kun," Auntie said with a huge smile. She crouched down to ruffle his hair and exclaim over how much he'd grown since she last saw him. Uncle shook hands with his dad, and Kaken just stared sullenly. "What's Deku doing here?" Kaken demanded of no one in particular. His mother flicked his ear and scowled at him. "Hi Kaken," Izuku said timidly, trying to be friendly. "Tsich," was Kaken's reply. The teacher got everyone's attention at that point, and thanked them all for coming, then gently scooted the parents out the door so that they could begin their school day. Izuku found his desk and climbed into this seat, looking at that stack of supplies sitting on top, waiting for him. There was a yellow sun hat on the top of the pile, and under that, folders, a notebook, crayons and markers and pencils and paper. Izuku felt excited about all of the things he would be doing with each item and listened to the teacher and her aide with rapt attention. They spent their morning getting to know each other and singing songs and learning their way around the classroom. Soon, they sat on the colorful carpet, with each boy or girl on one of the polka dots, facing the teacher, who sat in a chair and read them a story about a boy that fell into a koi pond and had an adventure with the fish. "How many of you think you could hold your breath that long?" the teacher asked the class. Hands shot into the air in excitement. "Let's see who can hold their breath the longest. Ready? Go!" 20 sets of chubby cheeks puffed out as everyone hit in a breath and held it. Izuku won the game, because as soon as he held his breath, he turned transparent and all the other kids gasped. And giggled and pointed. Izuku started to laugh with them, but then Kaken decided to speak out. "That's a stupid quirk." Some kids gasped. One girl said he was mean. Several scolded him for saying a bad word. Izuku just sat there and looked at the navy blue stripes on his white socks, feeling sad that Kaken was still mad at him since the last time they had seen each other. One of the girls that Izuku thought was called Emri patted his arm in sympathy and whispered, "He's dumb. Your quirk is cool." Izuku smiled shyly at her and felt better. At lunchtime, they all learned how to push their desks together to turn them into tables. Kaken was at the end of Izuku's table, and Izuku was filled with dread about what he might say to the other children about him. Izuku's dad had told him not to advertise the fact that he had multiple quirks, though he didn't have to keep it a strict secret either. They already knew about the see-through one, so Izuku kept quiet about having more than that. Unfortunately, while they were eating their lunch, the talk turned to quirks. Emri-chan said that she could stretch her arms almost a meter to reach stuff up high. Izuku thought that a quirk like that would be really useful. Michi-kun could turn his hands into flippers, like a seal. Aiko could scream loud enough to break glass, and Goro could make his hair change color by shaking his head really fast. "I've got the best quirk of anyone," Kaken bragged. "The sweat on my hands can explode." He looked at the other kids at their table as if waiting for them to be impressed, but that didn't quite happen. "You," Emri-chan said, wrinkling her nose. "What are you talking about?" Kaken demanded angrily. "Explosions are cool. I'm going to be the greatest hero in the world when I grow up." "You'll never be as good as All Might," Michi-kun told him airily. "Will too," Kaken said back heatedly. "I'm going to be a hero someday too," Izuku announced. "I dunno," Aiko-chan said skeptically. "Turning see-through isn't very good for heroes." "Like I said," Kaken said smugly. "It's a stupid quirk. All his quirks are lame." "All his quirks?" Emri-chan asked. "How many do you have, Izu-chan?" Izuku opened his mouth to answer, but Kaken beat him to it. "He's got 4, 'cause he's a freak." All the kids around the room turned to stare, because Kaken's voice was so loud. "Nobody has 4 quirks," one of the kids from the next table said. "Deku does," Kaken insisted. "Because he steals them from dead people?" Izuku's eyes widened. He didn't know how Kaken knew about how he got his new quirks. "What?" several kids asked. The teachers tried to get the situation under control, but it was too late. Chatter swept across the classroom while kids all tried to ask Izuku about it at once. "Go ahead, Deku. Tell them," Kaken said with satisfaction. "Boys and girls," the teacher said, clapping her hands to get their attention. "That's enough. We'll talk more about this after lunch. Until then, focus on eating and being kind to each other." Izuku sighed and put down his chopsticks. He wasn't hungry anymore. Do you really have 4 quirks? Emery-chan asked him in a whisper voice. 7, Izuku told her miserably in an even quieter whisper. That's so cool. You're so lucky, she whispered excitedly. Izuku looked at her in amazement, and felt some of the pressure in his dissipate. After lunch, they all did their part to clean up and put the classroom back to the way it had been. When they were finished, the teacher stood in front of the class. Normally, this would be when we would go outside for recess, but I think that we should have a talk as a class, first. Everyone sat back on the polka dot carpet and the teacher called Izuku up to stand in front of everyone. Our friend Izuku has a very special quirk, she told them. It's a quirk that gives him other quirks. He steals them from dead people? Kaken said with a nod. I do not. Izuku fired back hotly. It's not stealing. The other kids were unusually silent during this exchange, waiting to see what would happen. Izuku-kun, the teacher said kindly, putting a hand on his shoulder. When you came to meet me the other day, you did a very good job of explaining how your quirk works. Why don't you tell them about it, the same way you told me? Izuku felt nervous with all of those eyes on him, but swallowed and told them about how his dad had told him to think of it like collecting shells. Most of the kids looked confused, but accepting. Several hands shot into the air to ask questions. How many quirks do you got? A little boy whose name Izuku couldn't remember asked. 7, Izuku said uncertainly. Whoa, many of the kids murmured in awe. Kaken looked as if someone had slapped him in the face. Cool. Lucky. What are they? Aiko-chan asked. The collecting one, I can turn see-through, I can tell what people want to eat, I can make some animals' hair grow, I can change plastic stuff a different color, and I got really good balance and agile, Izuku said, counting on his fingers. Oh, and I got my mom's quirk that lets me pull small things to me. Agility, the teacher corrected with a smile. There was the familiar teeth sound, and Izuku knew it was Kaken, though he didn't say anything more. At least not yet. When they were finally released to go outside and play, Izuku had a group of other kids around him, curious to know more about how his quirk worked and to tell him about their own. He was just as interested in their quirks as they were in his. He asked them lots of questions about theirs and wished he knew how to write better, so he could put them in his notebook. Tanaka used to help him before. Maybe Granny Ito could help him this time. They were all trying to organize a game of tag. When Kaken made an appearance, the teacher had asked him to stay inside for a minute more for to talk, and started trying to cause trouble. You'd better watch out, or Deku will steal your quirk next, he told them with a leer. Who's Deku? One of them asked. It's that freak, he said, pointing to Izuku. It means useless. That's mean. You're mean, one of the other kids accused. I don't want my quirk stolen, said one of the girls, sounding scared. I can't just take quirks, Izuku said worriedly. And I wouldn't, anyway. Yeah, you have to die, first, Emery said with her hands on her hips. And you're a kid. You're not going to die for a long, long time. Many of the kids looked unsure about everything, but most were on Izuku's side. Come on. Let's go play. A boy called Hashihiko said, breaking the awkwardness. Bet you can't run as fast as me. The rest of the day was better, and Izuku had made the beginnings of some friendships with classmates, even if Kaken wasn't among them. Granny Ito was waiting for him when he was released at the end of class, which was later than his old school let out. She listened to his account of his day and asked lots of questions as they went home. He tried to stay up to tell his dad all about it when he got home from work, but he was worn out from his long first day and fell asleep long before his father arrived. The school year was a relatively good one for Izuku. Kaken continued to try to rally the other kids against him, but was largely unsuccessful in his attempts. He quieted down a bit after the school called his parents about his bullying and brash behavior, but still insisted on calling Izuku Deku instead of his real name. Izuku didn't really mind, since the other kids were friendly and most of them agreed that Kaken was mean. Granny Ito took Izuku on field trips every so often, but Izuku always had fun, and came back with some sort of reward for excellent behavior. During one such outing, Izuku acquired a mysterious, almost black, bruise in the crook of his arm, but he said it didn't hurt. Granny Ito told him and his father that it was probably a strange reaction to an insect bite. They trusted her, of course. Over the summer, Izuku enjoyed trips to the beach, field trips with Granny Ito to pick berries at a farm, or to the hero store, or even a couple of overnight trips to festivals. Granny's sister ran an inn that they stayed at that was a lot of fun. He met Dr. Tsubasa and Shigaraki-san several times over the summer, but never remembered it afterward. He got to visit colorful shrines and temples with appealing landscapes, and even got to meet some local heroes of small towns they visited. The only thing that wasn't really welcome was Izuku attaining a new quirk called Teflon that made things not stick to him. His skin didn't feel any different to the touch, but it was kind of a pain, because his socks would slide down really easily, and hats didn't like to stay on him unless they were tied under his chin. A little research helped them learn that Granny Ito's sister had an inn next to a house where an elderly woman lived, and she had died of old age there while Izuku was nearby. He had to make adjustments to his clothes like belts or suspenders, straps and buckles to secure anything to him. The good part was that he didn't really get dirty. Spills just seemed to roll right off of his skin. When school started again, the other kids thought his new quirk was hilarious and would purposely spatter paint or other things on him to see if they could make anything stick. In the end they all got scolded, because while Izuku's skin stayed clean, his clothing did not. I don't understand how you can have 7 quirks, and all of them end up being lame, Kaken had teased him one day when no one else was around. You really are a Deku? Izuku refused to get upset. He was sure that Kaken was just jealous. He felt bad that Kaken had such a wonderful quirk, but still got mad that Izuku had a handful of mediocre ones. Sorry, Kaken, he told his former friend. I don't get to choose, you know. For some reason, that only made Kaken angrier, and Izuku left him alone as much as possible. As the school year progressed and winter was in full swing, Kaken began to make almost everything into a competition, especially with Izuku. In PE he bragged about being the fastest runner and the highest or farthest jumper. He was good at sports, but some of the other kids were better at some things. Izuku was never quite able to beat him most of the time, but didn't lag behind by much either. That didn't stop Kaken from calling him Deku and lame and other mean things. Some of the kids that hung out with Kaken did the same, but Izuku didn't care about them. On the day that Izuku scored a goal in soccer while Kaken was playing goalie, they got into an actual physical fight. Kaken got so mad that Izuku bested him that he used his quirk on the ball. It rocketed toward Izuku, hitting him in the face with a loud thunk. Izuku had been stunned as his lips split and started to swell and his nose began to bleed. Kaken had laughed at that, until Izuku threw the ball back at him and hit him in the CC with it. Izuku didn't have a quirk that let him launch the ball like the other boy had, so it didn't hit him very strong. Kaken had gotten angry that Izuku had dared retaliate, even if it didn't hurt, that he used his quirk on Izuku's shoulder, burning his pea shirt. By the time the teacher pried them apart, both boys were hitting each other and shouting. Granny Ito was the one who came to talk to the teachers when they called home about it. Izuku sat in a chair beside her, looking at his shoes with tears in his eyes. Kaken sat next to his father with a scowl on his face and traces of BLD under his nose and a long row of scratches down one arm. Izuku had promptly apologized when he was told to, and he even meant it. He didn't want to fight, he never had. All he had ever wanted was acceptance from a friend he admired. Kaken, on the other hand, refused to apologize, and made it known that he definitely wasn't sorry. No matter how his father tried to reason with him, Kaken would only say that he hoped Deku would drop dead. Granny Ito held onto Izuku's hand firmly and finally spoke up. I will speak to Izuku about his behavior today, she said soothingly. I'm sorry for the inconvenience and trouble this has caused. I hope that Katsuki-kun will think about what he's done and realize that hurting people is never the answer to frustration. The principal allowed Granny Ito to take Izuku home and said Izuku would be allowed to come back the following day, since he had apologized, and reports from other students said he had not instigated the attack. Since Kaken was not repentant, he would be suspended for the rest of the school week. It was made very clear that Katsuki-kun was a problematic presence at the school and was often reprimanded for behavior that could only be described as bullying. Izuku went home with Granny Ito, expecting to be confined to his room or punished in some way. Instead, Granny sat him at the table and gave him a slice of cake and a cup of milk. She sat down across from him while he ate and sighed. To be honest, Izuku, I thought that something like this might happen. Your father expected it to happen a lot sooner. Izuku stared. Katsuki is a very angry little boy, she said gently. He's been spoiled, and it's turned him into a bit of brat. What he did today was wrong. I shouldn't have hit him with the ball, Izuku said, putting down his fork. No, you shouldn't have. I understand why you did though. Sometimes things happen that make us angry, and we end up doing something we shouldn't. Understanding that what we did wasn't okay and apologizing for it is important, but staying in control is better. I am sorry, Izuku said sadly. I just got really mad because he laughed when I got hurt, then kept hitting me. And he used his quirk, even though we're not supposed to. I know, she said with a soft smile. But next time, I want you to try to remember that you're not like Katsuki-kun. You need to be better than him, and just walk away when he acts angry like that. Tell a teacher if he tries to hurt you or says he's going to hurt you, okay? Izuku nodded. All right, she nodded, standing up. That's all I'll say about it, then. Finish your cake and we'll get started on the chores. Kaken didn't come back to school. Izuku's dad told him that he'd gotten a call from the Bakugis and that they had decided that it would be easier for both Katsuki and Izuku if they went to separate schools, at least for a while. Since Izuku hadn't been the one causing trouble, it was only fair that he be allowed to stay at his current school and enjoy his new friends and teachers. Izuku felt tears prick his eyes at the news, and was ashamed to find that they were ones of relief, instead of grief. He had honestly wanted to be Kaken's friend, and had been pushed away so many times. Seeing him again in first grade had seemed like a chance to start over, but that was impossible now. Izuku flourished once Kaken was gone. The teachers simply told the other kids that Bakugo-kun had transferred to a private school. And everyone had accepted it. Izuku excelled in reading, writing, and history, but struggled with English. Math was okay, but he wasn't brilliant at it either. School was school. He liked it but didn't love it. He had a group of kids he liked and played with, but didn't allow himself to really have a best friend, or go to anyone's houses when he was invited. He had learned his lesson about that from Kaken. First grade ended and Granny Ito waved goodbye to them as they started the summer break. Izuku's dad took him to Sapporo with him on a combination business trip and vacation. His dad's company was having something called an executive retreat, and Izuku was allowed to go along and join a summer camp that featured a lot of time hiking and learning about nature. His favorite part was the huge sunflower fields and getting to play in the streams, even though they were freezing cold. He met a lot of interesting kids from a couple of different countries and got to practice his English a little. From there, Izuku and his dad went to Okinawa for a couple of days. His dad had a lot of business meetings, but Izuku was still able to go to the beach and earn a few more freckles on his cheeks and nose as souvenirs. After that, they had to go to Taiwan again. That wasn't as fun for Izuku, but it was better than the time before. The grief of losing his mother wasn't as fresh as before, and they were staying in a fancy hotel that even had a pool. The person that his dad found to look after him while he worked spoke Japanese, and was polite and somewhat disinterested in babysitting, but not unkind. Izuku played in the pool, watched movies in the room, and learned origami from the computer while his guardian tapped away at a laptop most of the time. His dad even took some time to take him to some sightseeing spots around the city before they traveled back to Japan. He'd been away from home for almost a month. Granny Ito showed up the day they returned, and Izuku threw his arms around her middle and hugged her. She seemed surprised by the sudden affection, but pleased at the same time. She explained that she had taken time away from her family's business for the next 2 weeks, to look after Izuku full-time until school began again. You have another job? Izuku asked in surprise. Not officially, she said as she tackled the laundry from their trip. I help my family with their restaurant before I come to get you each day. Izuku had had no idea that Granny Ito did anything other than look after him. It used to be mine before my husband passed away, and my daughter and her husband run the place now. Where is it? What kind of food do they have? Izuku wanted to know, suddenly full of questions. Can I visit? No wonder you're such a good cook. Granny Ito had smiled a little sadly, but nodded. It's not too far away, just a 20-minute train ride. Maybe we can go for lunch one day before school starts again. If you already have a job and stuff, why do you work here? Izuku wanted to know. Some things happened, she said gently. And I like working here. My children are grown up, so getting to see you every day keeps me young. Now, what did you bring me from your trip? The distraction was enough to send Izuku running to find his backpack, which was filled with souvenirs. 2 days later, Granny Ito took Izuku on a field trip where he met a nice man with a very similar quirk to his, but he couldn't really remember anything about it. He got to visit the restaurant run by Granny's daughter, and got to eat some delicious katsudon while he was there. Granny's daughter seemed a little afraid of Izuku, which Izuku thought was silly, but he minded his manners and tried not to fidget so much. As time went on, Izuku started 2nd grade and was glad to see his friends again. At home, he became more and more proficient in the kitchen under Granny's watchful eye. He learned how to make a passable tamagoyaki, decent miso soup, rice, and by extension rice ball, and even curry, with a little help. He also liked to help with the chores, and learned how to properly scrub the bathtub, vacuum the floors, and wash dishes. He didn't have quite the eye for detail that Granny did, or even Tanaka, but he did all right. Things settled into an easy rhythm, with few hiccups. Izuku avoided getting any new quirks for the entirety of 2nd grade, in fact. It wasn't until just before Christmas during his 3rd grade year that he went on a field trip with Granny Ito that his quirk situation changed. Izuku had been pulled out of school a little early one Friday to go to a dental appointment, and after that, Granny had taken him to meet a nice man with a quirk very similar to Izuku's own. He also met a boy in his very early teens with white hair and a scarred face, and a man with black mist where his head should be. The boy's name was Tamura, and to 8-year-old Izuku he seemed practically grown up. They'd asked him a bunch of odd questions, and then before he left, Dr. Tsubasa, whom he hadn't seen in years, arrived and drew some of this BLD. They said he had his dad's permission, and Granny Ito nodded when asked to confirm, so Izuku didn't put up a fuss. The whole thing had been very odd. The man with the quirk like Izuku's rode the train with Granny and Izuku back to Tokyo, since he had business there. He spoke to Izuku about the heroes that Izuku liked best, and Izuku went on at length about the subject. When they arrived in Tokyo, Shigaraki, that was the man's name, asked if they might accompany him to meet someone for a few minutes before they separated. Izuku and Granny Ito followed him to a normal apartment complex. It didn't look that much different from the one that Izuku lived in, just in a different part of the city. They went to an apartment on the 5th floor, and when the door was answered, there was a nurse there to greet them. She's stable, but she doesn't have long. Another couple of days at most, the nurse told Shigaraki, before moving to disappear into another room. Shigaraki ushered them into a room where a hospital bed was set up, and a woman about the age he remembered his own mother being when she died was sitting up, with her face turned toward the window. She was painfully thin, and her skin was grayish and waxy looking. There were straps secured across her legs and hips, over the blanket. There were no flowers or room decor, just bare walls and floor and plain white blinds hanging above the windows. It smelled stale and a bit dusty in the room. "I'm not supposed to be near sick people," Izuku said, his steps faltering. "It's all right," Shigaraki told him. "I already spoke to your father, and he said it was perfectly fine. There's no danger here." Granny Ito took Izuku's hand, something she hadn't done in a long time, now that he was getting older. Izuku gripped hers, feeling uneasy. "This is Mariko," Shigaraki said. She was one of Dr. Tsubasa's experimental patients. Izuku didn't know what that meant, but Granny squeezed his hand even tighter as they looked at the woman. Mariko didn't move or acknowledge their presence. She seemed like a living doll, except for being so sickly. She simply wasn't a suitable candidate for our project, and her body rejected the treatments. "We weren't going to keep her, but I thought she might be suitable for one more test," Shigaraki explained as if Izuku was supposed to know what he was talking about. Shigaraki was studying Izuku intently, as if expecting something, but Izuku didn't know what. However, within moments, Mariko closed her eyes and seemed to relax. Back into the pillow under her head, and there was a long, tinny-sounding whine coming from a small machine on the table beside the bed. Izuku felt a shiver crawl up his spine, and his skin erupted in goosebumps. The nurse who had answered the door came into the room and shut off the machine, then she looked at Shigaraki, who smiled and nodded. The woman turned and left the room again. "Looks like Mariko isn't up for company right now," Shigaraki said. But I think the test had very interesting results. What was the test? Izuku asked quietly, not wanting to wake the woman in the bed. Shigaraki motioned for them to leave the room, and he shut the door as all three of them filed out into the living room. This room was devoid of furniture or decor altogether. The test was for you, Izuku. The rest isn't important, but I will say that I'm quite pleased. Izuku was beyond confused, and Granny Ito looked upset. Am I understanding what just happened? The nurse said 1 or 2 days, not minutes, Granny asked Shigaraki. Correct, Shigaraki affirmed. Not only does he inherit quirks left behind, he can hasten the host's passing if they are close enough to the end. Izuku hoped he was wrong about what Shigaraki-san was saying. It seemed like Granny and Shigaraki were using a roundabout way of talking so that Izuku wouldn't really know what they were saying, but he wasn't stupid. Did that lady in there just die? He croaked, pointing at the bedroom door. Yes, Shigaraki said, sounding unconcerned. She died quite quickly and peacefully, didn't she? Izuku could feel his heart starting to race, and his breath was coming short as his stomach twisted in his gut. Granny Ito was rubbing circles on his back and telling him to take deep breaths. Is it my fault? Izuku demanded, on the verge of tears. No, Granny told him forcefully. Not even a little. She was very sick, and there was nothing that could be done for her. Izuku felt her words soothe him. Granny was the most trustworthy person he knew. She wouldn't lie to him. It was sad that the lady had died, though. Don't worry, Izuku, Shigaraki told him, sounding pleased. This is something I have suspected for a while now. You've given me much to consider, and so I've given you something too. A new quirk from the recently departed. I want to see how your body handles something a little more powerful. It's one I think you'll eventually enjoy. You'll have to discover what it is on your own, I'm afraid. You're going to forget any of this ever happened in just a few minutes? Granny looked angry but didn't say anything. Shigaraki-san spoke, seemingly to the ceiling. Kurogyri? Kindly transport Izuku and Ito-san to the train station. A black void opened up in the air beside them, and both Granny and Izuku gasped. No need to worry, Shigaraki told them both. You're both far too valuable to me at the moment to let any harm befall you. He firmly guided them into the void, and they were shocked to see the train station directly in front of them when they passed through the darkness. The void disappeared as their feet touched the pavement, and Izuku began to cry. He didn't understand any of this, and that Shigaraki man scared him. Let's get on the train, Granny told him. Everything will be all right. She guided him through the station and they got on the train. Izuku used the handkerchief Granny pressed into his hand to wipe his eyes and blow his nose. She patted his arm, and they rode in silence for a few minutes until Izuku nodded off for a moment, then woke with a start. Oh, sorry. I didn't think I was tired, but I just fell right asleep, he said to Granny, who was looking relieved. Are we almost there yet? I want to see if a store has the pen I want to buy for my dad for Christmas. It's the next stop, she told him, sounding shaky. They got off the train in a busy shopping district and headed toward a store that Izuku was interested in. He had made a little extra money from one of his neighbors, who had taken her dog to a groomer, then hated its new look. She had paid Izuku quite a bit just to pet her dog and make its hair grow back. Now with that, plus his other savings, he could afford to buy his dad a nice Christmas gift, and get something for Granny Ito, if he could find a way to get her something without her being there to spoil it. Izuku found the pen he'd wanted for his dad, the kind that wrote upside down or even underwater. While Granny Ito was busy looking at kimono obi for her daughter, Izuku managed to purchase a nice rail pass holder for her and hide it in the bag with his dad's pen. When they were mostly finished with their shopping, Izuku begged to go to a store that featured hero merchandise, and Granny Ito indulged him, as usual. There was a hoodie that he wanted to check the price on, but it was too high up on the wall for him to reach. Granny Ito wasn't much taller than him by this time, and she couldn't reach it either. Then, just when Izuku was up on his tiptoes trying to stretch for it, he felt his feet lift off the ground. Was all he could think to say as he rose toward the ceiling. Izuku! Granny Ito cried out, trying to grab him by the ankles. Luckily, Izuku had the presence of mind to grab a hold of one of the clothing racks jutting from the wall. Wa Izuku said, looking down at the people looking up at him. Did someone use their quirk on me? Everyone shook their heads as he made eye contact with a couple of them inquiringly. I think you must have picked up something new, Granny Ito told him quietly. Izuku thought she must be right. The biggest problem with that is that he didn't know how to get down. With his other quirks, it was pretty much easy to manage. How was he supposed to manage this? Ma'am, your grandson can't use his quirk in here like that, an employee told Granny Ito, looking up at Izuku with mild annoyance. Izuku knew that quirk use in public was generally against the law, unless you couldn't help it. He's been having some trouble with his quirk, Granny told the lady. We're very sorry for the inconvenience. We'll try to get it under control. The employee looked somewhat skeptical. 8 years old was a little old to be having trouble controlling a quirk, but she shrugged. Izuku, try to use the slats on the walls to walk yourself down to the floor, Granny advised him. That made sense. Izuku fit his fingers into the grooves in the wall that the display bars were slotted into, and with some effort, was able to get low enough for her to reach, so she could help him touch down. Now what? Izuku asked as people began to go about their business, now that the spectacle was over. I'm not really sure, Granny admitted, looking worried. She let him go, and he started to float upward again. She grabbed hold of him and pulled him back down. It was no real strain to do so, kind of like holding onto a large balloon. I don't want to take you outdoors until I'm sure you won't float away, she said. Or worse, get up in the air, then have it quit and you fall. Izuku didn't want that either. Is there something I can help you with? A voice asked from behind them. Izuku looked over to see a policeman standing there, looking curious, but not angry. Izuku said sheepishly. I don't know how to turn my quirk off. It's kind of new, and I just keep floating up in the air. You're a little old to just now be getting a quirk, the man said pointedly. I know, Izuku said nervously. But it's true. Granny let go of him for a moment, but Izuku stayed on the ground this time. It stopped, Izuku said with relief. Granny Ito still kept a firm grip on his jacket, just in case. I'm glad to hear that, the officer said. Why don't the two of you come with me back to the Koban, for now? You're going to arrest us? Izuku asked, beginning to panic. No. Of course not, the officer said with a laugh. We have information there about quirk counseling and agencies that might be able to help you learn how to control it. That could be helpful. Izuku looked to Granny to see what she thought they should do. I'm mostly concerned that this quirk will activate again while we're outside, and there won't be a ceiling to keep him from drifting away, she told the officer. That would be bad, he said, scratching his chin. How about we each take one of his hands while we walk, and if he starts to levitate at all, we can keep him grounded. That matter settled, they walked together down the road to a small building that wasn't even as big as Izuku's apartment. He sat down in a folding chair while the officer rummaged in a filing cabinet. Granny sat stiffly beside him, gripping her purse tightly in her lap. As they waited, Izuku looked around and suddenly he was airborne again. Wah, he said, feeling his butt leave the seat. Granny reached out and snagged his coat with her hand, stopping him from going any further. Izuku hung in the air, about 3 feet off the ground, feeling ridiculous as the policeman stood and walked over. I see what you mean, he said to Granny Ito. He's kind of like a human balloon. Granny nodded, and Izuku sighed. This was not how he envisioned his day going. It seemed strange that it was so late already, but the sun was setting quickly and the sky was starting to get dark. They needed to figure this out so he could go home and hide his dad's present before he got home. Let's try something, the policeman said. He took a large binder off of a shelf and held it up to Izuku. Try holding this. Izuku took the thick binder and felt himself sink toward the ground. The man handed him another, similar book and Izuku was able to stand on his own without Granny holding on to him. That's better, the officer said with satisfaction. Now maybe you could explain why no one has figured this out before? Izuku nodded, and Granny sighed. Then Izuku explained about how his quirk worked, and ended with, and this one just showed up while we were shopping. I'll be damned, the officer said quietly, mostly to himself. Everyone says that, Izuku said glumly. Izuku didn't make it home before his dad. In fact, his dad had to come and pick them up from the Koban, and bring Izuku a backpack full of books for him to wear for the time being. His dad had been worried and surprised and maybe a bit exasperated but not angry. Izuku loved that about his dad. He had simply shown up and picked Izuku up, and saw Granny Ito to the station so she could catch her train home. The police had given them a whole bunch of pamphlets that Dad promised to look at, and then they'd gone home and had leftovers for dinner. Izuku's teachers had been very understanding about him having to wear a backpack all day, and the kids didn't make fun of him too much either. Almost everyone had trouble with their quirk at one time or another, and Izuku's case was especially trying. His father made appointments for him with a quirk counselor and a personal trainer who specialized in helping kids get a handle on their quirks. Izuku was pretty much the trainer's oldest new client, but he really enjoyed the sessions. Within weeks, he was able to adequately control his levitation quirk, and his balancing quirk helped to keep him safe as well. Soon he was performing simple tricks like levitating to the top of a pole and balancing there like a seasoned acrobat, doing trick moves for fun. His trainer suggested that he be signed up for gymnastics to hone his skill and give him better control should his levitation quirk fail him and he needed to rely on his balance to land well. His father agreed, and Izuku was enrolled in a class after school most days. The counselor was concerned over the mental strain of having to adapt to suddenly appearing quirks, and did her best to supply him with tools to deal with stress and make sure he knew the legality and ethical choices that each of his quirks entailed. Izuku liked the counselor well enough, but was a remarkably well-adjusted boy for someone who had been through so much in his short life. He remained cheerful and optimistic, and continued to focus on his hero worship and the longing to become a hero himself one day. He continued to keep notebooks on various heroes he saw on television or learned about in school or from friends. He also kept one on himself, and the possible applications of each of his quirks as it applied to everyday life and possible hero work in the future. Aside from the levitation quirk, he made it all the way to 4th grade without acquiring any new quirks, which was a relief to everyone. At the end of 3rd grade, he even met a man who had a quirk similar to his own that allowed him to collect quirks, though Izuku didn't really remember much about their meeting. Granny Ito was a reliable constant in his life, though most days Izuku was busy from sunup to sunset with school, gymnastics, and homework. She spent most of her time cleaning and doing housework, and preparing meals for Izuku and his dad that didn't get eaten until they got home and heated them up. He only really saw her for a short time each day between getting home and his father showing up after work. Then one day just before the end of 4th grade, something changed. Granny Ito was becoming more and more agitated. So much so that even Izuku's dad noticed it. It began after one of their field trips on a weekend to that hero store that Izuku adored, and got progressively worse over the course of the following week. Finally, Granny took a couple of days off from work, and Izuku was left to manage his own schedule. He did fine, and even cooked meals, thanks to all of the lessons Granny had given him over the years, and was proud of himself, but he was worried. He'd never seen Granny like this. He certainly couldn't remember her ever asking for time off before. When Granny returned, she asked Izuku's dad if she could have a private meeting with him, and they disappeared into the kitchen. Izuku, being worried for Granny Ito, had snuck from his room and crawled through the house to listen in, hoping to find out what was bothering his beloved guardian. "I don't think I understand what you're telling me," Izuku heard his father say to Granny. Izuku was lying on his stomach on the carpet, his head just out of sight of the two seated at the kitchen table. "I've been lying to you from the start," Granny said, her voice sounding shaky. "You see, there's a man that used to come to my family's restaurant, and he seemed very nice. Always polite and appreciative, always got takeout food. One day he came to us and he said that he wanted my daughter to take on a position as a housekeeper, looking after a little boy and his father. My daughter refused, saying that she intended to take over the family restaurant and didn't need another job." Izuku's dad was quiet for a moment. "He wanted your daughter to take the job looking after me and Izuku?" "Yes," Granny said. "He said that he would give her a quirk to make you trust her, and if she didn't, he'd destroy us." "Wait, give her a quirk?" his dad asked. Izuku was more concerned with the destroy us part, and had to stop himself from jumping up and demanding to know more. "That's his quirk," she said, sounding fearful. "He can steal quirks from anyone, and he can give them to others, if he wants. I stepped in and demanded to take her place, so she wouldn't be put in that situation, or have to be away from her husband for so long. Why did he want you to take the job here? His dad asked, sounding very serious. He's interested in Izuku's quirk, she said, beginning to weep a little. Because he's able to have multiple quirks without putting a strain on his body. That isn't supposed to be possible. 2 is usually the most a person can handle. He wants to know what's so special about Izuku, so he can duplicate it in his student. I don't know how they're related, but there's a boy named Tamura, and he's got a perfectly awful quirk. He disintegrates anything or anyone he touches with all 5 fingers. It's terrifying. So he wanted you to spy on Izuku for him? Yes, Granny admitted. But that's not all. He's been making me take Izuku to meet with him since the beginning. All of the field trips we've gone on have been a distraction, so Izuku and you won't find out what's really been going on. Izuku stayed where he was, hidden out of sight, and tried to remember Granny ever taking him anywhere like that. He had brief flashes of being confused about falling asleep for so long on the train, but nothing about meeting anyone. I don't know how he does it, but a few minutes after we leave from meeting him, Izuku completely forgets all about it. He's met him dozens of times and never remembers a thing, Granny sobbed, sniffing loudly, her voice painfully wobbly. I didn't want to take him, but he said he'd let Tamura do to my family what he did to our cat if I didn't follow his directions. What exactly happened at these meetings? His father asked, sounding grim. Mostly he just talked to him, and sometimes he took BLD samples, but I wasn't allowed to see what he was up to most of the time, she said, hiccuping the words out with difficulty. Every time I objected, something would be a pile of ash or rubble or something dead and half dissolved when I got home that night as a warning. He took Izuku's BLD? Izuku's father sounded angry. Angrier than Izuku had ever heard him sound before. The smell of hot ash drifted to Izuku's nose, and he knew his father must be smoking at the mouth again from his quirk. Yes, Granny answered, barely audible. Then one time he took Izuku and I to an apartment, and there was a woman there, a very sick woman. Izuku listened in horror as she told her father about a woman who had died while Izuku and she watched. She described how Izuku had inherited her quirk right in front of their eyes without either of them noticing until it was done. She told him about Shigaraki's theory that not only was Izuku collecting the quirks of people that died in close proximity, but would hasten their death if they were sick or weak enough that the end was very near. Izuku had trouble believing it. He didn't remember anything like that. Granny wouldn't lie. But she had lied, a lot. Or she was lying now. Did she just say he'd killed someone? That couldn't be true. What made you decide to tell me about this, now? Izuku's dad asked, sounding shaken. What's changed? Because he wants me to bring Izuku to him again, she said, stifling a sob. In 2 weeks. I don't think he'll let me bring him back this time. He said my services would no longer be needed. For a little while, the only sound was Granny Ito crying, and Izuku wasn't sure what to do. He could see the smoke his father was emitting now, and wondered if the smoke alarm would sound because of it. Izuku is like my own grandson, Granny finally said. I may not have protected him before, but I won't let him be taken. If that means I have to pay the price for what I've done, then that's what will happen. Izuku couldn't stand it anymore. He jumped to his feet and ran into the room. No. We can't let something bad happen to you, Izuku said, hands balled into fists at his side. No. We can't, his father agreed. He said nothing about Izuku's apparent spying and eavesdropping. These past 2 days, I've talked to my daughter and her husband, Granny said sadly. They've packed and gone on vacation for a while. I don't care what happens to the restaurant, as long as they're safe. What about you? Izuku demanded. Are you going away? Yes, Izuku. One way or another, I don't think I'll be coming back here again. Izuku couldn't help the tears that sprang up in his eyes. We're going to do our best to keep you safe, his dad told her, taking out his phone. We'll start by calling the police and see if we can't get some help that way. I'm ready to face whatever consequences need to be faced, Granny said firmly. I'm angry, but not so angry I'd let you be killed over it, Izuku's dad said, finally getting his smoke under control. You've been in an impossible situation, and I get that you were protecting your family. I just wish. He didn't finish the thought as he dialed the police and tried to find who could handle a case like this. It took several phone calls, but within 2 hours, there was a detective with a lie-detecting quirk and a policeman in their living room, asking all kinds of questions. Granny answered as best she could, and the detective kept texting on his phone back and forth with someone the whole time. There are some people I'd like to bring in on this case. This sounds like a villain we've known of for quite some time, the detective finally said, tucking his phone in his pocket. They should be here in a few minutes. Izuku sat next to his father and answered questions from the detective, who was nice, and treated Granny with respect and kindness, even when she kept saying that she didn't deserve it. Izuku, the detective said kindly, why don't you go out and wait for my friends to arrive? Officer Sansa will go with you. I need to talk to your dad and Ito-san in private, okay? You don't have to go anywhere but right outside the front door. Izuku nodded and walked with the officer to the front door. He had a whole list of questions he wanted to ask the feline-headed man, starting with the bell around his neck. While he plied the officer with a million questions, he kept looking back at the apartment door, wondering what they were talking about. A little while later, Izuku heard heavy footsteps approaching on the stairs leading up to their apartment's floor. Izuku blinked as he saw golden hair spikes seeming to rise from the stairwell, followed by a man whose height alone gave him away. All Might. He wasn't wearing his hero gear, but his identity was unmistakable. The man let out the familiar trademark laugh as he spotted Izuku staring, and Officer Sansa looking amused. Hello there. All Might boomed with a grin. I'm looking for Detective Tsukachi. He's inside, sir. Izuku-kun and I were just having a chat all about quirks, Officer Sansa said. Were you now? All Might asked in a friendly, loud voice. Izuku managed to nod, even though he felt like he might pee his breathes in excitement. Then he remembered why All Might was probably here. Please help Granny Ito. It's not her fault she lied. Don't worry, young man, All Might said, resting a hand on Izuku's curls. Because I am here. Izuku couldn't help but feel better hearing that simple catchphrase. There was another man. Behind All Might. He was tall, thin, and looked like a salaryman with a suit and tie and glasses and neatly combed hair. He didn't say anything, just followed along behind All Might like a shadow. Officer Sansa went ahead and opened the door, letting the two men in. Izuku crept in behind them, but was immediately sent to his room for a while so the adults could discuss matters. There was no way to sneak out and listen, since the apartment was too small for him to go unnoticed by that many people in the living room. He went to his bed and sat with his handheld gaming console, but didn't turn on the game. His room was full of All Might merchandise, carefully saved up for over time and selected with painstaking care. Would All Might go and arrest that Shigaraki man and the kid? Could kids be arrested? Izuku sat contemplating what would happen if Granny Ito had to go away for a long time. Finally, there was a light knock on his door. He tried to leave his door open to try to hear, but they'd caught him. Scrambling off the bed, he opened the door to find the salaryman standing there. May I come in? The man asked. Izuku shrugged and stood back for the man to enter. You can sit in my desk chair if you want, Izuku offered, remembering his manners. Thank you, the man said, doing so. This is quite a remarkable All Might collection for someone your age. He's my favorite. I want to be a hero like him, someday. Night Eye pointed to a snow globe with a place of honor on a shelf with a limited edition All Might figure from a blind bag collection. I have that same snow globe, he said. There were 500 made. I won it in a raffle. Izuku said proudly. Izuku sat on the edge of his bed facing his visitor, wondering what he wanted. Very lucky. My name is Sir Night Eye, the man told him. I'm All Might's sidekick? Izuku's eyes widened. He didn't know that All Might had a sidekick. What kind of fan was he? He had a million questions. I came to ask you if you would let me use my quirk on you, the man said calmly. What's your quirk? Izuku asked curiously. Good for you, the man approved. I'm glad you were smart enough to ask me that before agreeing. My quirk is called Foresight, and it allows me to see into a person's future. That's kind of, Izuku began, then cut himself off before he could say something rude. Go on, don't be afraid to say what you think. It's kind of silly, Izuku said apologetically. Sorry. The man smiled slightly. Why do you think it's silly? Because no one knows what will happen in the future, Izuku told him, as if the answer was obvious. Too many people have too many choices to predict the future. It's always changing. Izuku thought he heard that in a movie or something. Interesting. How old are you again? Sir Night-Eye didn't seem offended by Izuku's words. In fact, he sounded curious. I'm almost 10, Izuku said, even though his birthday was still 4 months away. I see, he said inscrutably. Well, I should say my quirk shows me the most probable outcome, then. It's just never been wrong before. Wow. That's really impressive. Good job, Izuku said excitedly. He was definitely going to put a page in his hero notebook about this. Thank you, Sir Night-Eye said with a wry smile. I would like to try to see what might happen in your future, so we can figure out the best way to protect you. Okay, I guess. Will you tell me what you see? Izuku asked. Am I going to be a hero someday? I probably won't look that far ahead, he said easily. And I'll only tell you something if you really, really need to know about it. Izuku sighed. Do I have to do anything, or do I just sit here? I have to touch you, like putting my hand on your hand or arm, and I have to make eye contact. All you have to do is sit still, he explained. Okay. Izuku held out his arm, and Sir Night-Eye gently grasped his wrist and looked into Izuku's big green eyes. They sat like that for a couple of minutes, until Izuku started to feel squirmy. It didn't hurt, it didn't feel like anything. Sir Night-Eye's eyes glowed an interesting purplish color, and there was a strange pattern in the glow that looked kind of like a gear, which was neat. Izuku tried to memorize it so he could draw it later. After he was finished, Night-Eye blinked and let go of Izuku's arms. Did you see anything good? Izuku asked, hoping for a hint. I could see that you are a good person, Midoriya-kun, Night-Eye told him, getting to his feet. And I think we'll be seeing more of each other in the future at some point. Other than that, I won't say. Izuku simply sighed and nodded. Thank you for helping, Izuku told him before the man turned toward the door. The man paused at the door and turned back to Izuku. Tell me a joke, the man said unexpectedly. Without hesitation, Izuku recited one of his favorites. What is a villain's favorite part of a joke? Sir Night-Eye raised an eyebrow in inquiry. The punchline, Izuku told him with a grin. The man chuckled at that. I'll look forward to seeing you again one day, he said. He turned and left the room, making Izuku wonder if he was allowed to go out and find out what was going on now. When he poked his head out and looked toward the living room, Officer Sansa spotted him and subtly shook his head. Izuku nodded and went back into this room, closing the door. He got out his latest notebook and began to painstakingly write about foresight. When Izuku was finally able to come out of his room, Granny Ito was looking very tired, but was sitting comfortably on the couch and not in HNDCFFS. Izuku had been afraid that she would be under arrest or something. He went and took a seat beside her, wanting to comfort her, somehow. Are they going to be able to help? Izuku asked her quietly while the detective talked to Sir Night-Eye and All Might. They're trying to figure out what to do right now, she told him, patting his arm. But the most important thing is keeping you safe. It doesn't matter what happens to me as long as you're okay. It matters to me, Izuku said, crossing his arms across his A tear rolled down Granny's cheek. I'm so sorry, Izuku, she said in a shaky voice. I never wanted to do any of the things he told me to. He didn't give you a choice, Izuku told her loyally. I don't deserve such kindness, she insisted, but I want you to know that I wasn't pretending to like you, ever. You're a wonderful boy, and you're growing up to be a wonderful young man. I wish. I'm really not going to see you again, am I? Izuku asked quietly when she didn't finish. No, she said, wiping away a tear. It would be far too dangerous. He nodded and leaned toward her to rest his head on her shoulder. I'm going to miss you, he said sadly. I'm going to miss you too. In the end, they decided that Granny Ito and her family should be moved for their own protection, at least until All Might could deal with the man Granny knew as Shigaraki, but who All Might knew as a villain called All for One. It was a slide of luck, really, that Granny knew where his base was and could draw a map for them. They had at least a week to work with to come up with a plan for a confrontation between the #1 hero and the #1 villain. In the meantime, Izuku and his father would also need to move, and Granny Ito was not allowed to know where, for everyone's safety. Before the heroes and police left, All Might asked to be excused to take care of business and disappeared down the hallway. Izuku had assumed that the man needed the toilet, but when he went to his room later, he found that every poster on his wall had been autographed, and so had the bottom of his snow globe. He might not have gotten to ask All Might all of the questions he had wanted to, but this absolutely made up for it. The rest had all happened very quickly. Izuku was moved to another school just before summer break, so he barely had time to get to know anyone, but the other kids seemed okay. While he was at his first day of the new school, a group of movers had descended on the Midoriya household and packed everything up. They were moved to an apartment in a much taller building with much better security and an elevator inside instead of stairs outside to their floor. The rooms had a slightly different layout from their old apartment, but otherwise were pretty much the same. The building itself was more modern, and their location was more in the city than the suburbs. It was closer to his dad's office, so that was nice, too. It was just a lot to take in. 3 days after Izuku moved to his new home with his dad, a raid was planned on All for One's home base, and it was hoped that Izuku and his father would no longer have to worry about a strange man giving Izuku quirks or taking his BLD. It went without saying that Izuku was not allowed to talk to anyone about any of it, and when asked why he moved to a new school after the beginning of the school year, they kept it simple and said that his dad had been transferred for work and it couldn't wait. When the other kids asked Izuku what his quirk was, he showed them how he could turn see-through, and left it at that. The raid on All for One didn't go as planned. There was nothing about it on the news, but Detective Tsukachi came to see Izuku's dad to fill them in on things, and he looked shaken. "We don't think that you'll need to worry about Shigaraki," he told them, holding his cup of untouched tea. But the boy named Tamura and the warping villain escaped, and Shigaraki's body was taken as well. It was an intense battle, and the amount of BLD Shigaraki lost really wasn't consistent with sustainability. "We've got the story suppressed. It won't be reported on any news outlets." Izuku knew he was using big words to try to keep him from understanding what he was saying, but he knew that it meant that the bad guy was probably dead. "How are All Might and Sir Night-Eye?" Izuku's dad asked. Izuku thought that was a weird question, since All Might was indestructible. "There were some injuries," the detective said, his eyes flicking to Izuku for a moment, looking worried. "Nothing the doctors can't handle, though." Izuku nodded with satisfaction. All Might always came out on top. He wondered if Granny Ito knew that the man who had been threatening her and her family was dead. He hoped so. "I'm gonna write All Might a letter to say thank you," Izuku said as Detective Tsukachi was leaving. "I'll bet he'd like that." "Where should I send it?" Izuku asked. "I'd normally send it to his agency, like the others, but this is supposed to be a secret, right?" Izuku practically knew the address to his agency by heart. He had a small stack of thank you form letters from there, for all of the letters he'd sent in the past. "Right?" the detective said with a nod. "I have a feeling you'll be seeing Sir Night-Eye before long, and you can pass it to him. He'll get it where it needs to go." Izuku nodded, and couldn't help but feel excited to meet the sidekick again. Maybe he could ask some of his questions, then. In the meantime, he would write his letter so it would be ready. That night Izuku had troubling dreams. Shigaraki was in them, and so was Dr. Tsubasa, and Izuku was strapped to a table in a dark room and there was eerie light coming from tanks of what looked like green slime. It was scary, but Izuku found he couldn't move his limbs or cry out for help. When he woke in a panic, he was covered in sweat and shaking, but was overcome by sleepiness again. He vaguely remembered his dream for the few minutes after waking, but they faded away by the time he'd used the bathroom and gotten dressed. All that was left was a vague sense of unease. It didn't take long for Sir Night-Eye to show up at the Midoriya's new apartment. He came the very next day. He looked a little disheveled and wild-eyed, but unhurt in any way. He was still dressed like a salaryman, but there were dark smudges under his eyes, and he was a little pale. "Sir Night?" Izuku said happily when he opened the door. He already knew it was him from the door camera. The new apartment building made people who lived there buzz in. "Any guests from the lobby?" "Midoriya-kun," he said formally. "I wonder if I could have a moment of your time. Is your father at home?" "Come in," Izuku invited, setting out a pair of guest slippers for him. My dad's at work right now. He leaves you alone? Sir asked, looking a little troubled. Not usually. Just since Granny Ito had to, Izuku trailed off, knowing he knew why Granny Ito was no longer looking after him. He says I'm old enough to stay home by myself for a while, as long as I don't go out or cook anything on the stove. Sir Night-Eye nodded slowly as if considering the situation as he took a seat in the living room and refused the offer of tea. Izuku knew they couldn't hire a new housekeeper, just in case. Normally he'd spend all day in school, then go to gymnastics and wouldn't be home alone as much. It was summer break, though, so he was on his own. That makes sense, I suppose. The reason I'm here is to ask if you would allow me to use my quirk on you again, to confirm something I already saw, he explained. It's fine with me, Izuku said. Is everything okay? The fight with All for One was very difficult, and strong on All Might, Sir told him seriously. He was injured, and I used my quirk on him to make sure he would be alright. However, I want to look into your future, because I already know that you will see him again at some point in the future, and I want to see him as you will, to make sure he's going to recover well. You said your quirk is never wrong, Izuku reminded him shrewdly. You shouldn't need to check with me. You're a smart kid, Sir said with the ghost of a smile bending the corners of his lips upward. You're right, seeing All Might getting injured like this has made me nervous. I'm second-guessing myself, and want to use your future encounter with him to make myself feel better. If it makes you feel better, then sure. Izuku said, sitting on the edge of the coffee table and holding out his arm like before. Sir Night-Eye looked grateful as he reached out and grasped Izuku's wrist lightly and looked into his eyes. It seemed to go on for a long time, with Sir Night-Eye in sort of trance and Izuku sitting somewhat awkwardly, waiting for him to find whatever it was he was looking for. When Sir finally blinked and released him, Izuku tried not to be rude and rubbed the arm that was starting to go numb from hanging in the air for so long. Yes, the sidekick murmured to himself. Alright. We can deal with that. Is everything still okay? Izuku asked, tilting his head to the side. Yes. Thank you. I saw what I needed to see. That's good, then, Izuku said, feeling glad. After a moment, Sir Night-Eye stood up. I need to go meet with All Might, he told Izuku. Oh. Could you wait just a minute? I wrote him a letter, if you could give it to him. He waited a moment until Sir nodded in agreement, and then sprinted to his room to get the letter sitting on his desk. He folded it up and took a moment to find an envelope to put it in, then trotted back out to find Sir looking at hero analysis for the future number 10, which had been sitting on the coffee table, where Izuku had been writing in it before the door buzzer had sounded earlier. Seeing his notebook in the hands of someone else made his heart jump. He didn't share his notes with people very often. You've made some very astute observations, Sir Night-Eye said without apology for snooping. And your drawing skills are very good for someone your age. Thanks. Izuku said, feeling proud. I have a lot of questions. If I write you a letter, do you think you could answer some of them? I think that could be arranged, he said, closing the notebook and handing it back to Izuku in exchange for the letter to All Might. Sir produced a business card and handed it to Izuku, who looked at it in awe. It was plant white, with navy blue lettering, but it had the address of Sir's office at Might Tower and his phone number on it. You can send a letter to this address, and you may call that number if you have an emergency. Only if you have an emergency. Understood? Yes, sir. Izuku said reverently. I promise. Very well, Sir said with a little smile. I look forward to hearing from you. Now, one last thing. A joke if you would? Izuku laughed. Sir must really enjoy jokes. He thought for a moment before he came up with one he thought was suitable. What do you call a fly with no wings? What do you call a fly with no wings? Sir asked. I walk, Izuku told him with a big grin. Sir Night-Eye gave a huff of laughter before he nodded in appreciation. Goodbye, Midoriya-kun. The moment the door closed behind Sir Night-Eye, Izuku was racing to get some paper to start the letter he wanted to write. When his dad got home, Izuku was still awake. He'd made a passable meal using just the microwave and rice cooker, and sat and talked to his dad while they ate a late dinner. Hey, Izuku, his father said as they washed the dishes together. Would you be interested in attending a summer camp this year? It's a little late to sign up, but there are a couple that you go away to for a week or two. You liked the nature camp that one time. That was fun, but if I go, who will take care of you? Izuku asked seriously. His father sighed and ruffled his hair. Who's the parent here? If you're away at camp, and I'm at work, there won't be much to take care of around here. Don't let housekeeping get in the way of something you want to do. Besides, I feel bad leaving you home by yourself all the time. You should be out having fun, and there really should be a reliable adult to look after you for a couple of more years. Yet, Izuku considered this. Maybe if there was a gymnastics or quirk training camp. I'll have my assistant look into it. In the end, Izuku did not get enrolled into a summer camp for a week or two. Hi's father proposed a completely different idea altogether, after getting a phone call from Sir Night-Eye. All Might's sidekick had called Izuku's dad to ask if Izuku might be allowed to do a sort of junior internship at All Might's agency for a few weeks. Until school started again, he could take a train each morning and spend the day learning the ins and outs of a hero agency, and then take the train back home in the afternoon. Izuku had nearly fainted when his father had said he'd turn down the offer, because Izuku would be bored hanging out in an office all day. He laughed uproariously when Izuku had actually shouted at him in disbelief, and admitted that he'd accepted the offer. What safer place for his son to be than in the agency of the world's greatest hero or his sidekick? Dad, I'm going to need some new notebooks, Izuku insisted excitedly. 2 days later, Izuku was met in the lobby of Might Tower by a nice lady in a black pencil skirt and a frilly blouse. She pinned a special visitor badge to Izuku's shirt and took him on a truncated tour of the building. This place is huge, Izuku said, in awe of how many buttons there were in the panel on the elevator. All Might does so much hero work that it takes scores of people to handle the paperwork, scheduling, merchandising, image branding, and things like that. That way, All Might can concentrate on what he does best, she explained kindly. Saving people and catching villains, Izuku said enthusiastically. Exactly right, she agreed with a smile. She led him down long hallways full of busy people, explaining what each department they passed did for the agency. They skipped floors here and there for no reason Izuku could discern, but he didn't worry too much about it. Exploring this place seemed like it could take years to see it all. He was very interested in one of the areas they passed, which had a large collection of All Might merchandise on display, including some prototypes and items that had never even gone to production. He wanted to linger there and soak it all in, but he also didn't want to slack off on his first day. He reluctantly followed the woman leading him, hoping he'd get a chance to come back and examine everything some other time. They passed through a cafeteria that was relatively quiet, since it was between breakfast and lunchtime, and took another elevator that was not connected to the other one they had taken before. This elevator takes us up to the floors that All Might uses. There's a special entrance on the roof that only he can use, and the very top floors are only accessible to him, Sir Night-Eye, and a couple of other very close friends of his. When the doors slid open, there was a noticeable lack of people compared to the lower floors. There was an attractive woman sitting at a reception desk that looked up from her computer when the elevator arrived, and she smiled at them. She thanked the woman that had skirted Izuku this far, then dismissed her. She waved at Izuku, then got back into the elevator and was gone. "Hello there, Midoriya-kun," she said in a honeyed voice that was so nice it was probably her quirk. "We've been expecting you. Sir Night-Eye will be down in just a minute. In the meantime, I'll help you get your iris scanned for security clearance." Izuku was amazed by the little panel in the wall that he had to stand in front of on a small step stool, to have his eyes scanned into the computer so that he could get into the upper floors of Might Tower. By the time the panel beeped and gave a green light, another door opened across the room, and Sir Night-Eye stepped out and beckoned Izuku to come with him. "I trust you had no trouble getting here this morning?" Sir asked him as he led Izuku into a stairwell with a wall of windows that allowed him to see across the city. "It was easy," Izuku told him, climbing the steps eagerly beside him. "This building is the tallest one around, and has a big globe on top." "That's true," Sir told him. "I'm going to take you to my office for now, but then I'd like to take you to see All Might. He's still in the hospital, but it's okay for him to have visitors." "Was he really hurt that bad?" Izuku asked worriedly. He couldn't imagine it. As long as he'd hero-worshipped All Might, he'd never seen him with more than a scratch on the news. Yes, I'm afraid so, Sir said seriously, using an iris scanner to open the door at the top of the stairs. He led Izuku into an area that was way bigger than any office he had ever seen or heard of. It took up at least half of the entire floor of the building. There were floor-to-ceiling windows with an incredible view, and a large seating area with an absolutely huge armchair that must have been made specifically for All Might's height and bulk. There were other chairs and a sofa grouped around that. There was a large desk with a couple of chairs in front of it, some office equipment, and an enormous bank of television screens that seemed to show different parts of the city in real time. Wow, Izuku said, roaming over the different screens. I'll bet you don't even have to patrol, with so many cameras around. Well, that would be ideal of course, but why do you think patrolling is still necessary? Sir asked him, coming to stand beside him and look at the monitors. Cameras can't be everywhere? Izuku guessed. Correct. Villains and criminals seldom plan or commit crimes out in the open. Most crimes start indoors, and end up in public as the result of getting caught. That makes sense, Izuku said, wondering if it would be okay to get out his new notebook and start taking notes. Bad guys need to have hideouts? Sir nodded and turned away from the monitors to go to his desk. What does a junior intern do anyway? Izuku asked. My dad said that interns are usually from high schools or universities, and they go to places like where they want to work in the future to learn stuff. That's a good explanation. Occasionally, we will take on an especially promising student from one of the hero high schools like UA, Shiketsu or others and give them a taste of what it's like to use what they've learned at school in the real world. There is only so much school can teach you, and the rest must be gained by experience, trial and error. But I haven't learned anything about hero work in school. I'm not even in middle school, yet. Sir gave him a small smile as he tapped at the keys of his computer. That's why you're a junior intern. Your father said you've had some quirk counseling and training, but we both agree that you could use more. You and I, and perhaps some trusted allies will spend some time this summer to examine each of your quirks and decide which are best suited to hero work, if that is still what you wish to pursue. I want to be a hero more than anything, Izuku said firmly. I want to protect people like Granny Ito who get bullied by villains, and people like my mom, who died because of villains. I don't want that to happen to anyone else. Izuku didn't get as emotional anymore, talking about his mother and her death, but he never forgot how it felt to lose her. Now he was simply passionate about protecting anyone else from dying needlessly. A worthy goal, Sir told him. Also, you've been given an immense power, with immense potential. All for one had similar potential, and made some very unfortunate choices that led him to where he is today. It's our responsibility to make sure that you understand the best uses for your quirks and how to make the best choices regarding them. Do you have a notebook like the one I saw, that lists your observations about your own quirks? Izuku looked at Sir slightly suspiciously, wondering how the man knew about that. He nodded. Excellent. You'll bring it with you tomorrow and we can see what you've already discovered, Sir told him, sounding satisfied. Today, we're going to visit the hospital, and let that determine what else we'll be doing. He stood from behind his computer and motioned for Izuku to follow him across the room to another retinal scanner. A moment later, they were in a small, private elevator that took them all the way down to the parking garage under the building. Sir's car was a normal-looking sedan with dark-tinted windows and comfortable LTR seats, a lot like the car his dad drove when he didn't take a train to work. I want to prepare you for what you're going to see when we get to All Might's room, Sir told him. He's healing as well as they can manage, but he's lost a considerable portion of his left side. He's not as strong as he once was and tires quickly. This should all improve over time. I'm not supposed to go into hospitals because of my quirk, Izuku said timidly. He really wanted to see All Might, even though he was afraid of what he might see. He didn't want to miss out on this chance to spend time with his idol just because of the off chance that someone might die in another part of the hospital. This is a special hospital, Sir assured him. No one there is in danger of dying. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed into his seat. I'm glad. Me too, Sir said with feeling. The building they parked at was a 2-story, modern-looking one. All of the windows were mirrored so that no one could see inside from outside, and Izuku watched himself walk beside Sir Night-Eye in the reflection they cast as they moved toward the door. This place takes care of heroes who are recovering from serious injuries, Sir told him as he entered a passcode on a number pad beside the door. If you see anyone you recognize, please do not interrupt their sessions. They are here to train so they can return to their hero work as soon as possible. Yes, sir, Izuku said firmly, determined to behave impeccably, so there would be a good report if his father asked Sir about him later. Izuku had been expecting a quiet atmosphere and hushed voices, like the other times he'd been in a hospital. Instead, it was bright, and looked like one of those ads on television for fitness centers. There was exercise equipment everywhere, and the clink of weights tapping each other as men and women worked through their reps. There were also people in scrubs standing by, many of them, giving encouragement or instructions, and a lot of grunting from the people being pushed to perform. It was all very interesting. Izuku did recognize at least two of the heroes he saw, but said nothing as he kept close to Sir's side. He was led to an elevator. However, instead of going up as he expected, they went down, not one floor but two. In this underground space, there was more sturdy-looking equipment, a large open area, and a single bedroom off to the side. There was even a little walled-off room with a small pool and an even smaller pool with steam rising from the surface of the water. It seemed like a space to hide the fact that the world's #1 hero was in residence, which made sense. He wondered who else got this type of treatment or privacy when All Might wasn't here. A very short man leaning on a walking stick was standing off to one side as All Might did pull-ups on a bar attached to the wall. "Who's the kid?" the short man asked. Suddenly, All Might dropped from the bar and landed on his feet, breathing. "You shouldn't be that tired yet," the short man told him, sounding concerned. "You just started." "It came on suddenly," All Might said. Sir Night-Eye looked thoughtful at this announcement. "This is Midoriya Izuku," Sir told the short man. "I told you about him." The short man grunted and gave a sniff. "Thought he'd be older. And bigger. Are you feeling better?" Sir asked All Might, approaching the hero with Izuku following him like a shadow. But there's this feeling like tugging inside me. I can't explain it. It just came out of nowhere, and it's making me feel drained all of the sudden." Izuku looked at All Might in concern. He looked pretty much the same as the last time he'd seen him, except for the wide swath of bandages wrapped around his middle. "Interesting. Let me perform a small experiment," Sir said, sounding thoughtful. "Izuku, come with me." He ushered Izuku back toward the elevator and called to the two men, "We'll be back in 5 minutes. Monitor how you feel once we leave." The door slid closed, and Izuku looked up at Sir Night-Eye with solemn concern. "You think I'm making him feel sick, don't you?" "Yes," Sir said, sounding more interested than upset. "I think your quirk senses his weakness, and is trying to prepare to take his quirk. I can't take All Might's quirk. He's not going to die," Izuku said in a panic. "Correct," Sit said, placing a hand on his shoulder as they exited the elevator on the main floor. "The nature of his quirk will not allow it to be forcibly taken, and he is not going to die in the near future. If Sir was saying it, it must be true." Izuku could feeling the tension that had suddenly tied his heart in a knot loosening. Izuku followed along behind him as Sir traveled through the facility to a small room with what looked like a cafeteria, but also had a bank of vending machines. He pulled out his wallet and fed money into a machine that dispensed drinks. He purchased 4 cans of tea, and handed 2 to Izuku to carry and took the other 2 himself. The cans promptly reacted to Izuku's Teflon quirk and slipped from his fingers before he could adjust his grip to hold them from the bottom. His reflexes were good though, and he managed to snag them before they hit the ground and tuck them into the crook of his arm. "Oops," he said in embarrassment, "I forgot to grab my gloves before we left my place." Sir regarded him with a small, indulgent smile before leading the way back to the elevator. "So, how can I be making All Might sick, if he's not dying?" Izuku asked, getting the subject back on track. "I think your quirk can tell when someone is weakened, physically, maybe even mentally. I think it kind of sends out feelers, as it were, to check if a new quirk will be inherited soon. Because All Might is currently not in top shape, your quirk is kind of like a curious ant, scouting out new territory." Izuku appreciated the analogy, but it still concerned him. Does that mean I shouldn't be around him until he's all better? Izuku asked. Possibly, Sir admitted. The reason we came up here is to see if your absence negates the weakness he began to feel when you arrived. Izuku liked that Sir didn't try to dumb down his vocabulary when he spoke to Izuku. Sometimes he didn't fully understand what some stuff meant, but could still figure it out, even without someone explaining. So he should feel better when I'm gone? Izuku asked. That's what we're checking, right? We're going to go back and see if it happens again? Precisely, Sir told him with a nod. Are you ready? I'm afraid that if he starts to weaken, we'll have to leave and meet with him another time when he's built his strength again more, or even over the computer. Does he even want to meet with me? Izuku asked. He didn't want to force his company or his presence where it wasn't wanted, even if it meant missing out on spending time with All Might. He'd already lost his friendship with Kaken because of that, and it had hurt. To cause harm or annoyance to a man he'd idolized for as long as he could remember was unthinkable. I'm not sure it's a question of wanting to, so much as needing to, Sir told him cryptically. All might be having a bit of trouble accepting that he might not be as strong anymore as he was before his fight with All for One. What does that have to do with me? Izuku asked as they made their way back to the elevator. It was a big worry that All Might was weaker than he had been, especially since he might not have had to fight All for One if it hadn't been for Izuku. I'm hoping that he will see in you what I've seen in you, he said, and that he'll help us with your quirks and get you ready to be a great hero someday. Again, Izuku didn't understand exactly what he meant, but wasn't about to argue with the idea of having help from All Might himself. He remained silent and a little tense as they descended to the underground space, and cautiously stepped out of the elevator. All Might and the short man were having a conversation, but stopped when Izuku appeared. All Might stood with his trademark smile on his face and came closer. I'm feeling much better. He paused for a moment before finishing saying, now. The smile gradually disappeared into a puzzled frown as he paused mid-step. Do you feel it again? Sir asked interestedly. I do, All Might said, also sounding intrigued. It's not as strong as before, though. It's very strange. He got down on one knee to be closer to Izuku in height and studied him intently for a moment. I can leave, Izuku said, backing up a step, but coming up against Sir Night-Eye, who was behind him. Give it a little time, Izuku-an, Sir advised kindly. Do you feel anything, Gran? All Might asked the short man. Nope. Not a thing, the man said gruffly. Do you? He asked Izuku. Izuku shook his head and inadvertently turned transparent. It's fine, young man, All Might told him, the smile returning to his face. Just unexpected. You're not hurting me at all. Izuku was not so sure about that, but All Might didn't look pained, and Sir Night-Eye wasn't pulling him away. He breathed again and became fully visible. I got your letter, young man, All Might said as he might address a frightened puppy. It really lifted my spirits. It's no fun being stuck in a hospital, especially when there's no one but these two to talk to. Izuku looked at the short man curiously when he snorted. He was stocky, but looked pretty strong despite his walking stick. The wrinkles around his mouth and nose told him that he must be relatively old, and his hair was snow white, though that wasn't always an indicator of age. I've written you lots of letters, Izuku told him, reassured. I sent them to your fan club and my dad said you probably don't read those, because if you did you wouldn't have time for anything else. What do you think? All Might asked. I think you probably read some, but there's no way you can read all of them, Izuku answered honestly. But that's okay. I think maybe you read the ones that people are smart enough to send you at my tower, or maybe there's someone who reads them for you and gives you the most important ones. You're pretty smart, All Might said approvingly. Izuku smiled. He was really talking to All Might. And it was okay. How old are you, kid? The old man asked. Izuku looked up at Sir questioningly and he nodded. This is Gran Torino. He's a retired hero and a good friend. Izuku had never heard of Gran Torino before, and he wondered how many other secrets All Might had that no one knew anything about. For the #1 hero in the world, he did a good job keeping people important to him out of the public eye. I'm 10, he answered. I'm in 5th grade. You sure you want to start him this early? Gran asked, looking at Sir. It's never too early to learn the basics of one's quirk, Sir answered with a shrug. If he learns how he could possibly apply them to hero work while he's at it, what's the harm? It's not like we're asking him for a huge commitment, just yet. Izuku looked back and forth between the adults, who all seemed to be having a silent conversation with just their eyes. Unless Gran Torino was a telepath or something, and helping them all speak with their minds. He also didn't miss the word yet in Sir Nitai's comment. Was he talking about becoming a hero or something else? Gran looked Izuku over before shrugging. He seems to be in decent shape, he admitted grudgingly. What are your quirks, kid? The first one is one my dad called inheritance on the registry forms he filled out. That's the one that gives me new quirks, though Granny Ito said that that man gave me at least one other one, so I'm not sure. I got my mom's pulling quirk. I can move small objects to me, but nothing heavy. Izuku had all of this memorized by now, since he seemed to have to recite it for every new person he met. Then I found out that I turn see-through when I hold my breath, he said. We just saw that one, All Might said with a nod of encouragement. I can change the color of anything plastic by touching it, and for some reason, I can tell what people want to eat when they're hungry, he said. He pointed to Gran Torino and said, You really want a custard-filled taiyaki right now. He always wants taiyaki, All Might said with a chuckle. All Might isn't hungry right now, but Sir wants sushi for lunch, Izuku supplied. He's not wrong, Sir said with a wry smile. I have a balance and agility quirk that helps me land without getting hurt and lets me do neat tricks. I can also make a small animal's fur grow by petting it, and stuff won't stick to my skin if it gets spilled on me. The last one I got, the one that I got from the lady that the villain guy took me to meet. I guess she had a levitation quirk that lets me float in the air. Float? All Might asked, suddenly looking at Gran Torino. It's almost like a sign. Gran didn't look convinced that whatever All Might was talking about meant anything. Don't get so caught up in the idea that you end up putting all your eggs in one basket, Toshi. That one was the hardest for me to figure out, Izuku admitted. I had to wear a weighted backpack for a while, and I got sent to quirk counseling and training to get it under control. I was going to gymnastics before, but they're on break for the summer. Gran Torino gave a long, low whistle. That's a lot of quirks, kid. Izuku nodded a little uncertainly, not sure if it was a criticism or just an observation. 9, Izuku said with a nod. My dad did some checking in the records from the doctor who was helping the villain guy. Dad knows for sure how I got my mom's quirk and that lady's levitation quirk. Also that the see-through quirk happened at the hospital in Taiwan. The rest of them are kind of a mystery. They say that All for One might have given them to me using his quirk. He was experimenting on you, Sir Night-Eye confirmed. We think we know why, and that's one of the reasons we wanted to take you under our wing, so to speak. Shigaraki Tamura escaped with the Warp Gate villain, and that doctor that was aiding them. It's important that you have protection, and that you be able to protect yourself as much as possible. Izuku nodded consideringly. It was scary to know that there might still be people out there who wanted to keep doing stuff to him, even though All for One was gone. You're all going to teach me? He asked, somewhat in awe. He wasn't exactly sure why All for One had been experimenting on him, but he was glad it wasn't going to happen anymore. He knew it had something to do with trying to figure out why Izuku was physically able to house so many quirks within his body without being hurt. He wondered why All for One hadn't just taken away his quirk, if that's what his own quirk allowed him to do. Maybe he couldn't because it was too much like his own? Why hadn't they used All for One's BLD instead? Maybe they had, and they thought Izuku's quirk worked in a different way? That's the plan, All Might told him with a smile. As long as you work strong and want to learn, we'll be working with you for the remainder of your summer break, at the very least, Sir said. After that, we'll have to see what can be arranged, but your formal education comes first and foremost. Izuku nodded in understanding, but couldn't help the excited gleam in his eye. At the moment, he felt like the luckiest kid in the world. All Might had been released from his rehab hospital and allowed to return to Might Tower, where he apparently lived on the very top floor. He was not allowed to do any hero work for another few days, and even then, nothing too strenuous. Izuku was glad he had people looking out for him, to keep him from overdoing it. Sir and Gran made sure he sat on the sidelines as much as possible until All Might was grumbling about being treated like a baby. They started Izuku's training by examining his quirks, starting with pull. In the highest rooms of Might Tower, Izuku stood before a shelf full of various objects. Simple things, like a box of Pocky, a calculator, a huge t-shirt with an American flag on it, a ring full of keys, a hammer, all things that didn't weigh too terribly much. Izuku was tasked with pulling each one to him individually, then in different combinations, which he was not very good at. He could get one to come to him with little problem, but as soon as he added another item, he lost control of both. He worked on it again and again and again without complaint, but he didn't improve. Sir Night-Eye finally concluded that his ability in this area was limited, and while useful, it just wasn't very strong. Don't be discouraged, he told Izuku when he seemed disappointed in himself. Never underestimate the power of being able to call a small tool, such as a rock or key, at an important moment. Next they worked for a short time on his turning plastic or wax different colors, trying to see if he had any talent for detail. He didn't. They gave him Lego bricks and asked him to only change the small round knobs on the tops of them to different colors, but it was never any use. Anything he changed the color of was all or nothing, no matter how much he tried. Gran Torino looked thoughtful for a moment and said, "Maybe if your hero costume has a plastic cape with a hood on it when you get one, you can use that quirk to help camouflage yourself a bit." Izuku liked that idea, but the thought of having a hero costume seemed like a long way off. Transparency was deemed a similar possibility, since he was unable to make himself completely disappear. They thought that maybe if he combined the two abilities, he might be able to hide almost in plain sight. They would test in one day when it was safer to train in public and play hide and seek, though Might Tower was a large place. The quirk that let him know what anyone wanted to eat was deemed useless for hero work, even by Izuku himself. It might be a neat party trick, or useful in the catering or restaurant business, but that was pretty much it. For making an animal's fur grow, Izuku was taken to the lower floors of Might Tower, where there were a couple of people with animalistic quirks who were willing to let a child try to make their hair grow. Interestingly enough, one was Officer Sansa, who had a cat's head, and one was a pro-hero named Hound Dog, that Izuku was aware of, but didn't know much about. He peppered the man with questions before All Might reined him in and got him back on track. Officer Sansa was amused when he finally bent his head and let Izuku slide the fur between his ears. Izuku was careful to be very gentle, and huffed out a laugh when Officer Sansa suddenly looked like he was wearing a furry toupee. It worked, Izuku said excitedly. Cool. Officer Sansa accepted the offered hand mirror while everyone looked very amused. No offense, Midoriya-kun, but I think I'll go back to my short hair after this. Izuku grinned widely and nodded. It does look kind of silly. Hound Dog was another story. He was excited by the prospect of having shaggy long hair on his head. Something about his quirk limited the length of the hair he could naturally grow, and he wanted a different look. Izuku was a little worried the quirk wouldn't work on him, since he had slightly more humanoid features than Sansa, but it was fine. The blonde shaggy hair/fur on his head grew longer and longer the more Izuku ran his hands over it, finally stopping when it reached the man's shoulders. Hound Dog got so excited by his reflection, and it was strong to understand him as some of his human speech turned into growls and whines, but they got the gist. He was very pleased. His reaction made Izuku wonder if Sansa ever purred or had the urge to play with string. It didn't seem polite to ask. They thanked the men, and then went back to the upper floors to consider what this could mean. Hair and fur are basically the same thing, Sir Night-Eye told Izuku as they began the discussion. Both are made from keratin and the same proteins. The main difference is in how it grows. Animals other than humans tend to have a different, often faster, growth cycle, which is why dogs and cats seem to shed so much. Most of those also have a set length they will grow to, and not grow any longer than that. You don't see stray cats dragging a long coat of hair around because no one's taken for a haircut. Izuku thought of the first cat he'd tried his quirk on and grinned at the image of what it might have looked like if he'd continued petting it. But it's not really valuable for hero work, is it? He asked. He'd already made a little money with that particular quirk, but it had hardly been heroic. Not as such, no, Sir said thoughtfully, but you couldn't totally rule it out in very special circumstances. For example, if you were fighting someone like Hound Dog and could get up on their shoulders, you might be able to make their hair grow long enough to wrap it around their eyes or neck and weaponize it. That would take time and a certain amount of skill, but it's not impossible. I don't think it's something you need to train to do, but it's always good to keep any unusual skills in the back of your mind for unique situations. Your Teflon quirk could be quite useful in many situations, All Might told him as they moved through the list of his other quirks. I've fought a lot of villains that spit or shot or oozed nasty things that have slowed me down. Depending on how well you repel such things, it could prove very useful indeed. That being said, Izuku was supplied with a pair of swim trunks, All Might themed, of course, and had the very odd experience of having All Might, Sir Night Eye and Gran Torino try flinging various substances on him to see if any of them stuck. He wasn't sure how they would get it off if something did, but not even the strongest glue would adhere to his skin or hair. They even did a small patch test with various acids, with proper precautions to negate any effects, but those just slid off of him as well. His skin could definitely be pierced, scraped or cut, but was otherwise very, very non-stick. It was one of the reasons he often wore slim clothes with Velcro straps to help him keep his grip on things. You might consider a pair that match your skin tone to avoid drawing attention to it, Sir suggested, but that's merely aesthetics. The two quirks that were of the most interest to them all in terms of hero work were his balance/agility and levitation abilities. Combined with the gymnastics lessons he'd been taking, he'd been barred from competitions because he was aided by a quirk. He had an excellent base to start with. His core strength was superior due to his balance quirk using those muscles pretty much perpetually all day, every day. His flexibility had been ingrained through his lessons, and his levitation helped him to get impressive height with his acrobatics. Now we're talking, Gran Torino said with relish, rubbing his hands together. Izuku still didn't know what the man's quirk was, until he suddenly flew at great speed toward him, narrowly missing crashing into him when Izuku bent over backward to get out of the way. He landed on his hands and feet in a sort of crab walk, and stared in amazement and disbelief at how fast the old man had moved. His reflexes are CRP, Gran complained to the other men. He should have been able to dodge that without using his hands. All Might smothered a smile behind his hand. Sir Night Eye sighed. He's 10 Gran. The most he's had to worry about dodging is a ball in PE class. Sorry, Izuku said, scrambling to his feet with an awkward smile. He would be 11 in a couple of weeks, but didn't say so, because he didn't want them to think he was asking to be attacked by Gran. I wasn't expecting that. That was so cool. Is that your quirk? How does it work? They decided to let Izuku have a break to pester Gran about his quirk for a bit, then had a hasty lunch before letting Gran Torino fly at Izuku, forcing him to dodge under various circumstances. Luckily there was a large open area on the roof for this, and while Izuku was having fun, he was also working strong. Gran demanded not only that he dodge after a while, but that he do it with style. It's not like you're gonna fall, kid, Gran told him, shooting a jet of air into Izuku's face playfully. Get inventive. Flip out of the way. Spin. Don't just duck, that's boring. By the end of Gran's tutelage, Izuku was sweaty, bruised and scraped, but the happiest he'd been in a long time. You've had a long day, Sir told him as he checked his watch. The end of the afternoon meant it was time for Izuku to go home for the day. Then it's a good thing you didn't make me eat a clock, Izuku told him as he gathered his things. That would have been too time-consuming. Sir ruffled his hair for that one and Izuku grinned, pleased with himself. He went home feeling sore, exhausted and accomplished. Many days passed this way, sometimes Gran was there, sometimes not. Sometimes Night I put him through his paces, and was as demanding as Gran, just in a different way. All Might tied a huge rope to a cement pillar on the roof and tasked Izuku with SWing it like an enormous, heavy, jump rope, or had him flipping a ridiculously gigantic RBB tire end over end until he thought he'd die, with his arms turned to noodles. Just as important as the physical, Sir Night I told him, was the mental aspect of development. After 2 weeks of intense physical workouts, Sir added an hour or more of discussions or lectures on ethics and morals, especially focused on decisions heroes were forced to make regularly. Izuku's mind boggled at anyone having to choose between letting someone be crushed by a building or saving all of the people inside that building. It was very interesting but also very troubling to think about. He had no idea how many heartbreaking choices got made every day that most people never knew about. Sometimes he would assign Izuku a short essay about how he would handle a hypothetical situation, then they would discuss his answers the next day. In the beginning of the third week of Izuku's junior internship, something important happened. All Might received a call asking for his help to capture a villain that was rampaging through a shopping district and causing a lot of damage. But heroes on the scene had attempted to apprehend her, but the injuries were piling up. He suited up against Sir's advice and leapt from the roof with his trademark smile and a jaunty wave. Izuku watched him go with a reverent feeling of awe. Sir Night Eye kept a careful watch over the monitors in that part of the city, while Gran kept Izuku busy with training. Izuku was on his second lap around the edge of the rooftop when All Might returned, but there was BLD leaking from the corner of his mouth, and he collapsed to one knee, in the grip of a sudden, painful-looking coughing fit. Everyone rushed over to him, but stopped short when there was a sudden blast of steam in every direction. Once it cleared, a thin, emaciated-looking man had taken the place of the robust, muscular All Might. Izuku let out a cry of alarm, Gran said some very bad words, and Night Eye instantly pulled out his phone and began speaking rapidly to someone on the other end. All Might? Izuku ventured, not completely sure this was the same man, even though he'd seen the transformation for himself. His hero costume looked comically large on his shrunken form, and his hair looked like a lion's mane of limp tangles around his face. The BLD was the most worrying, flying from his lips in spatters against his hand and the ground with each cough. "I'll be fine, Midoriya-kun," he rasped out. "I might have overdone it a bit out there." "A bit?" Gran growled, using more bad words. "Recovery Girl and the medical team are on their way," Sir Night Eye announced, pocketing his phone and going to help All Might to his feet. He slung one of All Might's arms over his shoulders, even though All Might was almost 18 centimeters taller. He guided him inside and down the short staircase to the living quarters. Izuku and Gran followed in their wake, both with troubled expressions. Izuku hurried around them to open doors and turned down the covers on All Might's super large bed just before Sir guided him to sit down on the mattress. Izuku didn't realize there were tears in his eyes until one fell on his arm, and he quickly wiped them away with the heel of his hand. He looked on in horror as Sir helped All Might out of his hero costume, seeing the huge, ugly wound on his side for the first time. Gnarled, scarred skin, puckered and angry-looking, covered the entire left side of his rib cage. Did he even have a left rib cage anymore? Did he have a left lung? What kind of damage was underneath all of that surface scarring? How had All Might survived such a terrible injury? Sir patiently helped All Might pull on a large pair of pajama bottoms and settle back onto the pillows. He looked at his watch with a furrowed brow. "Can I do anything to help?" Izuku asked shakily. "I'm not making you feel bad, am I?" It seemed they had forgotten he was there. All three men's eyes swung to him at once. "Are you feeling the pulling sensation again? Is it any stronger than usual?" Sir asked All Might. All Might shook his head. "It's fine. It's not that much stronger. Maybe it would be best if you headed home for the day," Gran said quietly, putting a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Panic welled up inside of him, and Izuku shook his head. "I can't leave. Not until I know he's okay. Not if I'm not making him sick." "You shouldn't have to see me like this," All Might said quietly, sounding almost ashamed. His voice was stronger than it was before, and the coughing had subsided. "You shouldn't have to be like this," Izuku pointed out. "You got hurt because you were helping me and Granny Ito. It's my effort. It's not your fault." Gran interrupted sharply. At the same time, All Might shook his head and Sir Night Eye made a cutting motion with his hand. "This is also a risk of hero work," Sir Night Eye told him calmly, despite the storm brewing in his eyes. "It's a choice we make to protect those who can't protect themselves, regardless of personal cost." Izuku thought about it for a moment before nodding. "Young Midoriya, there's no shame in changing your mind about being a hero," All Might told him quietly. "Not everyone is cut out to take risks like this every day. I want to be a hero now, more than ever. Izuku said, cutting the hero off mid-sentence. If someone out there is strong enough to do that to you, what chance does anyone else have? Japan needs all the heroes it can get, and I'm going to be the best of all of them, except for you, of course. Serna looked proud, maybe? Izuku wasn't sure. Gran was looking down at the toes of his pointy cowboy boots and gripping his walking stick in a white-knuckled grip. All Might smiled at him and nodded. Then I guess I'd better get better, so I can help you do that, he said. His voice grew deeper as he said it, and his form seemed to reinflate to his normal appearance, right before their eyes. It was both bizarre and inspiring. The form held for a few seconds until the man coughed again, and he reverted back to the weakened form with a poof. Oh boy, Gran commented with a sigh. Recovery Girl turned out to be a tiny woman with gray hair in a severe bun on top of her head. She was even shorter than Gran Torino, but just as spry and bossy. Izuku liked her immediately. Along with her was a team of people in lab coats and scrubs, carting in equipment with them and hooking all kinds of things up to All Might to measure his heart rate and oxygen and other stuff Izuku had no clue about. He winced as a needle was inserted into the crook of All Might's arm, and a bag of clear fluid hung above his head on a hook. The most surprising, however, was when Recovery Girl stretched out her lips an improbable distance and embraced All Might right on top of his scarred ribs. Izuku watched with interest as some of the tense lines on All Might's face smoothed over as he relaxed, obviously feeling some relief. None of the damage appeared to clear away, but it was obvious that All Might felt better. Thank you, Chosama, All Might told her, sounding sleepy. I told you your time was limited, she scolded him sternly. And when I turn on the news, what do I see? Your block-headed self tossing an armored truck at a human juggernaut like it was a beach ball. Where's your sense? The other medical people seemed somewhat amused by her tirade as she went on to nag at him for another couple of minutes, even as he was drifting off to sleep. Once they had ascertained that the equipment they had toted in was hooked up properly, they departed. Recovery Girl shooed everyone else out of All Might's bedroom and into the adjoining sitting room, where they all took seats. Sir Night-Eye was the only one who didn't have to climb onto the oversized furniture. That wound is as healed as it's going to get, Recovery Girl said bluntly once they were all settled. I wouldn't have been able to heal what little damage he had from this fight, otherwise, he would be too worn out for that. Izuku gasped, but clapped a hand over his mouth, afraid they'd send him away if they thought he was hearing too much. His physical deterioration is alarming, Sir said delicately. Is that to be expected? That would be my best guess, Recovery Girl said with a nod. He can probably sustain his hero form for a few hours each day, but should resign himself to this new change in circumstances. Overdoing it too often could very well shorten the time he can hold his hero form each time, until there will be no going back, eventually. I was afraid of this, Sir said thoughtfully. Gran looked grim, but said nothing. He really should consider retiring. Recovery Girl told Sir seriously. He can start getting the public used to it slowly, but he should at least begin the process of stepping out of the public eye. You know how stubborn he is, Sir said with a heavy sigh. As the symbol of peace watching over Japan, crime rates have plummeted. All for One is out of commission, no longer pulling the strings of the underworld. I'm afraid that this will just leave a vacuum that other criminals will rush forward to try to fill. Then it's time to let the other heroes fill the vacuum that All Might will also leave, Recovery Girl countered. There are other, very capable heroes in the ranks just dying to prove themselves. UA produces a new batch of hopefuls each year. Take on some more sidekicks and WHP them into shape. You know it's not that simple, Sir said, pinching the bridge of his nose under his glasses. He looked over at Izuku, who had been listening intently. Izuku looked back, but wasn't sure what he should say, so he just stayed quiet. Well, Recovery Girl said, sliding to her feet. You'd better sort it out, and soon. I give him another 3 or 4 years, even if he's careful, before his body gives out and he's stuck like that. Hopefully more like 5, Sir Night-Eye murmured cryptically to himself. Gran Torino apparently knew what he meant, because he nodded, also looking at Izuku. Izuku knew that there was something he was missing, but didn't press for answers at the moment. He accepted the handful of gummy candy that recovery girl fished out of her pocket and pushed into his hand with a bow and a thank you, and then she was gone too. I know I don't need to tell you that what you've seen and heard today is strictly confidential, Sir said to Izuku as they all stood. I know, Izuku said solemnly with a nod. I would never tell anyone. Not even my dad. Better go home and rest up, kid, Gran told him with a cocky smirk. Tomorrow I'm going to kick your butt? You can try. Izuku shot back with a grin, following them out of All Might's quarters and to the elevators. Brat, was all Gran said as Izuku scanned his iris to call the elevator. Be careful on your way home. Text me when you get there, Sir told him as he did every day. Izuku's smile faded as the elevator descended. This was a lot to take in. All Might was wearing his hero costume and looking like his old self when Izuku arrived the following day. Instantly worried, the hero was quick to reassure him that he was merely attending a public event, and there would be nothing more strenuous than signing autographs and taking pictures involved. Izuku felt a sense of relief to know that All Might was not on the job, which was a strange feeling. Izuku only had a week left of his junior internship, but Gran made the most of it by making him play tag with both himself and Sir Night-Eye, who used his quirk to figure out where Izuku would be at any given moment. In addition to constantly flying at him at any given moment, no matter what else he was doing at the time. On the final day before school started again, Sir Night-Eye gave him several books that he expected him to read that dealt with ethics, history, and law. They didn't look like any books a 10, almost 11-year-old would be expected to read in normal circumstances. Even though his daily trips to Might Tower were over, there were still weekends and holidays where he would be getting refresher sessions from time to time. Other than that, he was urged to pursue a full and happy school life. Izuku thanked them all for the amount of time they had taken out of their busy schedules to teach him. He knew that they had done it mostly because they were afraid that his quirk would eventually make him too potentially powerful if he wasn't educated on right and wrong and given strong role models to keep him on the right path. Still, he was grateful, even if he couldn't brag to anyone about it. He would go back to his weekly gymnastics class and normal housekeeping for now. It almost seemed anticlimactic. He didn't have high expectations for school, being a new kid in a class of students that had probably been in class together for years and had established friendships and cliques in place. He did find most of them to be friendly though, and got along fine with most of them. Belonging to a club was a mandatory part of the school's curriculum. He actually thought the cooking club sounded fun, but he was invited to join many of the sports teams since he was so physically fit. After texting Sir Night-Eye to ask him his opinion, he decided to join the judo club. He'd never really done actual martial arts before, but it seemed like almost all of them were beginners, so it was okay. It certainly couldn't hurt to have a better grasp on how to take someone down or flip them over his shoulder. It wasn't until November that things changed. A girl in his PE class was showing off her quirk, which was making her arms turn into long blades like swords. In a careless moment, she twirled around and accidentally sliced Izuku's leg through his breaths, across the middle of his thigh, causing boys and girls alike to panic. There was a lot of BLD, and the adults wouldn't listen when Izuku told them he shouldn't be taken to the hospital. An ambulance was summoned while the school nurse kept pressure on the deep gash. The girl responsible was wailing hysterically, apologizing repeatedly while her friends tried to calm her down. Izuku had tears in his eyes from the burning, stinging pain, but was more concerned that no one was listening to him about the hospital. Luckily, Izuku had his phone in the pocket of his gym briefs. It was really against the rules to carry one at school, but his father and Sir Night-Eye had insisted that his was a special case, and that it was best to have a way to communicate in an emergency. Thank goodness. He knew the school was already trying to contact his father, but his dad was always busy in meetings, and he didn't know how quickly he could do anything. Once the paramedics had wrapped his leg tightly and loaded him into the back of the ambulance, he pulled out his phone and dialed Sir Night-Eye's private number. "You have an emergency?" was the answer as soon as the phone was picked up after only 2 rings. "I got hurt at school, and they're taking me to the hospital. They won't listen to me when I say I shouldn't go," Izuku said without preamble. "Which hospital?" Izuku asked the paramedic, then relayed the name. "Someone will come for you as soon as possible." The line went dead after that, and Izuku pocketed his phone once more. He had done what he could, and the rest was out of his hands. Unfortunately, the hospital was not a very long drive from the school, so they got there quickly. Izuku was taken into an emergency room, which was relatively busy, since there had apparently been an apartment fire that had injured several people. Izuku was deemed a lower priority than some, and the gurney he was sitting on was pushed up against the wall of a corridor, where other recent arrivals were taken to await triage. He fidgeted and looked around at all of the people busily moving around the different rooms. He wondered if anyone would notice if he just slid off of the gurney and limped his way out the back door. He didn't quite have the nerve to try it, and his leg had begun to throb in time with his heartbeat. He didn't think he'd get far. He felt a shiver skate up his spine as he saw a man with badly burned arms be guided past in a wheelchair. A few minutes later he felt a chill again as a small child was wheeled past on a gurney much like the one he was seated on. The child didn't appear to be burned, at least. It was only a few minutes more before an orderly came down the corridor with purposeful strides while pushing a wheelchair and calling, "Midoriya Izuku?" Midoriya raised his hand high in the air and nodded when the man confirmed who he was. "You're being discharged immediately," the orderly told him. He gently lowered the gurney so that Izuku could stand with his help, then transferred to the wheelchair, where his leg was elevated for him. He was pushed through to a lobby where Sir Night-Eye stood waiting at a desk for his turn to speak to the woman receiving inquiries. "I'm sorry, sir, but I can't understand you," the woman at the desk was saying in distress. "My daughter. She was brought here. I must find her. Her apartment caught fire," the man said frantically, wringing his hands and near tears. "I told you I can't," the woman began to repeat. "He wants to see his daughter," Izuku told the woman as the orderly rolled him to a stop beside Sir Knight. "You can understand him?" Sir asked him curiously. "Yes," Izuku said, making it more of a question. The man was upset, but not so much that he couldn't be understood. "Can you ask him his daughter's name?" the woman asked Izuku. Izuku asked the man, feeling a little foolish. The man seemed excited by this and answered Bitna. "Bitna Pak? Bitna Pak," the woman repeated. "She's in the third bay, being treated for smoke inhalation right now." Izuku told the man what the lady said. The man nodded eagerly and turned back to Izuku. "Thank you. Thank you so much." He shuffled off to find his daughter, and Izuku looked at Sir Night-Eye in confusion. Later, Sir said decidedly, "We need to get you out of here first." He made short work of the discharge and was soon rolling Izuku out the front door of the emergency room to where his car was parked. Gran was sitting in the passenger seat, but hopped out to open the back door. They helped Izuku in, keeping his injured leg as straight as possible. Once Sir Night-Eye was back behind the wheel, they pulled out and away from the hospital. "Sorry to trouble you," Izuku said somewhat sheepishly. "I know you're busy." "You called a hero for help," Gran told him from the front seat. "That's what you're supposed to do. I reached your father and let him know what was happening. He agreed that it would be best for us to pick you up, since we were closest. We'll take you to a clinic that can treat your cut that's not attached to a hospital. If they can't help, we'll call in a favor from Recovery Girl, though we'll get an earful for it, if it comes to that." Izuku gritted his teeth and nodded. His leg hurt more now that he'd had to move around a bit, and was looking forward to some pain relief. "How long have you been able to speak Korean, Izuku-kun?" Sir asked as he drove. "You speak Korean?" Gran asked, sounding confused. "No," Izuku told him. "I don't. I think you'll find you're wrong about that," Sir said. "Huh?" both Izuku and Gran said in unison. "I think we were a little late getting Izuku out of there," Sir told Gran. "What does that mean?" Izuku asked, still confused. "You were speaking Korean to that man at the hospital who was looking for his daughter. You didn't realize you were speaking another language?" "I was? How is that even possible?" Izuku asked, amazed. Then, "Oh, I'm afraid so," Sir said, making eye contact with Izuku through the rearview mirror. "We'll have to do some testing to see if it's just Korean, or if you can speak other languages as well. You might just be a polyglot now." "A poly what?" Gran asked. Izuku was glad he'd asked, so he didn't have to. He was already feeling a little dumb. "Someone who's naturally fluent in several languages," Sir supplied patiently. "Is there a way to find out through hospital records who died and what their quirk was?" Gran asked. Possibly, though we may be hindered by the personal information laws. It might just be faster to have him listen to different things and see if he understands them. Izuku's head hurt just thinking about it. And 10th quirk? It was beginning to sound really ridiculous and was almost embarrassing at this point. There are worse things he could have picked up, I suppose, Gran finally said grudgingly. Izuku sighed. They arrived at a clinic a few minutes later, and Izuku was seen almost immediately. The doctor on staff was a nice woman who recognized the signs of pain etched in Izuku's features and gave him a shot of something that made him feel a bit floaty and took most of the pain away. Then he was given something called nitrous oxide through a tiny mask that fit over his nose and made him feel even stranger. He watched with detached interest as she expertly matched the edges of the wound together and used 10 staples to hold it shut. About the time that she was putting a protective dressing over it, Izuku's dad arrived, looking worried. Izuku didn't remember too much about any of it. Once Izuku was allowed to leave the exam room, they guided him out to his father's car. He was still a little out of it from the medication he'd been given, and rested his head back against the seat. He was sitting at an angle because of the splint keeping his leg still, and his breathed leg had been cut away, but he just couldn't seem to summon any emotion about it just now. He watched in odd fascination as Sir Night Eye spoke to his father in the parking lot for a few minutes, then drifted off to sleep for a while. Izuku woke when his dad gently shook his shoulder. He opened sleepy eyes to find they were in a parking garage, and realized that he had slept all the way home from school. No, the doctor. He'd gotten hurt at school and all kinds of things had happened. Did you know I could speak Korean? He asked his dad fuzzily. His dad chuckled a bit as he gently extracted Izuku from the car, trying not to jostle his leg. That's what Sir Night Eye says, his dad answered. I'm sorry I couldn't get to you sooner, Izu. It's not your fault, Izuku said, leaning on his dad as they shuffled to the elevator together. You gotta work. How are you feeling? His dad asked as the elevator ascended to their floor. Tired, Izuku said. A bit weird. No pain? His dad asked. Nope, Izuku said, trying his best to help his dad propel him down the corridor to their apartment door. It was strong because of the splint on his leg and the muddled feeling in his brain. He didn't like either. Finally, they got inside, and Izuku was settled on the couch, where he promptly fell asleep. He didn't wake for a couple of hours, but had a much clearer head than when he'd started his nap. Izuku winced as he sat up and the splint on his leg tugged a bit, causing his wound to twinge with pain. His movement caught the attention of his father, who had been sitting at the table with paperwork spread around him and his laptop open. How are you feeling? His father asked in concern. Okay, he said automatically, then amended his answer to, a little sore. I remember up to the part where Sir Night Eye and Gran Torino took me to a clinic, but the rest is. They gave you a painkiller and some laughing gas, so you were pretty out of it, his dad explained. The doctor gave us a few pain pills to get you through the next couple of days if you need them, but doesn't want you to take them unless you're really hurting and can't sleep or something. He said they'd knock you out? I'll be okay for now, Izuku said, adjusting his weight to lever himself to his feet. He shuffled down the hall to the bathroom, and when he returned he noticed that it was already late afternoon. I'm going to make something to eat, he told his dad. Are you hungry too? I don't know if you should be on your feet for too long, his dad said doubtfully. I can order something to be delivered. Izuku agreed, and they ordered pasta from a nearby shop. Izuku looked over all the stacks of papers around the table, so he took a sheet of blank printer paper and began to doodle on it while his father continued to work. When his paper was full of doodles, he reached over for another sheet and accidentally swept one of his father's documents to the floor. It took him some effort, but his balance quirk helped him reach it without falling. He picked it up and took another clean sheet of paper, and then blinked. He stared at the paper he'd taken to doodle on, and saw that it was covered in writing. Had he picked up another document? He set it down and picked up another blank sheet, only to find that printing suddenly appeared on it too. Dad? Izuku said apprehensively. His father tapped a few more keys on his laptop before looking up. Something's happening? Izuku said. His father looked at what he was holding. Oh, that's for a presentation I'm going to be. Why are there 3 of them? He took the sheet from his son and picked up the other 2 copies with a frown. They were all identical. Watch, Izuku said. Moving with exaggerated slowness, he reached out and picked up a blank sheet of paper, and it again filled with text, identical to the last two. They both frowned in confusion. "How did you?" his dad asked then. Oh no. Another one?" Izuku practically wailed. "Seriously? What else could it be?" his father reasoned. Izuku huffed. If he had to keep getting quirks, shouldn't he at least have the good luck to get something useful for hero work? He supposed the Korean one was okay, but human copy machine? And how did he turn it off? "Show me what you were doing when this started," his father instructed. Izuku thought about it and they figured out that after he'd touched the document in question, then touched a blank paper, it had copied onto the blank paper. "Let's try this," his father said, rummaging through different papers. "This one's not important. Touch the document again, then this paper." He held a paper that already had printing on it. He set it in front of his son, and watched as Izuku touched the original document, then the one his father had set down. It copied right over the existing print, making a jumbled mess of kanji all over the paper. "Interesting," his father said, examining the paper. "Try touching a blank paper first, then touching another blank paper." Izuku did as he was told, and was relieved to see that both papers remained the same. "One copy per touch, maybe?" his father muttered to himself. He pinched his lower lip and began discussing matter intently with himself in a low voice. If he has to touch a blank paper to erase the first paper, does that mean he has to do that with everything he touches? What if he touches a blank paper, then a paper with writing on it? Does it erase? Can it be done at will, or is it just automatically triggered? Does he have to touch it with all 5 fingers, or can it be a single point of contact? "Dad," Izuku said patiently, used to this sort of thing. He wasn't really aware that he often did this himself. Sorry. It's just really interesting. Do you mind experimenting with it a little more, or is it tiring?" "It's not really tiring, physically," Izuku confirmed. "It just seems like such a boring quirk to have." "They can't all be great, son," dad said with a small chuckle. "I can't believe your mother and I used to worry that you didn't have a quirk at all, and now you have 11. "I can't believe it either," Izuku said, a little grumpily. "I sound like some overpowered character in a manga or something." "That's not true," his dad denied, shaking his head. "Most of the quirks you've got never even get used more than once or twice a month or so. It's not like you shoot lasers out of your eyes or something." "Don't jinx me," Izuku said seriously. They experimented a bit with the copying quirk and found that it did need 5 fingers to activate, and that it only worked on paper that they could tell. They didn't have a canvas or anything like that to test it out on. Their early dinner arrived, and Izuku gratefully ate his fill of pasta, putting aside thoughts of his new quirks for a while. According to his father, the doctor would take out his staples in about 10 days, and until then he had to take it easy. The splints strapped around his leg needed to stay in place for at least 3 days. He would have to cancel his gymnastics classes and confine his exercises to upper body until then. He hoped there wouldn't be any more days like this one, ever. Izuku stayed home from school the next day. His leg was achy, and the pain pill his dad urged him to take made him groggy, so he mostly spent the day on the couch, half dozing and trying to read his notes for a history test he'd be having the next day. When he finally went back, he found a matcha-flavored Kit Kat on his desk with an apology note from the girl who had accidentally cut him with her quirk. He was mildly annoyed with her for being careless, but he wasn't angry. He met her eyes across the classroom and gave her a thumbs up to show her there were no strong feelings. She looked incredibly relieved. He also got a lot of attention from the other kids who were impressed with the fact that he had staples holding his leg together. Much to his surprise, Sir Night-Eye was waiting for him at the school gates to pick him up. Izuku had been planning to take the train to Might Tower, despite the splints still making him walk stiffly. Instead, Sir had brought his car and drove him so that he didn't have to deal with extra inconvenience. At Might Tower, All Might was sitting in his smaller form in the extra-large armchair, absorbed in some papers that looked like the boring documents his dad was always reading. He looked up briefly to greet Izuku, but went back to reading immediately. Gran was napping on the couch, a half-eaten taiyaki on a plate on the low table in front of it. Izuku grinned. "We'll go to my office for this," Sir told him, ushering him through the room. Izuku took a seat in a chair across from Sir's desk, while the man tapped some keys on his computer. Sir? Izuku said while the man was finding what he wanted on the computer. He asked absently. Did you hear about the guy who drank a bottle of food coloring? Sir's hands paused on the keyboard, letting Izuku know he was listening. He died a little inside. Sir actually barked out a short laugh at that one and resumed typing. Izuku grinned. A few moments later, Sir picked up a clipboard with a sheet of paper on it and clicked a pen to prepare to write. I have a list of languages here that I'm going to play for you on the computer, and you will tell me what the person is saying. It will be a different simple sentence or phrase in a different language each time. If you can understand it, I'll check it off on my list. After we finish with this, I'll show you some phrases written in other languages, and you will tell me if you can understand those. Sounds easy enough, Izuku said. What happens if I fail? Not that kind of test. There is no passing for failing, just fact-finding. He began by playing a short sound clip, and Izuku nodded before speaking. He who hesitates is lost. Correct. That was Latin, by the way. Really? Yes. They continued on that way, but there were no languages on the list that Izuku couldn't understand, other than ones that were made by machines or animals. The same was not true when it came to reading. He did not understand anything written in Russian, Arabic, Chinese, or any of the other languages with different alphabets other than English, and he had to sound those out before he could translate. It was a little unsettling to know he could literally speak to anyone on the planet, if he wanted. You appear to be able to converse in any language, but if I were to ask you to tell me something in, say, French, without my speaking it to you first, could you do it? Not sure. Talking to that man in the hospital was just normal. I didn't know I was speaking another language, which is super weird, by the way. Ask me where the nearest post office is in French, Sir suggested. Where is the nearest post office? Izuku asked. Sir shook his head. You're speaking Japanese. Interesting. It's a good, useful quirk, but you're going to have to work to be truly fluent. I suspect you'd have to immerse yourself in each language you wanted to truly master it, but simply being able to answer questions is undoubtedly valuable. Izuku nodded, thinking about how difficult it would be to learn to deliberately speak another language once he tried. Sir? Izuku asked, looking over the man's shoulder at a bulletin board on the wall behind him. Who's that person? Sir Night-Eye followed his gaze and turned to look at the several photos pinned on the board there. Which? The one with the white hair and the cracked lips? That's Tamura, family name presumed to be Shigaraki, though there's no record of it. He answered after a brief pause. That's not the villain that All Might fought, right? Izuku asked, feeling his heart pick up speed. No, Sir said, studying Izuku intently. Though he seems to have been his student, possibly even his son. Izuku said, swallowing strong. I've seen him. Like, recently. Where, exactly? Sir's focus sharpened on him suddenly, and he pressed a button on his desk. A moment later All Might poked his head in. Sir waved him forward. Izuku has seen Shigaraki Tamura, Sir told All Might immediately. All Might's eyebrows rose and he also looked at Izuku sharply. I see him all the time, Izuku admitted cautiously. When I go to gymnastics. He's usually hanging out in front of the convenience store next door. I go there sometimes to get a sports drink to take with me to class. Why didn't you say anything? All Might asked. I don't remember ever meeting him before, though Granny Ito said I did, Izuku explained. All for One routinely removed any memory of their interactions from his mind, Sir reminded All Might. Sir checked a paper that apparently had Izuku's daily schedule on it, and nodded. You're scheduled for gymnastics class tomorrow after school. Yes, but I can't go until my leg gets better, Izuku said. I wanted to, but Dad said no. All right, then, it's the perfect chance to set up a stakeout, Sir said with practical reasoning. One of us will go and survey the area and see when and how he shows up. When Izuku doesn't arrive, he's bound to leave, and one of us can attempt to follow. Why not just arrest him? Izuku asked, feeling slightly revolted, knowing how close he'd been to the teen without even knowing it. He technically hasn't broken any laws that we know of or can prove, All Might said, frustration evident in his voice. We've only seen any sign of him the one time, after my battle with All for One. What happened then? Izuku asked. All Might coughed up a little BLD and looked helplessly at Sir Naita. A surveillance camera near the Ito residence caught a hooded figure appearing out of a warp gate and destroying the restaurant and home, Sir said calmly. The footage didn't show his face, but the build was the same as was the white hair briefly visible in some of the frames. We're certain it was Tamura. Izuku had blanched and was sitting there stiffly, hands balled into fists. Sir Night-Eye paused and made eye contact with him before speaking. I immediately checked on the Ito family. They are completely fine and unaware of what's happened. There is nothing to suggest that the villains have any idea where they've gone or what name they're using. The knot in Izuku's suggestii loosened some. He was still angry and sad and frustrated, but took comfort in knowing that Granny and her family were safe. Can I take Izuku with me for a bit? All Might asked Sir. Izuku didn't know why he was asking, but Sir nodded, so Izuku followed All Might a little awkwardly in his splint, and they ended up in a room with lots of exercise equipment. All Might led him past machines and weights made especially for his enormous build and strength to a simple cylindrical bag hanging from a chain in the ceiling. A punching bag? Izuku asked. Yep. You look like you could use some stress relief. Feel free to pound on this whenever you want. Izuku only hesitated for a moment before making a fist and punching the bag. Ow, he said, shaking his hand. What's in there? Concrete? They had to make this to be able to stand up to my punches and kicks, he said apologetically. I'll see about getting some boxing gloves in your size. Izuku looked at his knuckles to see them turning red and let a small laugh escape. I still feel a little better, though. Thanks. Izuku sat in one of the huge chairs in the sitting area, doing his homework while All Might went out on a call for help and Sir Night-Eye was making calls to whomever he usually made calls to. Gran had woken up and shuffled away, and hadn't come back. Izuku wasn't sure where he lived. Once his homework was finished, Izuku was allowed to do some upper body exercises like pull-ups and bench presses, with a bot for a spotter that monitored him at all times. Finally, Sir appeared and told him that he wanted to drive Izuku home, because he needed to have a word with his father, who had promised to meet them there. Once home, Izuku changed clothes and began preparations for dinner while Sir spoke to his father. Izuku knew that he was showing his father pictures of Tamura, Kurogyari and Dr. Tsubasa, though his father had seen Tsubasa before, and ascertained that he hadn't seen any of them that he could recall. There have been reports of many petty criminals disappearing off of the streets lately. They've been seen entering Kurogyari's warp gate willingly, but none have ever returned, Sir told them once Izuku joined them. We suspect that Shigaraki Tamura may be attempting to amass a small army of men to command as All for One commanded a large web of people. Unfortunately, we don't have the names or good descriptions of any of the men who have vanished, so we have no way of tracking any of them. What about Tsubasa? Izuku's dad asked. That man needs to go to prison for his part in all of this. I agree, but he's been elusive. He disappeared from his job immediately following All for One's defeat, and has only resurfaced once, that we know of. We have some security footage of him going into a hospital posing as staff and stealing several BLD samples and some equipment from a lab, and disappearing into a warp gate when he was done. We're still working on whose BLD it was and why he might have wanted it. He'd better hope I don't find him before you do, Izuku's dad told Sir, smoke escaping his mouth as his quirk stirred in his eye. Izuku knew his father didn't breathe fire very often, because it was strong on his esophagus and tended to give him terrible heartburn. It usually only happened when he was super angry, which hardly ever happened, or sometimes when he was upset, and occasionally when went out drinking with his work friends and had a little too much. I'm afraid you'd have to stand in line for a shot at him, Sir said grimly in reply. For now, our biggest hope is in tracking Tamura and hoping he leads us to the others. Izuku knew that his days of going to gymnastics were now over, and wondered how he would feel safe again. How had they figured out about his gymnastics? From Granny Ito? Dumb luck? From his old school? There were a lot of variables. Too many. If that was the only location they knew for sure that he went to regularly, he was probably pretty safe, but what if it wasn't? What if they'd followed him home one day? How would he know if the guy sitting near him on the train at any given time was stalking him? He sighed. Would they have to move again? The prospect made his heart feel heavy. Tamura didn't lead them to the others. He had shown up and waited until 15 minutes after the usual time Izuku arrived, then disappeared around the corner of the building and entered a warp gate that appeared out of thin air, impossible to trace. The same thing happened the next 2 times Izuku missed gymnastics, and then Tamura actually went inside the gym and asked the receptionist there if there was a student there named Midoriya Izuku, and said that he was supposed to meet him there. The woman at the counter, silly girl, told him that Midoriya-kun had withdrawn from classes weeks ago. She did not, thankfully, give him any other information. Sir Night Eye arranged for Midoriya's school computer file to be changed to reflect his former address, and his paper file to be destroyed. Izuku wasn't sure how he managed to get these things done, but he was grateful for it. In the end, they decided that moving would not solve anything. Teams were brought in to search the apartment for any hidden cameras, listening or tracking devices, and everything came up normal. They scoured not only the apartment building's security cameras, but also ones in surrounding areas when they could, for signs of any warp gates or anyone matching the description of any of their suspects. Anyone who looked the least bit suspicious was watched. It must have been a massive undertaking, but either they weren't being watched at home, or whomever was doing it was very, very clever. Izuku didn't know if this was a comfort or not. At any rate, things were kind of in a holding pattern. He still went to school, and after his staples were removed, began practicing with the judo club every day. His balance quirk disqualified him from any competition, just like in gymnastics, but he enjoyed the experience it gave him. The other members liked to spar with him and to take turns to try to trick his quirk and knock him down. It was a lot of fun, and let Izuku feel like a normal kid for a while. He continued his weekend training, and made it through his entire final year of elementary school without incident or any new quirks appearing, for which they were all immensely grateful. It wasn't until Izuku started his first year of middle school that he began wondering again if he was somehow cursed. Kaken was in his new homeroom class. "What the hell are you doing here, Deku?" Kaken's first words to Izuku in years were not encouraging. Izuku sighed inwardly and kept his expression even. "Attending school," he replied coolly. "How have you been, Kaken?" "Better, before you showed up again." "Hey, you two know each other?" another kid asked Kaken. "Creepy nerd used to go to the same school as me back in first grade." "That would explain why he calls you Kaken," the kid said with a teasing nudge at Kaken's arm. "Shut it," Kaken told the kid, shoving him away irritably. Izuku decided it would be best to ignore Kaken as much as possible without being outright rude to him. There was no reason to start off the school year pissing him off. Thankfully, there was another student between them in their row of desks, so they didn't have to be in close proximity and had something of a buffer. Izuku knew a handful of his classmates, including one boy who had been in his judo club the year before, but since the students at this school were from several different elementary schools, it was only natural that he didn't know most of the others. Still, it was comforting to see some familiar faces that didn't belong to a certain explosive blonde. This school didn't require its students to join any clubs, but Izuku thought about joining the judo club when the other boys in his class asked him if he was going to. Izuku didn't like his homeroom teacher much. The man had a sickly, sallow complexion, and Izuku wondered if the man ever went outside. He also seemed to dislike kids, which wasn't ideal for a person who spent their life teaching them. He didn't appear to have a sense of humor at all, and only looked annoyed when he saw anyone laughing or smiling. The clincher for Izuku came when the students were asked to participate in an icebreaker. They would stand, say their name, the school they had attended before, and what their quirk was. Izuku internally groaned at this direction, and he wondered if the man had chosen this icebreaker on purpose to put Izuku in the spotlight in a negative way on the first day of school. He knew for a fact that his father had asked the principal to make sure he was never sent to the hospital except in life or death circumstances, and had provided the number and address of the clinic that had treated him when his leg was cut before. He'd also explained Izuku's quirk and asked that the staff not tell the other students about it, to avoid any ostracization from his peers. However, this teacher seemed to believe that if he could make Izuku tell them himself, then he wouldn't technically be disobeying that request. The students started with seat number 1, and Izuku had until his own seat, number 25, to decide how he would handle the situation. All of his thoughts about that went out the window as soon as his turn came up, though. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and I came here from Anax's Elementary. My quirk. Go ahead, Deku, tell them about your creepy but quirk-stealing quirk. Kakin whisper yelled. The others in class began to murmur to each other, and the teacher smirked before telling everyone to settle down and let him answer. My quirk is called inheritance, Izuku said, looking straight at Kakin as he said it, fuming at the smug look on his face. If I'm around someone who dies, my body kind of absorbs their quirk. Ew, one of the girls said, making a face. That sounds gross. A couple of others nodded. Izuku started to sit down, when a boy from the front of the class asked, Come on, how many times are you near dead people right when they die? It's not that big a deal. I've never been near a dead person, someone else said, consideringly. Izuku was just starting to feel relieved when the teacher spoke up. Apparently it's not as uncommon as any of us thought. It's apparently 10 times by the time you reach middle school. He delivered it in a flat tone, appearing to read it off of a paper on his desk, but Izuku could see the petty shift of his eyes as he looked at Izuku. He had decided before even meeting Izuku that he didn't like him, based on his quirk. The effect on the class was electric. Everyone, including, or maybe especially, Kakin looked stunned by this news. 10, several kids all but shouted. Izuku sank into his seat and wished one of his quirks was teleportation. This SCD. The people on either side of him shifted their desks a bit further away from his. Wait, what are the quirks you got? A couple of others wanted to know. Enough, the teacher finally said, looking satisfied. Next student? The introductions continued, but most of the kids were still staring at him. Izuku had never looked forward to a lunch break less. As soon as the teacher left the room, the questions started. You have 10 quirks? One of the boys asked. 11, Izuku said glumly, if you count my original one. That's wild, another kid said. What are they? Does it matter? Kakin asked from his own desk, where he had his feet up on his desk and was eating a konbini bento. It's still creepy as f-. What? No way. Think of how cool it would be to just get new quirks all the time. You could do anything. Can you walk through walls? That would be so awesome. Izuku looked at the kid like he was crazy. Oh. And I am not a criminal, I can't just do what I want. Most of my quirks aren't that interesting anyway. Did you really see 10 people die? A girl asked. Oh. I didn't really see any of them, I just happened to be in the hospital at the same time as someone who died a couple of times. Once I was at an inn next to a nursing home where someone died. Some of my quirks were forced on me by a villain, he told them. Bullshit, Kakin said, clearly listening in. No one can force a quirk on anyone else. Izuku just shrugged. One person could. That's amazing, an excitable boy announced. You could just go hang out at the hospital and pick up a bunch of quirks, anytime you wanted. That would be both gross and creepy, Izuku told him. Not to mention all kinds of wrong. Most of the kids finally left him alone and let him eat his lunch in peace. Somakuen from his old judo club sat with him, and they talked about whether or not to join this school's club, or if they might consider others, since the middle school levels had more choices. Izuku was happy to have someone who already knew about his quirk and didn't mind being normal around him. The rest of the day was uneventful, but he was feeling cranky by the time it was over. He skipped out on going to see the judo club in action to head to Might Tower instead, hoping to get in some time with the punching bag. By this time, Izuku had his own access badge that he picked up from the front desk when he arrived, and his own locker and changing space in All Might's private workout room, where he could go to any time he wanted to, as long as he wasn't neglecting any of his other responsibilities. He taped up his hands the way Gran had shown him and got to work. He chose to work with the speed bag first, finding the rhythm soothing and mindless, giving him a chance to let off some steam. From there, he moved to the heavy bag, practicing his side kicks for a while. When that still didn't ease the knot in his gut or the clench of his jaw, he switched to push-ups. He didn't notice that Sir had come into the room until he saw his perfectly shined wingtips appear in his line of vision. You've been at this for a while? Izuku stopped the smooth up and down motion of his push-ups and got to his feet. He was dripping sweat and a bit winded, but felt a lot better. Today was the first day of school, he told Sir. Yes, I'm aware. I thought you would be too busy looking into clubs and getting reacquainted with friends to come here today. He handed Izuku a small towel from a neat stack nearby and waited for Izuku to take a long drink from his water bottle. I didn't have a very good day, Izuku finally confessed, toweling the sweat from his face and neck. He glanced at the clock on the wall and saw that he'd been working out for well over an hour. Sir looked at him inquiringly, and Izuku gave him the short version, about running into an old classmate that he didn't get along with, and the teacher being a JRK about his quirk. Sir's eye twitched when he heard this, but otherwise he remained unflappable. I'm sorry, that does sound unpleasant. I wonder if your teacher is not aware of the consequences of being indelicate. I think he just hates his job, Izuku said with a shrug. But I've only known him for one day. Maybe it'll get better, once he figures out that I'm not really that different from the rest of the kids. You're different, Izuku, in the best possible way, Sir told him in a rare show of praise. He'll be sorry one day that he was such an uncaring teacher. Izuku wasn't so sure about that. Still, he felt better for having gotten it all off his eye. He thanked Sir, and told him a silly joke. Did you hear about the mathematician who was afraid of negative numbers? He'd stop at nothing to avoid them, and then went home with a lighter heart. The next day was interesting in a completely different way. Izuku was asked to stay behind for a moment after school, only to have the teacher apologize to him for being cruel the day before. He claimed that he didn't know that Izuku had been the victim of a villain because of his quirk, and wouldn't mention it again in the future. Izuku accepted his apology, knowing that Sir had probably called to have a chat with him, and left the classroom only to run straight into Kaken. What the hell is going with you? The other boy asked him angrily, getting into Izuku's personal space. Kaken, Izuku said, taking a deliberate step backward. Don't call me that shit, he said. I'll stop when you stop calling me Deku or whatever else, Izuku countered, not in the mood to take his CR. Whatever. What's he talking about? You were a victim of a villain? Kaken demanded. Izuku inwardly sighed. He shouldn't really be surprised that Kaken had hung around to eavesdrop. I already said this yesterday. You said it was bullshit, Izuku pointed out. Can I go now? I want to check out one of the clubs today. What villain? When did this happen? Why don't I know about it? Kaken persisted. Why do you even care? Izuku asked, starting to feel angry. You hate me. Why should you know about anything that happens to me? Because you just fucking disappeared. My mom tried calling your dad about some shit, and his number was changed, and you guys moved away without telling anyone. And? Izuku asked, trying strong to act bored, even though his heart was racing. Where did you go? Kaken asked in frustration. Somewhere different, Izuku said flatly, stating the obvious. Where I would be in less danger. Why didn't you go to Aldra Middle School, like everyone else in your neighborhood? The school I got moved to feeds into this one, Kaken admitted. Same, Izuku said. Now you know. I'm going now. See you around. Izuku had no hope that he and Kaken would ever be friends, but maybe they didn't have to be enemies? Izuku dropped by the room that was supposed to be the judo club's dojo after school, but the room was having a part of the floor replaced and there was no sign saying where they might have moved to. He decided to just go home and maybe stop by the store on the way to pick up some groceries. He took his time walking, enjoying the few remaining cherry blossoms still clinging to the trees along the way. He was considering an evening run, since it was so nice outside, when he heard a commotion up ahead. People were shouting and Izuku spotted two boys from his class, ones that usually hung around Kaken. He waved them down and asked what was going on. Some big pile of slime just grabbed Bakugu. A pile of slime? Like a villain? And you just left him? Is he okay? Izuku babbled, feeling his heart start to race. He looked over to where the commotion was still going on, and saw a crowd had gathered. Kaken's explosions were setting everything on fire around him as he tried to blow the slime off of himself. There were a couple of heroes on the scene, but they had their hands full with keeping spectators safe and keeping the fires at bay. Kamui would swung by on a vine, sweeping a pair of people away from the flames, but was unable to get close enough to grab Kaken, because his body was primarily made of wood. Kaken was putting up a fight, but it was hampering anyone rescuing him. Izuku didn't wait around to see if anyone else was going to risk it, he just ran. Darting around people in the way, Izuku launched himself through the crowd to get in as close as he could. He threw his notebook at the sludge and it jabbed an eye floating in the ooze draped over and around Kaken, holding him immobile. The villain howled in pain or anger as its eye was hit, and Izuku started to form a plan. Kaken, quit exploding everything. I'm going to try to get them to let you go. Deku? What the hell are you doing here? Kaken growled in disbelief. You can try, the voice of the sludge villain gurgled at him. Once I take over this body, I'll be unstoppable. The monster was trying to envelop Kaken, peeling his lips apart to make an opening to slither into. Kaken was either panicking or too angry to care about anything but blasting the villain off of him, because the explosions kept coming. Izuku engaged his levitation quirk and used it in conjunction with his balance quirk to get above the villain, basically standing lightly on its head. His backpack kept him from floating away, but made him a lot lighter than normal. He was kicking at its eyes while trying not to hit Kaken too much in the process. It seemed to be working fairly well. It kept the sludge from taking over Kaken, because it was too busy trying to fend off Izuku. It wasn't letting go of its prey though, and that was what Izuku needed it to do. Izuku could hear snippets of the heroes shouting at him to get out of there, and the crowd shouting encouragement at him, but mostly he heard explosions and the BLD rushing in his ears. His balance quirk was doing an excellent job of keeping him steady while the explosions that would have dislodged him detonated around them. You've got a great quirk, kid, the villain told Izuku. Izuku tried to use pull on one of the villain's eyes, and shuddered in disgust when the eye actually slid from the slime into his hand with a wet thwack. Repulsed, he threw the eye away, letting it roll down the street. Hey! The villain shrieked. You'll pay for that. Before Izuku could try pulling the other eye, that was currently hidden from his sight, the sludge wrapped around his shoe and breathe leg. Because of his Teflon quirk, he had to tie his shoes extra securely and wear his belt pretty snugly, and that worked against him at the moment. Thanks for everything, Blasty, the villain gurgled, apparently to Kaken, but this kid's got a way better quirk for me. Izuku felt the sludge covering him, and could see that it was transferring off of Kaken and onto him. It was quickly curling up and around his uniform, and Izuku allowed himself to land on the ground, since the weight of the villain was dragging at him anyway. Run, Kaken! Izuku called, relieved to see that someone was grabbing the other boy and dragging him backward away from the slime. Now he just had to figure out how to extract himself. When the sludge reached the collar of Izuku's Gakurin, it stopped for a moment. The slime was not able to adhere to his skin at all. Every time tendrils of sludge tried to wrap around his head, or ears or lips, it just slid away uselessly. What the hell? Why are you so slippery? The villain growled, beating ropes of gunk against Izuku's face painfully in an attempt to force entry, somehow. There's no need to fear. Izuku almost sagged with relief at the sound of a familiar voice bellowing over the noise around them. I am here. All Might finished. Izuku braced himself, unsure how All Might was going to get him out of this, but knowing he had to be ready to get out of the way as soon as he was free. Detroit. Izuku only had time to think, oh see. Smash. The wind pressure from the punch was incredible, and Izuku felt himself burst free from the slime and tumble across the concrete until he smacked up against the side of a building and was pressed there until the gale was past. He was just rolling over to survey what was happening when he felt the first drops of rain begin to fall. There was a collective gasp from the crowd, and someone called out, Holy Siri! He punched so strong that the air pressure, with the rising air currents, changed the weather. He made it rain with a single punch. The crowd was cheering, but Izuku was being checked over and helped to his feet by death arms. Are you suicidal? The hero asked him in a harsh tone. There was no reason to run into danger like that. You could have been killed. I just wanted to save him, Izuku said haltingly. And you thought you could succeed when none of the other heroes here could do anything? He demanded crossly. That was beyond reckless. I think you mean brave, came a booming voice. That young man did what all of us have been trained to do, and that is to risk our lives to save those in need. If the heroes had remembered that, he wouldn't have felt like he needed to intervene, would he? Death Arms looked like he wasn't sure if he should feel ashamed or insulted, so he settled for somewhere in the middle. That might be true, but he still acted recklessly. I'm glad you're okay, kid. Have your face looked at by a medic? Izuku nodded. He really was okay, and so was Kaken, who had been sitting near a paramedic's truck, getting checked over. He walked toward the other boy, with All Might walking beside him, and wasn't sure what to say. Kaken looked sullen and annoyed, and just glared when Izuku appeared in front of him. He was completely ignoring one of the heroes on scene who was telling him how great his quirk was, and how he should come be his sidekick when he graduated. He didn't even see All Might for a moment, and when he did, his jaw dropped. How are you feeling, young man? All Might asked. I feel like CRP, he answered petulantly. First some slimy piece of CRP grabs me, then Deku there kicks me in the head while I'm trying to fight it off. Izuku felt bad at the bruises forming on the other boy's face. Sorry, Kaken, he said sincerely. I told you to stop calling me that, Kaken snapped. I told you to stop calling me Deku, Izuku countered. Boys, All Might said, intervening. You've both been under a lot of stress in the past few minutes. Perhaps emotions are flaring. No, Izuku said, cutting him off quietly, sounding tired. It's always like this with us. You were probably trying to kill me off so you could steal my quirk, too. Kaken growled at him. Izuku balled his hands into fists and gritted his. Seriously? I think it's best if you two get some treatment. Separately, All Might put a huge hand on Izuku's shoulder, gave it a gentle squeeze and steered him away. There was a paramedic waiting to look at him, but all Izuku really needed was an ice pack. There were police who needed questions answered, and reporters were all over the place, since All Might usually didn't stick around for very long after he saved someone, and they all wanted a statement or sound bite from him before he dashed off again. Izuku didn't miss the tiny droplets of BLD beginning to leak from the corners of All Might's mouth, and he pulled out his phone. 4:35 p.m. All Might. Pretend this is an emergency call, so you can just leave. He hit send, and All Might's phone pinged loudly in his pocket. He pulled it out, looked at it and slid it back into his pocket. Sorry folks. Duty calls. He took a few steps backward before leaping high into the air and out of sight. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. A minute later, he got a message on his own phone. Thanks for that, young man. I was impressed by your heroism today. Come to my tower when you're free. I think it's time we talked. Izuku arrived to find not only All Might, but also Sir Night Eye and Gran sitting around the low table in the sitting room on the top floor of Might Tower. He'd gone home to shower and change clothes, and now he was wondering if he should have come straight here, since everyone wore very serious expressions. Somehow, All Might in his deflated form looked even more serious than he might have in his muscular one, perhaps because he didn't always smile in this form. Is something wrong? Did something happen? He asked, frozen to the spot he had stopped in when he'd seen everyone gathered. No, there's nothing wrong, Sir told him. Come in and have a seat. All Might has something he needs to tell you about, and it's rather important that you listen carefully. Izuku let his bag slide to the ground beside the couch as he hopped up onto a cushion. He felt more like a little kid than usual, sitting with his feet dangling off the ground, and the adults all looking at him. Midoriya-kun, All Might began. First, I want to tell you that what you did today was extraordinary. It was reckless, but you handled yourself well. Seeing you there, running straight into danger while the other heroes hesitated to act was truly heroic. I, myself, was standing on the sidelines hesitating, because I'd used up my time for the day and was waiting for another hero to jump into action. You were the only one who did. You didn't think twice about trying to rescue a person you don't even like, and you kept your wits about you and used the tools you had on hand to do what you could to buy time. Izuku could feel himself blushing from the praise and felt like he might burst with pride. We were watching from here, Gran said, gesturing to Sir as well. We were monitoring the area because there had been a report of a villain committing a theft, and then you showed up. You comported yourself well, Sir agreed, though I can see we will have to work on some strategies for fighting that sort of villain for the future. Izuku nodded, eager to learn more of what he did right, and what he could have done differently or better. Now, All Might said, drawing the attention back around to why he'd asked Izuku to come. I have a story to tell you about my quirk, and how I became a hero. Izuku had wondered about this for some time, but when he asked Sir or Gran, they always said that All Might would tell him when he felt the time was right. No one knew exactly what All Might's quirk really was, though it obviously had something to do with super strength. Izuku listened as All Might spoke about all for one and one for all, and how one for all had been passed down for generations. He explained about how he had been quirkless, but with a longing to be a hero, and how his MS tier had given him one for all to cultivate. Now that All Might had been so gravely injured, it was time for him to choose a successor and begin the slow steps to retirement. After what I saw today, I'm both hesitant to retire when the current heroes aren't living up to their potential and eager to get my successor up to speed as quickly as possible, so there won't be too long of a gap without someone who can use one for all to become the new symbol people need to feel safe. Once you step down, they'll have to step up. They've gotten lazy because you're around to pick up their slack. Endeavor's a creep, but he's at least trying to keep up with you. The rest need a reality check. Gran said bluntly. The kid won't be ready for another 6 years or more. Still needs to make it through middle school and UA? Wait, Izuku said, trying to follow the thread of what Gran was saying. What kid? Gran, Sir scolded him lightly. Let Toshinori handle it. All Might sighed. Izuku, I want you to be my successor. Izuku just sat there blankly staring, as if waiting for the punchline. Izuku, did you hear what he said? Sir asked when the silence had gone on for an awkwardly long time. You don't have to, All Might rushed to assure him. If you don't want to? Of course I want to, Izuku said immediately. I'm just kind of... Just because I jumped on a villain today? Sir snorted out a laugh that he tried to pass off as a cough, while Gran cracked a smile. That's not the only reason, no, All Might told him, sounding amused. But it was the final proof I needed that you have what it takes to be a great hero. I actually did put a lot of thought into it. We put a lot of thought and consideration into it. One of the things that first made us consider you was your ability to handle multiple quirks without putting a strain on your body. One for All is a powerful quirk that gets more powerful with each passing. It's a stockpiling quirk, and even though I was quirkless when I received it, I've still done my part to cultivate it, and all of that power would get passed on to you. It's a lot to handle. You can take your time to think about it, kid. You've probably got about 1,000,000 questions to ask. You usually do. I don't need to think about it, but I know I'll have a ton of questions, he said with a nod. The only thing I've ever wanted to do is be a hero, but none of my quirks are really that great for hero work. That's just not true, All Might told him. You have incredible quirks, and while it would be an uphill battle, you could absolutely become a hero with what you already possess. Izuku, Sir said seriously. I don't think you should give him your answer for at least a few days. Let it really sink in. I don't think you realize what keeping a secret this huge entails, and how isolated it can make you feel. Think about it. Write down your questions. You need to be absolutely sure about this. I guess maybe I should talk this over with my dad, Izuku said sheepishly, seeing the wisdom in Sir's words. That's another thing to think about, Gran said. Anyone who knows the secret about All Might's quirk is a possible target. There's a reason his circle of close friends is so small. All Might himself just sat there with his fingers threaded together, looking at Izuku intently. Even if you turn down this offer, he finally said, we won't abandon you. You're already a target for All for One's remaining followers, and you need training to be prepared for any possible interaction with them in the future. Izuku nodded slowly, still thinking about what it might mean to tell his father about all of this. How much danger would it put him in? More than he was already? Somehow, he doubted it. They had already used his father's need of a housekeeper to infiltrate their lives. They already knew where to find him, and Izuku doubted his father could just SW jobs. Is it okay for me to tell my dad about all this? Izuku asked. It might be better if we explained it to him, Sir said. I'm sure he'll have questions that you won't be able to answer. What if he says I can't do it? Izuku worried aloud. There was a pause before All Might cleared his throat and said, we'll just have to hope we can convince him. Ideally, we would have waited until you were out of UA before even suggesting that you take over One for All, Sir said matter-of-factly. But the confrontation with All for One and All Might's present condition unfortunately pushes that timeline forward considerably. You were thinking about this before then? Izuku asked with wonder. In a more abstract way, yes? All Might said. I'm not exactly a young man anymore, you know. I would have had to retire in another 10 years or so, anyway. We were looking a bit farther into the future, and would probably have explored multiple different possibilities. You were kind of dropped into our laps like a sign from the gods. We wouldn't even have to think of an excuse for you to suddenly have another quirk. Izuku's eyes widened at that. Wow. He began to mutter to himself, pinching his lower lip as his mind whirled with all the new information. He missed it as Gran looked at the other two men and sighed. He's doing it again. Leave him be, Sir said quietly. He's processing. It's kinda cute, All Might said with a shrug. Izuku put together timelines in his head and events that had happened, combined with the training they'd been giving him and the events of the day. By the time he wound down, he noticed that all three men were looking at him with varied expressions of amusement. That evening, Izuku sat next to his father, who was still reeling from the news about his son fighting a villain and saving his classmate. Izuku had kind of forgotten to call him afterward, and his father had been in meetings all day and not heard the news. Sir and All Might had explained all of that first, praising Izuku's quick thinking and bravery. It had even been on the news, so they all got to watch the footage together. It was kind of surreal. Izuku's dad looked stunned, worried and proud in that order. Then he got back around to worry again. There's more, isn't there? He asked. You didn't come here just to tell me about this? That's true, All Might said cautiously. We have a bit of a story to tell you. Hisashi listened to All Might's story about One for All with realization dawning on him as to why they were sharing this with him. The fact that All for One was that old, and that insidious within the crime world made him furrow his brow and clench his jaw. He didn't seem to notice when tendrils of smoke started to drift up from his nostrils as they explained about the true damage that All Might had taken during his battle with All for One. A plume of smoke floated out of his mouth when he saw All Might's true deflated, emaciated form where the huge, iconic figure had been sitting. Izuku sighed when his father pinched his bottom lip and began to mutter, just as his son had done earlier as he processed everything. When he finally worked it out in his mind, he sighed, smoke still trailing from his nose and mouth. Dad, don't set off the fire detectors, Izuku said calmly as his father seemed to come out of this trance. Sorry, he said, taking a deep breath to suck in as much smoke as he could and consciously tamping down his quirk with effort. He looked at the two men, who were regarding him with serious, cautious expressions. You want to pass this power on to Izuku? It wasn't a question. Yes. He's a child. Yes. But he won't be for long, Sir pointed out. And villains won't always take his age into consideration, All Might pointed out. Won't this make him a target? His father asked. Izuku wasn't sure if it was too early to say, but it seemed like a good sign that his father hadn't just said no immediately. I'm already a target, Dad, Izuku said quietly. All for One was beaten, but he had a lot of followers. Especially that Tamura guy, and he's scary and has a really strong quirk. Zoo, agreeing to be the next All Might, it's on a completely different level, his dad pointed out. True, but I was going to apply to UA anyway, Izuku said in his most persuasive voice. So, if I'm going to be a hero anyway, don't you want me to be the strongest one I can be? More smoke began to drift up from his dad's nostrils, and Izuku bit his lip in worry. I need to think about this, and make sure we are taking everything into account before a decision is made. Both men looked relieved to hear this. Of course, All Might said firmly. That's all we're asking. Izuku and his father thanked the men for coming and saw them to the door. Once they were gone, Izuku went to a small cabinet and took out a bottle of whiskey. He took it to the kitchen and put some ice in a glass, before pouring a generous splash of the amber liquid over it before taking it back to his father. His dad was still standing in front of the door, staring into nothingness, lost in thought. He jolted when he felt Izuku's hand on his arm, and laughed a bit when he saw the glass in his son's hand. You read my mind, he said, taking the glass. Izuku just gave a small grin and thanked his most useless quirk from telling him what his dad wanted at the moment. They went back to the living room and talked late into the night, both of them making a list of questions, concerns and, in his father's case, requirements that they would need satisfied before a final decision was made. It wasn't the strong yes that Izuku had been hoping for, but it was a conditional one. His dad had promised to be in contact with All Might and Sir Night-Eye to get some answers and reassurances before anything else was settled. In the end, Izuku was allowed to accept, with the promise from All Might that he would do everything in his power to guide and protect Izuku until he was ready to stand on his own as a hero. Both All Might and Sir Night-Eye promised to be proper mentors, with Gran as an unofficial side benefit, lending a hand when and where he could. Izuku's heart was racing wildly as he stood beside his father in Might Tower and accepted a hair from All Might's head. "Eat this," All Might said. Izuku and his father wore identical expressions of skepticism. "Izuku has to consume some of All Might's DNA for the transfer to happen," Sir clarified. "Okay," Izuku said, still somewhat reluctant. "Can he have something to wash it down with?" his dad asked. Gran had a glass of milk and a taiyaki on a plate waiting. "I've got you covered," the old man said cheerfully. Toshinori didn't have such a luxury when he received one for all, and spent the rest of the day gagging on that DMN hair. Think it got wrapped around his uvula? He seemed to think this was hilarious, but Izuku wasn't so easily distracted. After a moment, Izuku wound the hair around his finger until it was in a small ring, and shoved it in his mouth. Before he even tried to swallow it, he grabbed the taiyaki and took a huge bite, practically swallowing it whole, then washing it down with the entire glass of milk. "I think it went down," Izuku said once the glass was empty. "Good job, my boy," All Might said in the booming voice of his muscular form. "You are officially the 9th holder of One for All." He patted Izuku on the back with enough force to knock him forward a step before laughing happily and suddenly deflating. "I don't feel any," Izuku began, but then felt a shiver travel from the tips of his toes to the top of his head. Faint crackles of verdant electricity spider webbed around him for a few moments, and the veins under his skin glowed pink as if lit from within, then settled down and disappeared. "That was weird," Izuku exclaimed, looking down at his hands that had just been glowing. "I'm pretty sure it worked." He looked at his dad, who looked shaken and had a tendril of smoke escaping from his open mouth. Once Hisashi calmed down and after Izuku received One for All, of course he was excited to try it out. They went into All Might's private gym and Izuku took the stance Gran had taught him. He listened to the advice All Might gave him about picturing the power surging in his mind. Gran helped lace up the boxing gloves that Izuku wore when he practiced. Sir was keeping a careful eye on All Might, and Izuku wondered if he was worried about what would happen to him now that One for All had been passed along. All Might had already explained that the embers of the power were still glowing inside of him, and that it would take quite a while for them to be extinguished. So, he'd never done it before. What if he was wrong? All Might sensed both Sir and Izuku looking at him and smiled. "I'm fine. In fact, better than I expected. The slight pull I was always feeling near young Midoriya had gone away. Maybe because I'm technically quirkless, again?" That answer seemed to appease Sir, so Izuku nodded and went back to concentrating on trying to use One for All. He envisioned the power surging through him, and the reddish-pink glow under his skin and the green sparks appeared again in a web around his body as he drew back his fist and punched the heavy bag as strong as he could. There was a thunderous crash as the bag rattled on its chains and swayed wildly. Izuku gasped and hopped backward, amazed by the strength of the blow. He'd never so much as made this bag creak before, much less move it like he just had. His dad was staring open-mouthed again, and waited for the bag to settle before he leaned on it, pushing with both hands in an attempt to move it. He failed. His hand was shaking as he pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and patted at his forehead. "Are you okay, Dad?" Izuku asked in concern. The glow that seemed to appear when the power of One for All was in use had faded away once more. "I think that's more than enough proof," his dad whispered on a puff of smoke. "I agree," Sir said with satisfaction. "Now the real training can begin," All Might said, rubbing his hands together. Izuku grinned. The real training actually didn't start as planned. After the first punch to try out One for All, Izuku winced when his father put a hand on his shoulder. "Ow," he complained, stepping away. "Izuku?" Sir asked with concern at the same time as his dad asked, "Zoo?" "My arm hurts," he said, rolling his shoulder a bit. "That was a heck of a punch," All Might conceded. Gran stepped forward to unlace the gloves, and Izuku yelped when the right one was pulled off. "Take off your shirt, Kit," Gran ordered. Izuku reached for the hem of his hoodie and groaned in pain as he lifted it up. His father caught hold of the fabric and helped to ease it over his head while Izuku hissed. As the fabric peeled away, all four men se in a breath at the sight of Izuku's arm. It was bruised a dark purple from the tips of his fingers all the way up to his shoulder, where it faded to a lighter shade of purple, then blue, then yellow before ending around his shoulder blade. "How did this happen?" his dad demanded, sounding both panicked and angry. "It must be some backlash from using the quirk at full force," All Might guessed, looking concerned and apologetic. Gran carefully examined the abused limb and said it didn't seem to be broken, just really badly bruised. "The power gets stronger with each person that holds it, so perhaps it's more amplified than Izuku can handle at full strength," All Might said. "We should take him to the clinic to be looked at, just in case," Sir said. "I don't want this happening again," his dad told the men, thicker smoke billowing up from his mouth and nose. "I'm entrusting him to your care so that he'll be safe, not so he can end up turned to a bloody pulp." "Understood, sir," All Might said, bowing to Izuku's dad. Izuku's eyes widened, and he fidgeted in distress. He'd never seen his dad emit so much smoke so often as he had in the past week. "Dad, it's not his fault." "It's all right, young man. I promised your father that I would take excellent care of you, and the first time you use one for all, this happens. I will have to be much more careful in the future." "The car is being brought around," Sir said, pocketing his phone. Gran appeared with the biggest ice pack Izuku had ever seen. It was more like an ice blanket. He wrapped it around Izuku's whole arm, and there were still several centimeters hanging past his fingertips. Gran said it was one that had been made especially for All Might, whose large frame required large equipment. The doctor at the clinic easily accepted the explanation that Izuku had inherited a new quirk that he hadn't gotten used to. She had treated him before and knew his quirk history. "An even dozen now," she said cheerfully as she used her X-ray quirk to check him for any breaks or fractures. Izuku gave her a weak smile that got a little brighter when she announced no need for a cast or brace. She gave him a sling to rest his arm in, some analgesic cream to rub on it, and some painkillers. Those were to help him sleep more comfortably for a couple of days until the pain subsided enough to get relief from over-the-counter medicine. In the end, they put any training on hold for a week, and Izuku was told to keep a journal of any changes he noticed, physically or otherwise in the meantime. At school on Monday was when he had his first mishap. His pen rolled off his desk and onto the floor, landing just out of reach. He didn't see the harm in using pull and getting it back, since his arm was in a sling. He held out his hand toward it and pulled, but instead of his own pen hitting his hand, there was a tearing sound, a yelp of surprise, and suddenly Izuku was holding the teacher's pen. Unfortunately, it had come to him through his teacher's shirt pocket, tearing a pen-sized hole in it in the process. The class roared with laughter as Izuku blushed beat Reed and jumped up to return the pen and bow a few thousand times in apology. "Stupid Deku," Kaken laughed. Izuku sighed, knowing his detention was well-deserved. The next day, Izuku began floating up out of his seat while working on a math assignment. When his knees hit the underside of his desk, the desk lifted up off of the ground as well, falling with a loud clatter as he got it under control. The short fall back into this chair painfully jolted his arm, and he gritted his teeth as everyone stared. He avoided detention when he was asked to stay after class by explaining that a new quirk was making his other ones act up. The teacher had shuddered, as if he'd forgotten about the nature of Izuku's quirk, and dismissed him. He found himself accidentally changing the color of one of his All Might action figures, and lamented that he couldn't turn it back. In class, he accidentally used his copy quirk while passing papers back in his row of desks, ruining the handouts. It now seemed he could copy an entire stack at once, and not just one page at a time. The rest of the week wasn't too bad, and the bruising on his arm responded well to ointments, icing, and rest. His arm was a mottled mass of spectacular colors, but the pain was tolerable, and he didn't have to wear the sling past the first week. When he presented Sir Night-Eye with his journal pages, that were extremely sloppy as he had trouble writing with his injured hand, and his left hand was even worse for writing skill, it earned him a raised eyebrow. It would appear that one for all is affecting some of your other quirks. It's worth exploring just how much. This meant that while his arm continued to heal, he was put through his paces with his other quirks all over again to see how applying one for all affected their potency. Pull had obviously gotten stronger. The size and weight of the objects he could call to him hadn't changed all that much, but the distance and speed were vastly improved. So much so that Izuku had to be careful not to hurt himself when catching small objects. The coin he'd pulled from across the room had definitely stung when it had smacked into his palm with an audible slap. His levitation quirk sometimes took him by surprise and caused him to lift off the ground from time to time, usually when his mind was wandering. His previous training helped him get it under control quickly, but All Might thought he might be able to use it to learn a sort of gliding flight, if combined with his balance quirk and a one-for-all leap. All Might could travel long distances with such leaps, even without levitation, so it stood to reason that if he did the same while levitating, he could go much further and possibly faster. That was a tricky one to monitor though, so it might have to wait to test out until they found someone who could keep up with him and rescue him if things went awry. Turning transparent didn't really change much. He got slightly more transparent, but not quite enough to say he was mostly invisible. It could be good for stealth missions, if he could train to hold his breath for extended periods. Things still slid off of his skin, but not any better than before, and he still knew what people wanted to eat at any given time, but couldn't tell what they'd want tomorrow, or if they were far away. He didn't improve any with being a polyglot, either, though it would have been cool to be able to read or write in different languages without any work on his part. Finally, they called back Hound Dog, who had agreed to let Izuku experiment, and it seemed that a single touch from Izuku could now make the hair on the hero's head grow several centimeters, instead of needing several strokes to get it that long. Hound Dog had been delighted, and said he was going to get a makeover with his new hair. Izuku grinned at that, glad he could help. Once his arm was healed, All Might asked him to meet him at a stretch of beach near a rundown shopping district called Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Izuku could tell that it had once been a thriving little spot for locals to hang out at, but had deteriorated over the years. Once he found the beach, it was clear why. Where did all this trash come from? He asked in dismay. Careless people dumped here, and the currents tend to draw waste tossed into the ocean to this beach, where it washes ashore, All Might said, looking almost cheerful. Why is that a good thing? Because it means you'll always have plenty to do. All Might said in his booming voice before a coughing fit overcame him and he deflated. You're going to bulk up those muscles by hauling all of this junk out of the sand and cleaning up the beach. I'm thinking that maybe the reason your arm bruised that badly is because one for all binds the strength of all of the previous holders into a single person. That's a lot for such a small body to contain. Bulking you up may help with that. This could take months. Izuku said in disbelief. Possibly more than a year, even, All Might agreed without concern. Izuku guessed that made sense, and he wasn't about to tell All Might that he didn't trust him. He took the work gloves that were offered and started small. All Might actually helped with regular trash, papers and plastics that didn't weigh enough to give either of them a workout of any kind. While they gathered bag after bag of light rubbish, All Might regaled Izuku with tales of his early years training with Gran, what it had been like to be quirkless as a kid, it wasn't so uncommon then, and how the heroes of today seem to have forgotten their roots. It's not all about fame and adulation, young Midoriya, he said as he handed off another bag to be tossed into the back of a flatbed truck in the parking lot. Heroes should be about community involvement. Getting to know the local business owners when they can, volunteering for the betterment of the area you serve, like we're doing right now. Izuku agreed with that philosophy. He had seen a couple of heroes come and go from the spotlight, looking great and powerful at first, but more interested in the rankings and photo ops than in saving people and helping out. He vowed to never be like that. He wanted to be as great as All Might one day, but not for the popularity or praise. He wanted to save people and keep them from ever having to lose a loved one like he'd lost his own mother. He never wanted to gain another quirk, if he could help it. At the end of their first day at the beach, it was strong to tell that anyone had done any work at all, if Izuku was honest with himself. Despite the dozens of trash bags they'd filled, the place still looked more like a landfill than a beach park. Here, All Might said, handing him a sheaf of notes. Izuku was careful to tug on his lighter-weight gloves so as not to touch them with all 5 fingers of either hand as he scanned the pages. All-American Dream Plan, he read aloud, looking at lists of exercises, foods, and schedules. Precisely. We've only got a couple of years to get you ready to face the board of directors for UA High School. Why would I meet the board of directors? Izuku asked, feeling confused. They're the ones who will decide if you'll be able to be placed as a recommendation student, All Might told him, sounding as though that should have been obvious. Erect Izuku's mind was reeling with this new information. There are only 2 recommendation spots for each class each year, and the criteria to even qualify is crazily complicated. Which is why we need to get you in tip-top shape. All Might said confidently. The recommended students meet the board, sit for the written exam, and then give a demonstration of their quirk, skill, and their mental and physical fitness. You think I can qualify? Izuku asked hopefully. I know you can, came the immediate answer. If you work for it? Izuku wasn't sure how many people got recommended each year for UA, but it was possible that the number of recommendations was higher than the number of available spots. That was why they met earlier than the actual entrance exam date. If a recommended student didn't win one of the spots, they could still sit for the regular entrance exam and earn a spot that way. Izuku wasn't about to let everyone helping him and cheering for him down. He would work strong and keep focused on his goal, whatever it took. His way home, he stopped at the market to buy groceries that would help him get started on the meal plan that was included in the lists that All Might had made for him, and vowed to follow them to the letter. His classmates noticed that he was looking more tired lately, and asked about it. I've got a personal trainer that's working me strong, he answered, not wanting to let the truth slip too much. You know, 'cause my quirks have been acting up. Sounds rough, the other boy said sympathetically. It was rough, but Izuku was loving every minute of it. Well, mostly every minute. Some of the stuff he found on the beach was beyond disgusting, and All Might didn't help him again after that first day. Still, his already fit body was becoming even more defined and muscular, instead of just toned. He didn't seem to be gaining a lot of bulk, but he was just getting started. On top of daily beach cleanup, Izuku's schedule had him meeting with either All Might, Sir Night Eye, or Gran Torino twice a week for other lessons, which turned out to be different each time. Gran almost always taught him fighting, often street style with few rules. He insisted that Izuku needed to know how to fight dirty, because villains sure as hell wouldn't be following a rule book. Sir and All Might argued that they had to be better than that, but Gran found ways to throw in little pointers here and there that he was sure wouldn't be allowed in anything but a knockdown, drag-out brawl. Often it was about boxing, looking for an opponent's openings and taking advantage of weaknesses. To that end, Sir Night Eye helped him continue practicing judo, which had been abandoned because of circumstances, but was useful enough to keep in his repertoire. He also often went over Izuku's hero notebooks, the ones that had become legible over time anyway, and pointed out any flaws or incorrect assumptions in thinking. He demanded that he memorize the different types of quirks, and the best ways to counter them with what he already knew or had at his disposal. He continued to pose hypothetical scenarios and demand that Izuku find the most expedient and ethical solutions to them. He insisted that more than fighting, it was best to think one's way out of sticky situations, and outsmart the enemy. All Might wasn't the best teacher. He was, however, very enthusiastic. One for All had come so naturally to him that he was baffled as to why Izuku was having as much trouble as he was. They worked on how and when he should use it, since it seemed to take precious seconds for Izuku to call it forth and be ready to use it. Even then, it sometimes fizzled out mid-leap or punch, or kick, leading to a big wind-up with little reward at the end. It was unclear if it was a matter of poor concentration or being distracted, or if there was some kind of loose connection somewhere, where his other quirks were somehow interfering. Many of their sessions together were spent working to combine one for All with his other quirks in various inventive ways. All Might was still doing hero work for a handful of hours each day, but had begun leaving the big jobs to other heroes to handle. He only got involved in something that would strain him if there appeared to be no other option to prevent a loss of life. Because of his transition to less time on the streets, the crime rate had started to rise a little, mostly with small-time criminals testing the waters, looking to fill in the spaces where All for One no longer held influence. The fact that rumors said All Might had been the one to take down All for One still kept the major players on the crime scene in line and well hidden. The media speculated wildly about All Might's diminished time on the hero scene. Gossip blogs speculated that he had met someone and was settling down into a more domestic life. Reporters and analysts gave wing to wild conspiracies from the internet about the number one hero living a double life, which wasn't exactly wrong, until they started giving their theories about it that were nowhere near close. Interviews with other heroes turned up no clues, with most of the shrugging and saying that the man had basically been on duty for decades and deserved a break if he wanted one. Everyone had a theory, but only a handful of people knew the truth. Sir was concerned that things would get out of control before Izuku could make it through UA. His plan had been to have Izuku graduate, then begin a short stint as All Might's sidekick, eventually taking over so that All Might could retire for good. He insisted that he was working on some things to buy some time and explain the number one's decreased presence on the streets. Something much less crazy than the rabid media was putting out there. Time began to move quickly, and the beach was starting to look less and less like a landfill. Gran had taken up a hobby he liked to call sneak attack and would often show up out of nowhere, trying to take Izuku by surprise while he was hauling large appliances or something similar. Sir thought that this was a fine way to keep Izuku on his toes, and had joined in a more subtle way. Sir would throw his hyper-density seals at the towers of refuse, causing them to teeter or even collapse, forcing Izuku to evade or attempt to stop a minor catastrophe at a moment's notice. Izuku never knew when they would show up, and only knew they were there when he was already under attack. All Might thought it was hilarious. All Might spent most of his time in his diminished form now, and had started calling it his true form when they spoke about it. He saved every ounce of energy and strength he had left for the times he took up the mantle of the number one hero, doling out the power in small increments to make it seem like he was more active than he really was. Izuku wasn't sure how to feel about it. On the one hand, it was very smart thinking and a good way to cover how little time he actually got to spend fighting crime. On the other hand, it had to be strong for him to not be able to easily do what he'd always done, as much as he wanted. School. Izuku had a lot of friendly acquaintances, but kept mostly to himself. He didn't join any more clubs or extracurricular activities. He couldn't really become close with anyone his own age, since he was always with one of a trio of men who were training him. It would be strong to explain all of his covert comings and goings and lack of free time to anyone. On top of that, could he really trust anyone right now? The one real, hangout with outside of school friend he'd had in his life had been Kaken, and that had ended poorly. They had an unsteady truce in middle school, but it was clear that Kaken still held him in disdain. It didn't hurt anymore when he was ignored. It was better than being noticed too much and having to answer questions. He didn't bother to try to make other friends. Anyone else could be a plant, couldn't they? How could he know who was trustworthy? Best not to risk it. Before he knew it, Izuku was in his third year of middle school. The beach project was nearly complete, and was mostly maintenance from what the currents washed up, or what unscrupulous people dumped there. Izuku spent a lot of his time simply running on the beach, or swimming along the shoreline. A couple of times, he'd spied Kaken watching him from across the street, where a corner store had reopened once people started visiting the beach again. It might have been a coincidence, but when Izuku had waved the second time, could have sworn that he'd startled the other boy, and Kaken had spun on his heel and disappeared around the corner. Finally, at the beginning of his third year of middle school, Izuku was sent home with forms to be filled out, stating which high schools he would be aspiring to. He wondered if he should list UA, or if that was giving too much personal information out to an institution that Shigaraki Tamura and Kurojairi and Dr. Tsubasa might be able to access. His father had a talk with Sir Night Eye about it over the phone, and they decided that they would list UA Heroics course as a first choice, and Shiketsu as a second, though they had no intention of his applying there. A call to the school administration would help to keep the staff quiet about it for the most part, and it wasn't anything a decent hacker wouldn't be able to access, at any rate. It was also news to Izuku that he periodically had people from the Might Agency following him from a distance, in case he ever ran into trouble. When he mentioned as much, Sir simply told him that it only happened at times he wasn't expected to be somewhere in particular, when they would know very quickly if he wasn't where he should be. That was hardly ever with his regimented schedule. A week later, when the teacher was going through the stacks of papers in front of the class, he mentioned that most of them would be moving up to the attached high school. With the exception of Moriyama, who will be applying to Kamino High, she told them, glancing at her lists, and Bakugu, who's aiming for the heroics track of UA High. Hey, Midoriya, weren't you going to take the entrance exam for UA, too? One of the kids asked from a row away. You used to be all about trying to be a hero. No, I don't plan to take the UA entrance exam, he said, technically not lying. Of course not, Kaken sneered. He can't even keep from levitating out of his DMN seat. Hey man, one of the others laughed, that hasn't happened in a long time. Izuku just smiled and shook his head ruefully. It wouldn't do any good to say anything about expecting a recommendation spot at UA. UA only takes the best, and that's me, Kaken bragged loudly. Deku wouldn't stand a chance, he'd be killed in the exam. All those quirks, and he's still an idiot. Izuku sighed, and tried to ignore him, only spurring Kaken on to continue his bragging about how much he'd been working out with his quirk and how good he was. It didn't matter, Izuku knew the truth, and one day soon, Kaken would too. In the hallway after classes, Kaken shouldered Izuku out of his way, and when Izuku made an annoyed noise he stopped and spun to face him. Look nerd, it seems like you finally realized you're not UA material, but don't go thinking you can keep looking down on me because you've got a bunch of lame but quirks. Even if you did get into some other hero school, the best you'll ever manage is being a sidekick to some busted D-lister. When have I ever looked down on you? Izuku demanded crossly, losing his temper. What I don't get is, why are you even trying for UA? If you want to be a hero, you actually have to care about people, right? I don't think that's something they teach there. I haven't seen you care about anyone but yourself since we were kids. Good luck with that. He shoved past Kaken, and ignored the angry shout for him to stop and the crackling sparks that Kaken threw at his back as Izuku stormed out of the school. Sure, Kaken had an amazing quirk. Izuku had always known that, and even been envious of it in the past. He'd idolized the other boy and always complimented and encouraged him until they'd been separated by Kaken's temper and superiority complex. Izuku had no idea how Kaken had ever gotten the idea that he was being looked down on in any way by Izuku. If it wasn't so infuriating, it would be funny. When the day came that Izuku was to meet the board of directors of UA, he was nervous and fidgety. Gran had pulled him aside the evening before and told him that he'd better not slack off. You remember everything you've worked for, he told Izuku gruffly. You give it everything you've got, no matter what they ask you to do. No one in their right mind would pass up a student that All Might had personally handpicked and mentored, but that just means you have to shine brighter than anyone else. Izuku had swallowed strong and nodded, and Gran had grinned. No pressure, though, the old man added with a laugh, slapping Izuku on the back affectionately. He was ushered to a room with 5 other prospective students, all in different middle school uniforms. There was a taller girl with a large, spiky ponytail who looked nervous, yet poised. She wore a small, forced smile on her lips as she waited for everyone else. There was a really tall boy who Izuku found strong to believe was a middle schooler, who stood with a huge grin on his face, his hair clipped close to his head and he had sharp eyes. He was fidgety and seemed to be struggling not to talk to anyone and everyone in the room. Another boy, with bicolored hair, red on one half and white on the other, and eyes, gray and blue, and a large scar over his left eye stood with a stoic expression, but Izuku could see his jaw was clenched, betraying his nerves. A girl with shoulder-length black hair and a pleasant smile stood near the girl with the ponytail, and Izuku noticed she was balanced on the ball of her feet, as if wanting to bounce in her excitement. Finally, there was the most interesting-looking boy. He appeared to have no lips, and all of his teeth were on display, though it didn't seem like he was smiling. It was strong to tell. Izuku couldn't wait to find out what all of their quirks were. He didn't have long to wait. A small man, mouse/dog/bear, with a scar crossing one eye, and wearing a suit stepped forward. Welcome to UA, recommend students. I am Principal Nizu, and these ladies and gentlemen behind me are on the committee that will decide who will ultimately get the 4 available recommend seats in the Heroics program. They all bowed to the collected adults in respect when Nizu introduced them. The boy with the short cropped hair had a strange bow that almost had his head smacking into the ground in his zeal. Each of you has excellent sponsors who have assured us that your skills are a head and shoulders above our other applicants. As such, they believe you are deserving of advanced placement in our program and that you can maintain grades in the top 5% of your year in heroics. Izuku nodded and noted that a couple of others did too. The tallest boy with the short cropped hair bit his lip, but didn't demur at this statement. Izuku wondered if he had trouble in academics, or an unstable quirk, or something. We will begin with the written exam, which you will have 2 hours to complete, if needed, Nizu told them cheerfully. After which, there will be introductions, and the physical portion of the exam can begin. They were led to a large room with 6 desks, spaced widely apart. There were pencils and calculators provided, but were otherwise bare. They each took a seat at random and waited while a thick stack of papers was placed in front of each of them, face down. Izuku was very careful not to touch any of the papers, even with his glove on, just in case, with all of his fingers when they were told to begin. Izuku was grateful to Sir Night-Eye for all of the tutoring he had received in the weeks leading up to the exam and mock exams he had taken. He finished the test in just over an hour and checked all of his answers before he turned his paper over as a signal that he was finished. He noted that the girl with the ponytail had finished before him, as had the boy with the exposed teeth. The boy with 2 different colored hair finished not long after Izuku did, followed by the other girl. The tall boy who had bowed weirdly earlier chewed on his thumbnail and seemed to be sweating a lot by the time he turned his test over, just minutes before time was up. Once the papers were collected, the principal returned and congratulated them all on completing the first half of the exam. From there, he led them to the locker room, where they changed into gym clothes. The 4 boys were largely quiet as they changed, not having been introduced yet. The boy with bicolored hair looked surly and unfriendly, and he was apparently not the only one to notice. The tall boy kept giving him sidelong glances too. The boy with exposed teeth took a fortifying breath and nodded to himself as he shut his locker and turned to face the others. "Let's all do our best," he said. Izuku grinned and nodded. "Yeah," the tall boy added enthusiastically. The remaining boys simply turned and left the locker room, leaving them to follow. They all eyed each other as if one of the others might know what his problem was, but they all just shrugged. People handled stress in different ways. They were met outside the door by the 2 girls, the principal and the other committee members, and were led to a small arena with a track around it, and plenty of room for track and field type of activities. "Now, for the introductions," Principal Nizu said, once all 6 students were gathered around. There was a sheaf of papers in his hand, and he called out a name. "Tokage Setsuna?" "Yes, sir," the girl with shoulder-length black hair said promptly, giving a quick bow. "Your quirk is listed as Lizard Tail Splitter. Could you please tell us more about it?" Izuku noted that the committee members all had clipboards that they would occasionally look at and write on, but their faces were inscrutable. "I can split my body up into dozens of different pieces and control them all separately. If a piece is damaged or destroyed, it will regenerate, like a lizard's tail, only much faster." "And why do you aspire to be a hero?" the principal asked serenely. "I believe my quirk would be a great asset to rescue teams and covert operations, so it seemed only natural that getting my hero license would be the first step in making that happen." "Very nicely said," Nizu said with a pleasant tone. "Next we have Yorashi Inesa." "Yes, sir." It was the tall boy with the close-cropped hair. Everything about him seemed huge, including his voice and personality. He bowed deeply again, this time scraping his head on the ground as he did so. Izuku fought the urge to giggle. "Your quirk is called Whirlwind." "Yes." His voice was loud and confident-sounding. "I can control and manipulate the air around me over a very wide area. I can use my whirlwinds to move heavy objects, clear rubble and transport people without harming them. I can even move myself, with limited success. I want to be a hero because I have a passion for helping people and think that all good heroes need to be passionate about what they do." "Impressive," Nizu said with the same tone as before. Inesa looked as pleased as if Nizu had told him he'd won the lottery. "Next is Todoroki Shuto," Nizu called out. "Here," said the boy with the red and white hair. Izuku couldn't help but wonder if the boy had low blood pressure or something. He seemed overly calm, and his face held almost no expression as he raised a hand in acknowledgement of his name. Your quirk is half cold, half hot? Yes, I produce ice from my right side, and fire from my left side. I only use my left side to defrost or melt the ice I produce. I won't use it in battle or heroics. Izuku blinked. The boy had 2 quirks, but only wanted to use one of them? Maybe the side with fire was too weak to be of any other use? That's not what he implied. How did he get 2? It was fascinating, and he really wanted to question the other boy to learn more and take some notes. I see, Nizu said, while committee members scribbled on their clipboards. And why do you want to be a hero? The boy was silent for so long that Izuku wondered if he was going to answer. I need to surpass my father and become the #1 hero in Japan. Izuku wasn't sure what that meant, but he knew that wasn't really an answer, but a goal. He also knew he would be expected to answer the same question, and was formulating the answer in his mind, so he didn't trip over his words. I see, Nizu said again, non-committally. Our next applicant is Hananuki Juzo. That's me, the boy with the exposed teeth volunteered, stepping forward and bowing. Your quirk is called softening? Yes, sir. My quirk allows me to soften anything I touch. Anything non-living, that is, I can't do it to people or animals. It's most useful when I use it on the ground and turn it to something like quicksand, making my opponents sink in. Very interesting, Nizu commented without a change of expression. How much expression could a mouse bear man have, Izuku wondered. I want to become a hero to help clean up the streets and keep villains from getting away when a crime is committed, keeping others safe. I also believe my quirk would be excellent for saving lives in disaster zones, making it easier to extract those stuck in places that are strong to reach. He stepped back and breathed a small sigh of relief that Izuku could empathize with. This was strangely nerve-wracking. Thank you, Nizu said. Next is Midoriya Izuku. Izuku stepped forward and bowed. I see your quirk will take a bit of explanation, but it's called inheritance? Yes, sir, Izuku said, willing his voice not to shake. My quirk is one of those invisible ones that you don't really know about until something triggers it. In my case, someone else's death in close proximity to my location triggers my own quirk, and I absorb or inherit the quirk of that person when they die. He heard a couple of gasps from the other applicants behind him and tried not to cringe. He knew how gruesome it sounded without further explanation. As a result, I have multiple other quirks, he continued. Though at least a couple of them were also forced on me by a villain when I was a young child. I've read your file about this, Nizu said. You don't have to explain that part at this time. Please tell us about the quirks you currently have. Izuku did. He began with Pole and listed them in the order he had received them, listing enhanced strength in place of one for all. Dude. That's crazy, Yurashi said excitedly before clapping a hand over his mouth and looking contrite. Izuku grinned, feeling some of his nervousness ease. I know, right? He acknowledged. The enhanced strength one still gives me a little trouble and fades in and out. I'm working with a trainer on it, and hope that UA can help me learn to MSTR it and use it heroically. And why do you want to become a hero, Midoriya-kun? To be honest, I've always been inspired by heroes for as long as I can remember. I've never wanted to be anything else. I idolized All Might growing up and admired how he could always keep a smile on his face and make people feel safe in the worst situations. All Might won't be around forever, and when he finally steps down as the symbol of peace, good heroes will need to be there to fill the huge void he will leave behind. I don't know if I could ever be a symbol of peace, but a symbol of hope wouldn't be so bad. Izuku bowed again and stepped backward with a murmur of thanks. He could feel the others staring at him, even as there was scribbling from all of the committee members. He wasn't sure if that was good or bad. Last, but certainly not least, Yayoro Zumomo. The girl with the spiky ponytail stepped forward, and Izuku focused his attention on her, trying not to overthink what was being written down about him. Yes, sir. My quirk is called creation. My quirk gives me the ability to create any non-living material or object from my exposed skin by transforming the molecular structure of the lipids in my body. In order to create something, I have to understand the molecular structure of what the material or object is made of. Izuku stared. The sheer amount of studying and memorization that must go into a quirk like that was staggering, and he instantly admired her for the strong work she must have put into it. He was already hypothesizing in his head about the amount of food she would have to consume to be able to create anything of real size and whether she had a specialty. And what prompted you to try for the hero course? Nizu asked her kindly. I wanted the challenge and have the longing to help people with my quirk. People look at what I can do and assume that I'm only good for granting wishes, not realizing how many laws and rules exist to keep me from using my quirk that way. I would like to break that stereotype and use my quirk in a way that truly helps people and saves lives. Excellent, all of you, Nizu said when Yaoyorozu had stepped back. The committee members nodded as they finished their notes. Next, we'll have a practical demonstration of your abilities and general physical fitness. Somehow, Izuku sensed that the hardest part, for him at least, was over. Next, we'll have a practical demonstration of your abilities and general physical fitness. Izuku wondered how much was riding on this particular aspect. They all had such amazing quirks that there was no way for him to judge who would make the best impression on the committee. The physical test began with a light run around the track, just 2 kilometers so they could warm up. They were asked not to use their quirks for this portion of the test, and so Izuku stretched and set his usual easy rhythm as if it were part of his daily run. As he rounded the first curve, he could see Urashi keeping pace with Todoroki, and was close enough to hear what they were saying. Wow. You've got an amazing quirk, Urashi was saying to Todoroki. His tone was friendly, even admiring as he jogged next to the other boy. Todoroki didn't answer and kept his eyes forward. Izuku raised his eyebrows at the snub, but kept listening. He noticed that Hananuki had jogged up beside him, and glanced over and nodded at the other boy with a smile. It was strong to tell if the other boy was smiling because he didn't have lips, but he did wave. So, your father is Endeavor, right? Urashi said to Todoroki, not giving up on making a friendly connection. It must be great to have the number 2 hero in Japan to— Don't talk about my father. We're nothing alike, Todoroki snapped, finally showing some emotion. Too bad that emotion was anger. Urashi looked surprised for a moment, and missed a step before catching up again. Didn't mean to hit a sore spot, he said apologetically. Look, I don't know what your game is, but just stay out of my way, Todoroki snapped, picking up his pace to leave Urashi behind. Hey, wasn't that a little rude? Izuku couldn't help saying loudly to Todoroki's back. I know we're competing, but there's no reason we can't be polite. It's fine, Urashi said with gritted teeth as he fell back to run with the other 2. I really didn't expect anything else from him. He's his father's son after all. You know Endeavor? Hananuki asked curiously. Not really. I used to idolize Endeavor, so I was super stoked when I met him once right after he beat a villain. He acted the same way as that one, he said, and nodded toward Todoroki's back. Izuku said speculatively. I've heard that Endeavor is as hot-headed as his quirk, but that guy uses ice. Don't worry about it, Hananuki told them both. Competition can sometimes bring out the worst in people. They finished their run, with the girls leading the way, and gathered around the principal once more. There was a rumbling under their feet, and Izuku prepared to levitate, if necessary, but it wasn't a threat of any kind. Cement walls were rising up from the ground at regular intervals, the full length of the field, 1 row of walls per applicant. The walls were about 2 meters apart and 3 meters tall, and Izuku counted 8 of them in each row. Izuku saw a hero he recognized dicting the walls, and had to concentrate on not getting distracted. Thanks to Cementos, Nizu waved to a blocky figure at the far end of the field. We can begin with our first demonstration. You'll each begin in front of a row, and navigate your way to the end of the row as quickly as you can. You may not go around the sides of any of the obstacles, and you must at least touch each one as you pass it. The rest is up to you. You may use your quirks in any way you see fit. How will we be graded? Tokage asked, raising her hand in the air. Speed, inventiveness and mastery of your quirks, Nizu supplied immediately. Not necessarily in that order. They all nodded and took their places, waiting for their signal to start. Izuku already knew how he intended to tackle this task, but wished they were doing it one at a time so that he could observe the others in action. A whistle blew, and Izuku levitated to the top of the first wall and jumped. He caught the top of the second wall under his gloved palms and launched his body forward, landing on the third wall on his feet, then jumped again, hands springing and flipping to the end. He landed on his feet in the grass on the other side of his row and looked to see who had beat him to the end of theirs. Yurashi grinned at him and waved, and Tokage looked satisfied as she looked up at the back side of the final wall of her row. Izuku wasn't sure which of them had beat the other, time-wise. Todoroki landed next, practically tied with Hananuki, who walked through his wall. Yaoyorozu wasn't far behind, dropping to the ground shortly after. "Well done all of you," Nizu congratulated, appearing in the smallest golf cart Izuku had ever seen. A rumbling later, and the walls had receded into the ground. Instead, back where they had begun the race, there was a pile of what looked like 4 cannonballs in front of each of them. The next challenge will be to move those balls from that end of the field to this one as quickly as you can. You will start from here, race to the ball, and work from there. You may use your quirks in any way you see fit. The only rule is that they cross the line left behind by the final wall you just passed. Then you will end the race back here after they've all crossed the line. The line was quite visible from the lack of grass in the space the wall had occupied. "Any questions?" Nizu asked. No one spoke up. They all took their places and waited for the whistle to sound. Izuku charged up one for all, feeling the green web of sparks tingling along his skin as he took a racing stance. The whistle, he shot forward, and stopped just in time, depending on his balance to keep him from tumbling over from the abruptness of it. He hefted one of the ball and wondered if it was made of the same stuff as Sir's hyperdensity seals. It was very heavy. He picked up a second ball and held one under each arm as if they were playground ball, and sprinted back the way he'd come. He dropped them with a thud, then ran back for the other 2. He was finished in under a minute, but Yurashi had still beaten his time. He had used strong, precise whirlwinds to pick up all 4 balls and transfer them all simultaneously at an insane speed. Izuku had actually cheered out loud for him when he saw it while he was sprinting with his first 2. From the finish line, Izuku could see Todoroki forcing his across the field using ice to make them slide. Tokage had separated her hands from her arms and was sending them, carrying a ball between them, slowly. The problem was that the ball were so heavy, her hands struggled to keep them above the ground. Still, she was making progress, sending other body parts to help ease the burden. Hananuki was having a bit of trouble, as softening the ground beneath the ball would just make them sink. It took him a short while to soften the ball themselves and break them up into smaller, more easily movable pieces. He would still have to transport them all, but it would be easier, at least. Yaoyorozu had lifted the hem of her shirt and produced a sort of catapult, but wasn't able to lift any of the ball onto due to their weight. She thought about it for a moment and turned to Hananuki. Izuku watched as they had a conversation, then Hananuki moved to turn Yaoyorozu's cannonballs into smaller pieces, while she began to launch his pile across the finish line. Once he was finished breaking down the ball, they worked together to launch her pile. They finished at nearly the same time as Tokage, looking very pleased with themselves. Inventiveness and cooperation are essential tools in hero work, just as important as strength or quirks, Nizu told them when they were all finished. "Well done to all of you." There were 2 more exercises as individuals. One that dealt with getting across a huge pit without touching the bottom in any way, and another that tested their skills at devising a way to climb to the top of a very tall pillar, courtesy of Cementos. Again. Once they had all gathered together once more, there was a team exercise where they had to all work together. The game was called Human Knot. They all stood in a small circle and followed Nizu's instructions to put their right arm into the center and grab the hand of one of the other players' hands not immediately beside them. Then they did the same with their left arm. Once they were all holding hands, the object was to untangle themselves until they were standing in a circle with their hands still joined. They were not allowed to let go of each at any point. Izuku was certain that he was holding Yaoyorozu's hand in his left, and judging by the temperature, Todoroki's hand in his right. They had only been connected for a few seconds when Yaoyorozu looked up at Todoroki. "I would appreciate it if you kept your comments to yourself. We're all taking this seriously." If you don't want to participate, then feel free to withdraw your application. Izuku stared at Yaoyorozu in surprise, and he noticed that he wasn't the only one. Todoroki looked stunned, and the others looked curious. What are you talking about? Todoroki demanded. You just said this was stupid and a waste of time. Yaoyorozu accused. No, he didn't, Izuku said in confusion. He didn't say anything. I am not crazy, she said to Todoroki, looking scandalized. How dare you? Everyone was looking at Yaoyorozu uneasily now. Is there a problem? Nizu interrupted when none of them moved to try to untangle the knot their arms made. Something strange is going on, Todoroki said at once. She's listening to my thoughts. That's not possible, Nizu said, sounding interested. None of you are telepathic, that we know of. His eyes shifted to Izuku. It's not me. Izuku said defensively. I'm hearing her thoughts too. Todoroki said, a slight blush dusting his cheeks. What's going on? Whose hands are you holding? Nizu asked Todoroki. I've got his left hand, Izuku said. I think so, anyway. It's hotter than a normal hand would be. I've got his right, Tokage volunteered. It's cold. I'll squeeze the hands of the people I'm holding on to, Yaoyorozu said. That should be the fastest way to find out. Izuku felt her squeeze and nodded. That's mine. And mine. Hananuki said. Most interesting, Nizu said. Let's experiment, shall we? Everyone let go of each other's hands for now. Everyone unlinked and stood looking at each other in confusion. Midoriya-kun, please take one of Tokage's hands, Nizu directed. Izuku moved over to where Tokage was looking at him warily, and held out a hand to her. She took it after a moment and then looked at Nizu. Very good. Now, Tokage, I'd like you to sing a simple song in your mind. Something anyone can recognize, and keep doing it until I say to stop. Tokage thought for a moment, then nodded and closed her eyes. Izuku assumed she had started the silent song. Yaoyorozu, would you please take Midoriya's other hand? She did, and gasped almost immediately. Sakura, Sakura. Tokage opened her eyes and nodded warily. Fascinating. Nizu announced. Both of you can let go. Midoriya-kun, please take Hananuki's hand. Izuku did as he was instructed. Hananuki sang a simple song in his head this time, and Yurashi was asked to take Hananuki's hand. When he did, he couldn't tell what song the other boy was thinking about, but when Nizu told him to hold Izuku's other hand, he quickly named the song. What does this mean? Yaoyorozu asked. Izuku deflated, dropping the hands in his and shaking his head in resignation. That's number 13, isn't it? He said glumly. That seems to be the case, Nizu said, sounding cheerful. You had no idea you could do this before now? Izuku shook his head. No, sir. I don't really hold people's hands, ever. Izuku couldn't remember the last time he had held two people's hands at once. In grade school PE when he was very young? How long had he even had this quirk? It could be years. Fascinating. Fascinating. Nizu repeated, bouncing on his feet. Everyone was looking at them both strangely, and Yaoyorozu finally broke the silence. Did Midoriya-kun just manifest a new quirk? So it seems. Nizu confirmed. Looks like it, Izuku answered at the same time, with less enthusiasm. Does that mean someone? She ventured uneasily. Probably not, Izuku said. Not recently, anyway. I probably got this one a while ago and just never met the requirements to make it work. I will conduct some research to be sure, but Midoriya-kun is likely correct. He probably attained this quirk without realizing it, sometime in the past. Nizu agreed. What about the human knot? Yurashi asked. We'll forego that exercise for now, Nizu told them easily. That was more of an icebreaker than part of the actual exam. The final part of today is individual interviews with the committee members. If you'll follow me back inside, you can get changed and you will each be called in turn. Once your interview is complete, you are free to leave, and you can each expect your results in 1 week. Once they were in the locker room, Yurashi practically exploded with excitement. Dude, that was insane. You're like flicked a human telephone line right into people's brains. Could you hear any of it? No, Izuku said, trying to be patient, even though he felt like punching a wall. I had no idea what was going on until Principal Nizu figured it out. You don't sound stoked. Yarashi observed, sounding hyper. I'm not really. What use is a quirk like that? Izuku asked. You do have a point, the other boy admitted. I'm sure there's something cool about it, though. You just have to find it. I like your optimism, Izuku told him with a small but genuine smile. But some of my quirks are just kind of dumb. I want to see you pet Nizu, Yarashi said with an impish grin. Just 2 fingers down the middle of his head, and he could have a mohawk. Izuku grinned and Hananuki snorted out a laugh. I don't think that would be the best way to get on the principal's good side, Hananuki said, closing his locker and shouldering his bag. Probably not, but it would be really funny. Yarashi insisted. Izuku startled when one of the lockers behind them slammed with more force than necessary. They all turned their heads to see Todoroki snatch his bag and leave the room without a word or glance at any of them. Yarashi scowled. Don't let him get to you, Izuku advised. This is a lot of pressure, and if his dad's the number 2, what do you think will happen if he bombs this test? That's gotta be strong. Yarashi shook his head. I dunno, man. He just rubs me the wrong way. How's someone that unfriendly ever gonna be a hero? There are plenty of unfriendly heroes, Izuku said, thinking back to his notebooks full of observations. They usually don't get ranked very high, but it's possible. Look at his father, for instance. We should go, Hananuki said, motioning to the door. The 3 of them made sure they had all of their belongings and went to join the others. They were back in the room where they started earlier in the day. There were chairs against the wall, a small table with a chessboard set up, and a stack of magazines. It seemed like almost any waiting room anywhere. Tokage was already missing, and so Izuku surmised that she had been called for her interview first. Todoroki was sitting in a chair against the wall, and Yaoyorozu was talking to him, though he didn't look overly receptive. Juzo looked at the chess set and raised an eyebrow at Izuku and Yarashi in question. I'm not great at chess, Yarashi said, holding up his hands to demur. I'll play, Izuku said. I'm not that good, but I do like the game. They took seats opposite each other, and Yarashi stood beside the table to watch. A few minutes later, Yaoyorozu joined the audience and watched as Izuku got trounced. Todoroki got called in next, and a short time later, Yarashi was summoned. Good luck. I hope we're in the same class in April, Izuku said to the taller boy. Yoshi waved and entered the side room where the committee waited. The chess game ended spectacularly badly for Izuku, and he bowed out and turned over his seat to Yaoyorozu. If she was as intelligent as Izuku suspected she was a much better match for Hananuki. It seemed that their opening moves had just been made when the door opened once more and Izuku was called for his own interview. It was nice to meet you both, he told them with a smile. Hopefully, I'll see you in April. They both wished him luck, and he entered the room where the others had gone when they'd been called. There was a long table with 4 committee members and the principal sitting facing an armchair, where they indicated Izuku should sit. You can relax, young man, a woman in a pinstripe suit told him with a small smile. This is somewhat informal. We just want to get a feel for your personality and how we feel you'll fit in here at UA. There are 2 heroics classes in each year, Class A and Class B. We try to choose applicants for each that will best fit in with the teachers we have in place and can act as examples of what we expect from the other students. We have a very difficult decision to make this week, added a man in a, strangely, purple business suit. We've seen very impressive performances from each of you. The other 2 committee members smiled and nodded in agreement. If you would, Midoriya-kun, please tell us a bit about yourself and what you hope to get out of the heroics course, should you be admitted, Nizu said, his paws resting on the table in front of him. Izuku wasn't sure exactly what to say. Sir hadn't prepared him to make any kind of impromptu speech, and everything he thought they needed to know should be in his file. To start with, I guess I would say that I've never really felt like a normal kid. I found out I got a quirk because my mother died protecting me in a train wreck caused by a villain. I inherited her quirk, and we just thought I'd gotten a quirk just like hers, but it turned out to actually be hers. He wiped sweaty hands on his breathed legs before he could stop himself. People treat you differently when your mom dies. Since then, I've kept getting quirks, and my life was just kind of different from other kids, I guess? A villain found out about my quirks from my doctor, and he blackmailed a very nice woman to become my babysitter, and used her to get his hands on me, because he was interested in using my quirk in some way. My babysitter confessed, and she and her family had to be relocated, and so did me and my dad. Since then, I've been working strong to do whatever I can to get into UA, so I can become a hero and keep that sort of thing from happening to other people. Kids should be able to have a normal life, you know? That's what I want most. Very well said, young man, one of the other men said with a firm nod. I must say, I was very interested when I read about your quirk. I thought of how easy it would be for you to gather new quirks for your personal use by simply visiting hospitals, but there's no evidence that you've ever considered doing so. Why is that? The woman in the pinstripe suit asked. It's not as though the quirks would be missed. Izuku wondered if this was some kind of trick question, but answered honestly. Because it would be wrong, he said. I can't control it when I inherit a quirk, and I feel like it would be wrong to circle like a vulture because someone with a powerful or really cool quirk is about to die. It's disrespectful. I've been learning about ethics, and I think that if I had knowledge beforehand about someone like that dying, it would be my responsibility to ask permission, I guess? But it seems kind of wrong to go looking for power like that. I'm thankful for what I have, but I don't ever go looking for more. I avoid hospitals as much as I can too. I don't know if there's a limit to how many quirks I can inherit, or if my body can handle having many more. So far I've been lucky, but that doesn't mean I will always be. All of the committee members nodded along with what he was saying but remained non-committal. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. You can expect to receive your result by mail in 1 week. Izuku stood, bowed to the committee, thanked them, and exited through a different door than the one he'd entered through. He wasn't sure what to think. The night of the recommendation exam, Izuku made a large pot of curry. It was something of a comfort food, and when his dad came home, he ladled out 2 huge servings. They sat at the table, and before his father could even ask how his day was, Izuku spoke. So I have another quirk that I didn't know about. His father paused with his spoon halfway to his mouth and stared. You're kidding me. I wish. Let's hear it. Izuku told him all about it, from the beginning of the exam to the end. He'd already called and talked to All Might and Sir about it, and his father said that same thing they had. Izuku rolled his eyes. How do I know where it came from? Izuku asked in a voice that was as close to whine as he ever got. How do I know that Evil Bee didn't force it on me during one of those creepy field trips where he did who knows what to me? You don't, his father said simply. But it doesn't really matter now that he's gone, does it? You might have had this quirk for years without knowing it. There's no point in getting upset about it now, I guess. It's just embarrassing, you know? I was there with 5 other kids with amazing quirks and mind-blowing control over them, and suddenly I'm showing a brand new one I didn't even know I had. Izuku vented tiredly. I was supposed to be making a good impression on everyone. It sounds to me like you did, his father said seriously. Aside from that little hiccup, it sounds like you handled everything really well. I did okay, Izuku admitted. But the others were so amazing. Endeavor's son was one of the kids. I didn't even know he had a son. And you call yourself a hero fanboy, his father teased good-naturedly. Ugh, Izuku answered, stuffing curry into his mouth. He'd been so busy explaining everything that his father was almost done with his food, and Izuku was only about halfway finished with his own meal. Don't worry too much about it, his father advised. I don't know about those other kids, but I've seen what you can do, and I know you're also pretty amazing. You'll find out in a week what the committee thought. Izuku barely had time to think about it as the week went by very quickly. Their teachers were busy cramming their brains with everything they needed to know for the upcoming final exams on top of students also taking entrance exams for high school, if they weren't attending the one connected with their middle school. After school, Izuku was continuing his work at the beach, and also being supervised at Might Tower by both All Might and Sir Night-Eye in various aspects of training. All Might was still convinced that the secret to perfecting his grip on One for All was to continue accelerating his weight training. Sir Night-Eye still gave him assignments that focused on ethics or hypothetical scenarios for them to discuss when there was time, but he'd taken on a new project. Sidekicks. There were 2 freshly graduated heroes that Sir had been keeping an eye on, and he felt that now was the time to bring them on board and train them up under the agency's umbrella. Once he deemed them properly prepared, they could possibly become heroes with the Might Agency, thus keeping it going even as All Might himself was stepping down. Izuku met them one day on the lower floors of Might Tower, introduced as a junior intern and UA hopeful. Centipeder was, well, pretty much a centipede, at least his head and neck. Izuku was fascinated by his quirk, which gave the man insectal limbs that he could coil around a suspect to detain them. From the neck down, he appeared to be a completely normal man. He was friendly and polite, and Izuku liked him immediately. He hoped he'd get to question him more for his notebook later. Bubble Girl was completely different. Her skin was a shade of light blue, and her hair was a deeper shade of the same color. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up when he noticed that her midriff was completely bare, and the underside of her breasts were completely exposed. The white shorts she wore over dark tights didn't seem to have a button or zipper, and hung open and looked like they were suggesting. His face got even hotter when he couldn't figure out where to look without feeling perverted. Sir Night Eye seemed amused by this, turning a laugh into a cough as Bubble Girl explained that her quirk allowed her to form bubbles filled with any scent she has smelled before. "It's great for causing distractions," she said enthusiastically, seemingly unaware of Izuku's discomfort, or kind enough not to mention it. "I can send in a bubble that smells like smoke and make people think there's a fire, things like that." Distractions. Yeah, he managed to stammer out. Normally, Izuku would have been eager to discuss it, but at the moment he was studying her boots. Sir finally took pity on him and let him off the hook, telling him that it was possible that the mail would bring his exam results today. Izuku lit up and grinned, waving goodbye before practically sprinting for the elevator. He was lucky enough to catch the train just before it was about to pull out of the station, and bounced on the ball of his feet the entire way. He ran from the station all the way to his apartment building, fumbling with the keys to the mailbox, only to droop when he found it empty. "Well, the city," he muttered. He opened the door for the stairwell and jogged up to the 15th floor, and let himself into the apartment. "Welcome home," his father called from the kitchen. "Dad? What are you doing home?" "I had a meeting this evening, but the person I was supposed to meet came down with the flu," his dad explained. "So I stopped at that place you like near my office and got a ton of gyoza and stir-fried veggies for dinner. That was nice news. Anyway, let me put my stuff away and wash my hands," Izuku said, turning toward his room. "Don't you want this first?" his father called after him. Izuku paused to look back and saw his father holding up an envelope with the UA logo on the front. He dropped his bag in the middle of the hall and ran back. "It came." "Open it," his dad urged with a grin. Izuku's hands were slightly shaky as he took the somewhat heavy envelope and tore it open. A thick stack of papers slid out, along with a metal disc about the size of his palm. He set it on the table, intending to read the papers, when a hologram activated above the disc, and an image of the mammalian principal appeared. "Greetings, Midoriya Izuku." "What the?" his father asked quietly. Izuku shushed him and flapped a hand at him for good measure. "It is I, the lovable Principal Nizu of UA High School. I would like to start by saying that the committee was very impressed with your abilities, and even more by your well-thought-out answers to our questions. We feel you embody the qualities we encourage and nurture here at UA and would like to offer you one of the recommendation spots in the Heroics course in Class 1A. If you choose to accept this offer, please inform us by filling out the enclosed forms and returning them to us within the next 3 days. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing what you accomplish with us in the coming 3 years." "Yes," Izuku said at the same time as his father, and they grinned at each other before his father pulled him into a tight hug. "I'm so proud of you, Zu. Your mom would be thrilled too." "I just know it." Izuku felt a lump in his throat at the words and squeezed his father a little tighter before letting go. "Thanks, Dad. This calls for a celebration. Let's eat." Izuku and his father demolished the food while talking animatedly about his acceptance and what a huge relief and achievement it was. "I'll take care of the dishes so that you can start filling out those forms. You don't want to lose that spot now that you've won it." Izuku took the papers. Carefully, not wanting his copy. Quirk to ruin the papers. He stopped to pick up his bag and closed himself in his room. His heart was still beating wildly and the smile on his face felt like it might be stuck there for a while. "I need to call All Might and Sir," he said suddenly, patting his pockets for his phone. That night, he went to sleep with a lighter heart and a smile on his face. Izuku's father filled out all of the forms he could relating to personal information and permissions from UA. All Might and Sir Night Eye helped Izuku complete the remaining parts of his acceptance forms, explaining about the costume allowance, what he was and wasn't allowed to request, and debating over design. They had to take all of the quirks he had that were useful for hero work into account to be sure it was as useful as it could be within the constraints of his budget. Izuku had drawn a basic outline of what he thought he'd like it to look like, and Gran was there to put his opinion in, mostly saying how cool capes looked while the others rolled their eyes. By the time they were through, Izuku didn't know exactly what his costume would end up looking like, but it seemed like it would be as functional as they could possibly make it, keeping his quirks in mind, especially since his Teflon quirk would require him to wear gloves all the time during heroics. Sir Night Eye said he would personally see that the forms were returned to the school by the end of the day. The 3 days they'd given him were because they needed to know for sure who would be taking the recommended spots before the main entrance exam. That reminded Izuku that Kaken would be facing his own test the next day. He didn't examine his own feelings about that too closely because a part of him hoped that Kaken wouldn't be a part of his high school experience. He didn't wish Kaken ill, but also didn't particularly want to see him again. His hopes for that were crushed about a week later, when Kaken swaggered into the classroom with a cocky grin on his face. Izuku knew before his friends asked about it, that the explosive blonde had made it into UA. He had known it was a probability, since Kaken got really high marks in everything, and had a powerful quirk. Even Izuku would admit that all of Kaken's bragging wasn't just talk, he had the skills to back it up. "What about you, nerd?" Kaken asked him, kicking the back of Izuku's chair. "Did you get into whatever loser school you applied to?" His friends laughed stupidly at his insult, but Izuku smiled. "I got exactly the placement I wanted," he said pleasantly. "I'm sure I'll be really happy there." "So where?" Kaken began to ask, but was interrupted by the final bell and the teacher's arrival. After that, it was all exams and studying for the next exams, and Izuku didn't need to talk to Kaken again. Maybe he would get lucky, and they'd be in different classes at UA. If Kaken was in 1B, they might not interact all that much. Before they knew it, the school year was over. Izuku had been vague when classmates had questioned him about what high school he would be attending, and managed to give non-answers that the others let slide, or didn't care enough about to press the issue. He hadn't made any close connections with anyone, mindful of the dangers that could represent, so he didn't have to worry about keeping in touch with anyone after graduation. In the 2 weeks before UA classes began, Izuku was at a loose end. All Might and Sir Night Eye had insisted that he take the time off from formal training to relax and have some personal time before the grind of high school began. He wasn't to show up at Might Tower to train or anything else unless there was an emergency. Izuku wasn't sure what to do with his time. He could still go for his daily run and general exercise routine. He would check on the beach, but the Shopping District Association had banded together to bring the area back to life. Now that people had started to visit the beach again, they had formed a committee to keep it clean and had police patrolling to catch illegal dumping in action. Izuku wasn't sure he'd ever been bored before, not recently. "I'm going to need to travel to Taiwan the day after tomorrow," his father told him when Izuku explained his problem over dinner the first day after graduation. "It'll be for 8 days. Do you want to go?" "I didn't really have that great a time the last couple of times," Izuku said doubtfully. "You couldn't speak the language back then," his father reminded him. "It could be a good opportunity to practice with your polyglot quirk." Izuku hadn't thought of it that way. It might be interesting. Almost like training. "Would I have to have a babysitter?" he asked thoughtfully. "I don't think so," his father answered, considering the idea. "I think you're smart enough to stay in safer areas, and away from hospitals and things like that. You're a teenager, now. As long as you check in frequently, I don't see a problem with it." That was how Izuku ended up getting to spend a week in Taiwan. He spent time in night markets where he chatted with strangers about various foods. He rode in a glass-bottomed gondola up a mountain where he had fun hiking with some tourists from Germany that were amazed by his perfect German. There were gorgeous temples, interesting tea houses, world-class museums, and of course, heroes. All Might was popular here, and Izuku snagged some merch that may or may not be officially licensed, but so were Adamanus, Avengana, and Microbe, who were all famous in Taiwan for their many heroic acts. Izuku spent each day from dawn until late into the night exploring and meeting people from all sorts of different cultures and countries, never having any trouble communicating at all. It was very freeing. His father was even kind enough to give him a generous good kid bonus of spending money for his adventures, and didn't mention it when Izuku was forced to purchase another suitcase for the trip home because of all of the souvenirs he'd bought. Once home, Izuku slept for 12 hours straight, then woke with some kind of virus. He knew it was common to get sick when visiting other countries, or riding in a plane for that matter, but was still surprised. He didn't get sick often, and his throbbing head and congested tea were not welcome, especially with less than a week before starting at UA. His father had gone out to get him some medicine before going to work, and Izuku stayed curled up on his couch watching reruns with sports drinks and a box of tissues nearby. He wondered if this is what it felt like to feel like a normal kid. Did All Might ever get sick? Was there some kind of quirk out there that was just good health? How would they know if they had it? Recognizing that his thoughts were getting strange, he finally took some medicine and slept for the rest of the day. He didn't wake until his father came home and brought him some soup and checked his temperature. It was saying something about how crummy he felt, that he ate his soup and went to bed and was able to sleep through the night, even after sleeping for a large portion of the day. He moved to the couch again the next day and was surprised when the door buzzer sounded. Izuku got up and checked the camera to see a man with short tentacles in place of his nose. He was wearing a cap and a jacket for a restaurant and held up a bag to show when Izuku asked why he was there through the speaker. Food delivery for Midoriya Izuku, he claimed. I didn't order anything, he said with a frown. The order says Midoriya Hisashi on it, the man said. Oh. It was possible that his worried father had thought to send him something to eat because Izuku was sick. More likely he'd have his assistant do it, though. You can leave it at the security desk in the lobby, he told the man, pulling his cell phone from the couch to his hand and beginning to text his father. I'm not supposed to leave it anywhere but with the person on the form, the man said plaintively. I could lose my job. I'm sorry to hear that, he said. What restaurant did you say you were from? Izuku got a reply from his father and frowned. Then he hit the red button on the security phone. Look kid, I've got other deliveries to make. The man looked to his left, then dropped the bag was holding and disappeared from the screen's view. Izuku watched as a security guard came into sight, speaking into a cell phone. Izuku answered the phone when it rang and confirmed that the visitor had been suspicious. Once he was done with that, he texted his father back and then texted All Might and Sir. His phone rang a moment later and he ended up explaining the situation to his father. Then as soon as he hung up, he got another call and had to explain it to Sir. Security contacted Izuku's dad to let them know that the suspicious character had disappeared, but that the supposed food delivery bag had just been stuffed with crumpled newspaper. Someone was up to no good. Within an hour, Sir Night Eye, Bubble Girl and a young man that they introduced as Rapid Fire showed up to view the security footage and check on Izuku. Sir insisted that he would be having sidekicks monitoring the building closely for the next few days until the start of school. They would also be double-checking the security of the building and looking for possible entry points other than the front door and correcting any weak points. Besides Shigaraki Tamura and that Kurogyari guy, who would want to get to me? Izuku asked. We can't rule out that that isn't precisely who is behind this, Sir told him seriously. But they have a guy who can teleport, Izuku pointed out, sounding strange because of the congestion. Wouldn't they just open up a portal and snatch me that way? That's making a lot of baseless assumptions about Kurogyari, Sir scolded. We don't know if he can open a portal to a place he's never been, or if there's a limit to how far away he can do it from, or if he's still even keeping company with Shigaraki Tamura now that All for One is out of the picture. Izuku nodded in understanding. He also knew he was being scolded for not realizing those things for himself after all of the studying and hypotheticals they had done. Sir looked at Izuku for a few moments, then placed his hand against Izuku's forehead. You've got a fever, he announced. That's probably why you're not thinking as clearly as you should be. How long have you been ill? Since I got back from Taiwan, Izuku said, feeling tired. I see. You need medicine and rest, he pronounced. We'll be looking into this matter, so there's no need for you to do anything but sleep once you've taken something for the fever. Izuku nodded, knowing he was in good hands. Hands he trusted. It wouldn't stop him from thinking about why someone had tried to gain access to him, and if it had something to do with him starting school soon. He was still chasing the little information he had around in his head, even as the medicine he'd taken dragged him down into sleep. The disturbing dreams woke him. Or maybe it was the sound of his father rushing in. He had vague images of needles, and weird shapes in huge vats of murky liquid, and voices telling him to be calm. It faded as he woke to find his father leaning over the back of the couch, checking Izuku's temperature with the back of his hand. Sorry to wake you. I got home as soon as I could, his father told him quietly. You didn't have to rush, Izuku said, rubbing his eyes and sitting up. He glanced at the time and saw it had only been a couple of hours since the Jdielvoi man had tried to gain entry. He didn't feel feverish at the moment, and his congestion had eased, probably due to the medicine he had taken. Don't be silly. Of course I'd come home after someone tried to get my son, his dad said, sounding vaguely insulted. That's not what I meant, Izuku said, still groggy. Sorry. His dad sighed and ran his fingers through messy curls that looked like they'd been raked with fingers multiple times already. Let me get you some tea, his dad finally said. Do you think you could eat something? Tea would be good, Izuku said. He did not want anything his father might attempt to make, food-wise. He went to the table and sat, feeling a little fuzzy and disconnected as he swam up out of the haze of sleep and cold medicine. His father set a steaming cup in front of him a couple of minutes later and took a seat across from him. I talked with Sir Night-Eye, and we might have a bigger problem than we thought, his dad said quietly. I was trying to think about it, Izuku said. It seemed like they knew I was sick, maybe? Why else would they say that food was being delivered? It didn't make sense, because you would have had your assistant do it for you, right? Yes, I usually trust her to handle things like that, he agreed. You were the only one who knew I was sick. Izuku continued. I didn't even tell All Might or Sir. I mentioned it to my assistant when I had her cancel a drinking party I was supposed to go to, his father said. Is she a spy? Has she been a spy all along? Izuku felt as if an elephant was sitting on his ears at the thought. No, his father was quick to assure him. But she did start dating someone new, and mentioned to them that the reason she was off work early was because I left early because my son was sick. She said she'd started seeing him because she liked the bad boy type. So he really was bad, Izuku surmised. It seems that way. Sir Night-Eye said he'd be doing a thorough investigation into the man, though it's not the same man that showed up here today, unless it was a really good disguise. You think her boyfriend was dating her so he could try to get information about us? Izuku asked for clarification. His dad nodded. Sheet. Izuku didn't know if he had ever sworn in front of his dad before, but his dad didn't scold him for it. Instead he sighed and nodded in agreement. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's been years since All Might fought All for One, Izuku complained. If it's Shigaraki Tamura behind this, why now? And if he isn't behind it, then who is? His dad asked, finishing the thought. Izuku went to bed after finishing his tea and felt a bit better when he woke up. Good enough to make breakfast and see his father off to work. He wasn't allowed to go for his usual run, so settled for doing basic calisthenics in the living room. He played some music as loudly as he could without the neighbors complaining, and sang along loudly until he was too out of breath to do so. He definitely had not been blessed with a singing quirk. After push-ups, sit-ups, jump squats, burpees, deadlifts and crunches, he walked around the apartment and over the furniture on his hands. When he got bored, he added his levitation into the mix to repeat the circuit on the ceiling. He dropped into a split and enjoyed the mild burn in his muscles as they stretched, then rolled his hips so he was in a straddle position, going through several yoga poses until he felt nice and loose. He finally finished with cooling down exercises and went to bathe. He felt loads better once he was clean and felt he'd moved around enough, despite his confinement. Even if he hadn't been sick, he was sure he wouldn't be allowed to leave the apartment until Sir and the others had dug something up on the people who had targeted him. Realizing that it was still only just after lunchtime, he sighed and made a simple meal for himself. With not much else to do after that, he spent the rest of the afternoon playing online games. Once he figured out that he could play on almost any server with any language, it was a lot more fun than he expected. At the end of the day, his father came home to a more elaborate meal than usual, since Izuku had plenty of time on his hands to be creative. As they ate, his father casually dropped a bomb into the conversation. So, do you usually walk around the house upside down, or was today special? Izuku stopped mid-chew and stared at his father, who was obviously trying to hold in laughter. How do you know? You must have really been out of it yesterday. Sir installed a camera on the bookcase that allows the apartment to be monitored in real time. You were watching me? Izuku asked, running the day through his mind to examine how embarrassing he'd be acting. Just every once in a while, to make sure you were okay. It just caught my attention when you were moving across the back of the couch on your hands. I don't think I was prepared to see you using your quirks that way. I was bored, Izuku said in his defense. His father finally gave way to laughter and shook his head. To be honest, I'm just amazed at how flexible you are. Wait, Izuku said, who else has been watching me? Whoever is on duty for it, his dad answered. Someone at the Might Agency, Sir said it was mostly going to be sidekicks doing the monitoring. Izuku's cheeks heated, hoping he hadn't done anything too humiliating in his boredom-induced wandering around his own home. They don't have cameras anywhere else, do they? Izuku asked suspiciously. No, his father assured him with a chuckle. Just the living room, because there's a window to the outside in that room, and the front entrance can be seen from there. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief that only amused his father even more. So what am I going to do when school starts? Izuku asked, to move past the subject of his embarrassing antics. Will I be allowed to take the train to school and back if there's someone out to get me? I'll be driving you each day on my way to work for the foreseeable future, his dad said ruefully. If I can't do it, someone from the Might Agency will pick you up. His father had obviously discussed things with all might and Sir, and they were taking things into consideration that Izuku hadn't been clear-headed enough to think of before. We'll keep you safe, Zu. I know you can protect yourself, but we don't want you to have to. Just remember that you are allowed to use your quirks in self-defense. If someone tries to hurt or grab you, do what you have to do. Izuku nodded. He was more worried about what they might do to his father to get to him. It's how they'd gotten to Granny Ito after all. What could he be forced to do, if it meant keeping his father safe? Izuku was feeling completely better on the first day of school, without a sniffle or cough to betray the fact that he'd been sick just the week before. He donned his new school uniform with pride and ate a good breakfast while he waited for his dad to be ready to go. When his dad took a seat at the table and quickly bit into his fried egg on toast, he almost spat it back out when he caught sight of his son. Zu, where did you learn to tie a tie? Nowhere. That's why it looks this way, Izuku told him with a grin. His dad sighed and shook his head. I'll show you how to do it properly before we leave. Izuku was not good at the tie thing. He always misjudged how much tail to leave, and it ended up being too long or short. Finally, his dad just did it for him so they wouldn't be late. Dropping Izuku off at school was going to make Izuku just a little early for class, so his dad wouldn't be late for the office. Izuku hopped out of the car at the curb quickly so they wouldn't hold up traffic, but his father had been sure to snap a picture of him through the window before he drove away. I'm proud of you, his father had called as he pulled away from the curb. Izuku smiled and headed toward the huge building. He'd been sent a simple map of campus with his enrollment forms and had pored over it, trying to memorize where everything was. He already felt safer here, knowing that no one without a special badge could get past the gates without raising an alarm. Plus, anyone trying to grab a student at a hero school, where all of the staff and teachers were current or retired professional heroes, was insane. The halls were mostly quiet as he passed rooms with absolutely enormous doors, likely for students or staff with mutation quirks that gave them extra large bodies. All Might was super tall, and Endeavor was also. Both of them had gone to UA at one time, so it was probable that it wasn't uncommon. He reached room 1A and took a deep, bracing breath before sliding the door open and stepping inside. He had expected to be the first to arrive, except for maybe his teacher, but he was mistaken. In the fourth seat, sitting tall and ruler straight, was another student. Izuku nodded to him as he entered and was about to issue a friendly greeting, when the boy shot to his feet and approached with a somewhat stiff, but fast gait with his hand extended. Hello. I'm Ida Tenya from Sumai Academy. It's a pleasure to meet another student who values punctuality as much as I do as we embark on our most important high school career. Izuku froze like a deer in headlights, dazed by the rapid-fire speech and forward attitude of his new classmate. It's nice to meet you, Ida, he said, shaking the other boy's hand. I'm Midoriya Izuku. He left out the part of only being early because his transportation situation kind of made him be. Ida was tall, with perfectly groomed dark hair, rectangular wire-framed glasses, and neatly manicured nails on his hands, which seemed to have the fingers glued together. Maybe that was part of his quirk? At the mention of Izuku's name, the other boy stood up even straighter, if that was possible. You're one of the students who got in by recommendation, he said, sounding excited. How? Izuku asked. He was suspicious of anyone who knew more about him than they should. It was posted in the class entrance exams results list in the main entrance hall. Ida said immediately, "You and a student named Yayarozu are the two students who didn't have to take the entrance exam. You must be truly exceptional to deserve such an honor. I look forward to learning what I can from you." Thank you, Izuku said, taken aback. I'll do my best to live up to it. The door slid open again, and another student filed in, looking unsure that they were in the correct place. A girl with asymmetrically cut black hair, and long earlobes that hung past the ends of her shoulder-length hair and seemed to end in some sort of point. Good morning, Izuku said with a smile when their eyes met. Good morning. Ida said at nearly the same time, only twice as loud. He went over to her and introduced himself, the same as he had with Izuku. She looked at his hand for a few seconds before shaking it and saying that her name was Jirokyuka. Izuku was about to introduce himself to her, but the door flew open, and a boy with extremely red, extremely spiky hair strode through with a sharp-toothed grin. Yo, he said in a friendly but loud voice. Good morning, Ida said. Ida looked like he wanted to say more, but the door opened again and a blond boy with a thick tail peeking around his back entered with a shy smile. His tail had a bushy tuft of what seemed like fur spouting from the end, and Izuku wondered what would happen if he were to touch it. Would the fur grow or not? The door slid open again as the people who had already arrived were getting to know each other and finding their desks. The red-haired boy was named Kirishima Ijiro, and seemed really nice. Izuku talked with him the longest of anyone so far and learned that his quirk was called hardening that turned his skin to something resembling stone. All of his new classmates seemed to be fairly nice, though a couple seemed shy. One was even completely invisible, except for her uniform, and it made Izuku want to barrage her with questions about it. Oh, it's you, a girl's voice said loudly when the door slid open again. Should I know who you are? Izuku's BLD turned to ice for a moment at the familiar voice that had him turning his head and seeing the one person he had hoped to avoid. Kaken was sneering at a cute girl with rosy cheeks who was talking to him in a friendly tone. You kind of saved me from that zero-pointer at the entrance exam, she reminded him. Izuku wasn't sure what a zero-pointer was, but the fact that Kaken had saved anyone was something new. I didn't do that for you, he growled rudely. I just knew time was running out, and thought I'd take down the only thing worth fighting in that whole place. Oh, the girl said uncertainly. Well, thanks anyway. Whatever, round face, Kaken said, pushing past her. It took him only a few more seconds for him to spot Izuku, who was standing beside his desk, which was right behind Kaken's. What the hell are you doing here, Deku? He demanded angrily, storming past everyone else as if they didn't exist. You didn't take the entrance exam. I double-checked. You're right, Izuku told him evenly. Before Kaken could demand more answers, Ida butted in, seeming outraged. How incredibly rude. I'll have you know that this is Midoriya Izuku, one of the two students brilliant enough to win recommendation seats at this illustrious institution. Anyone who hadn't been staring before probably was now. Izuku sighed inwardly. Stay out of this, Four Eyes, Kaken snapped, grabbing hold of the front of Izuku's jacket. I ain't buying any bullshit like that. How'd you fool them into letting you in? Everyone take your seats, said a voice from the front of the room. There, a tired-looking, unshaven man with a puffy yellow sleeping bag over one arm was regarding them all. He looked unimpressed. It took a moment for everyone to register what the man had said, since his appearance was so strange. As soon as one of them moved, they all scrambled into their seats and sat up straight. Well, everyone besides Kaken, who sat in a slouched posture, looking annoyed. It took 9.5 seconds for you to settle down, the man told them flatly, holding up a stopwatch. Time is a precious resource. It's only rational that you would be in your seats and quiet by the time I arrive. Izuku looked at the man that he assumed was his new teacher. Even after studying him for a moment, the haggard-looking man did not look familiar. He wore a black jumpsuit that looked like it had been slept in, and judging by the sleeping bag, probably had. There was also an oddly long scarf wrapped several times around the man's neck and shoulders that Izuku couldn't figure out. A fashion choice? A tool of some kind? I'm Aizawa Shoda, the man told them, tossing his sleeping bag behind the teacher's desk. I'm your homeroom teacher. Pleased to meet you. He did not look pleased to meet them. He looked annoyed to meet them, if anything. Still, the staff and teachers were all supposed to be current and former heroes, so this man had to be hiding something behind the rumpled exterior. Now hurry and change into your gym uniforms and head out to the grounds. He pulled a stack of folded uniforms from under the desk and set it on top. He turned and left the room, leaving everyone to hurriedly find their gym clothes in the stack. Luckily they were all labeled, and Ida quickly started handing them out as he called student names. Todoroki Shudo. Izuku turned his head to see the unfriendly boy from the recommendation exam come forward to take his uniform. Izuku knew from Ida's informative chat that Todoroki had been forced to take the entrance exam for admittance. He hoped there were no strong feelings. As soon as Midoriya got his uniform, he headed to the changing room and quickly got dressed, just not quickly enough. Kaken blocked his path as he tried to leave, and boxed him in with one foot on the wall, and his hands spitting sparks. What's this about a recommendation, nerd? Who the hell would see you and think you deserved a free pass? What do you even know about me, Kaken? Izuku asked, attempting to move past the other boys so he wouldn't keep the rest of the class waiting. Kaken grabbed him by the collar of his tracksuit and pulled him back, and Izuku sighed. It doesn't make any sense, Kaken said. Then you're just going to have to figure it out for yourself, Izuku told him, tugging his collar free. I've tried talking to you for years and you ignored me or made fun of me all this time. I'm here to learn how to be a hero, not to explain anything to you. Izuku left and broke into a jog to try to catch up with the others. He was trembling slightly as he tightened the straps on his gloves, partly from nerves and partly from anger. It didn't take long for him to spot the rest of the group and join them just as a couple of the girls arrived as well. Kaken was the last to arrive, and Izuku noticed that his knuckles looked red, as though he had punched something recently. Not his problem. Now that the last of us have deigned to join the group, Aizawa said pointedly. Let's get started on the test of your quirks. Aren't we supposed to go to the entrance ceremony? The cute girl with pink cheeks asked. And guidance sessions? There's no time to waste on that sort of thing if you want to become a hero, their teacher said blandly. UA is known for its freestyle educational system. Us teachers basically have free rein to run our classes as we see fit. No one knew what to say about that, so they just stood in a cluster, waiting to hear what would come next. Softball throwing, 50-meter dash, standing long jump, endurance running, grip strength, side-to-side step, upper body strength, and seated toe touch. You've done all of those in standard physical tests in middle school, no quirks allowed, right? They all nodded or shrugged. Japan still persists in calculating the average of those records without taking quirks into account. That's irrational. It didn't escape Izuku that this was the second time his new teacher had referred to rationality. Bakugu, Aizawa said, what's the furthest recorded throw you had from middle school? About 67 meters, Kaken answered easily. Great, Aizawa said, gesturing to Kaken to stand in a small circle in chalk that looked like it was meant for shot put competition. Now try it. With your quirk. You can do. Whatever, just don't leave that circle. Aizawa tossed him a softball, and Kaken caught it in one hand and stretched his shoulders for a moment in preparation. Give it all you've got, Izawa advised. Awesome. Kaken drew his arm back and then added an explosion to his throw while yelling, die. Seriously? Izuku thought as the breeze from the blast tossed his hair around and kicked up dust. They all watched in impressed silence as the ball disappeared from sight. There was a beeping from a device in Izawa's hand, and he lifted it to show them the screen. 705.2 meters. Wow, a blonde boy with a black lightning-like streak in his hair said excitedly. That's insane. It's important to know our limits so we can push past them. That's the first rational step to determining what kind of heroes you'll be. We finally get to use our quirks to prove ourselves. This is going to be awesome, one of the boys said happily. Awesome? Izawa asked in a low voice that had them all uneasy. You're striving to become heroes in just 3 years, and you're acting like it's going to be fun and games? He didn't raise his voice even a little, but the tone had them all flinching and listening with dread. Whichever one of you scores the lowest, averaged across all 8 events, will be deemed to be hopeless and will be expelled. Izuku's brows scrunched together at hearing this. Surely the man was joking? The looks on his classmates' faces said they weren't so sure. Kaken didn't look worried, of course, and neither did Todoroki. Izuku felt confident enough in his own aptitude that he didn't think he'd fall in last place, but he had no idea what quirks the others, besides Yaoyorozu, had. They started off easy with the seated toe touch. Izawa had them go one at a time, testing their flexibility, seeing how far past their toes their fingertips could stretch while their legs were extended in front of them. Some were only able to reach their ankles while others like Azui, who had the abilities of a frog, was able to stretch far beyond that. Izuku couldn't reach quite as far as Azui, but it was only a centimeter off of her score. You're flexible, the blonde boy with the lightning stripe in his hair said enviously. I could barely reach my ankles and it hurt like hell. I'm Kaminari, by the way. Midoriya, Izuku answered with a smile. I have an advantage. One of my quirks is agility and balance. One of your quirks? He asked curiously. Izuku was saved from having to explain by Izawa calling them to attention to move on to the next test. There were pull-up bars at the edge of the track around the field and they each took turns not only seeing how many pull-ups they could do in 1 minute, but chin-ups as well, testing how long they could hang on with their chin above the bar. The cute girl with the pink cheeks, who Izawa called forward as Uraraka, used her anti-gravity quirk on herself to give her an advantage, but after the pull-ups, the chin-up she did only lasted about 15 seconds before she dropped to the ground, staggered a few feet away and vomited into the grass. Izuku wrinkled his nose, but felt bad that obviously her quirk did something to make her nauseous after too much use, since she had been bubbly and cheerful just a few minutes ago. Kaken did very well, of course, with amazing upper body strength because of his quirk. There was a guy named Shoji who had multiple appendages that could be turned into extra body parts that did even better. He lasted the entire 60 seconds in the chin-up part. Izuku beat Kaken's score by several pull-ups and also lasted to the end of the chin-up time, thanks to his levitation quirk. Everyone was blown away by Shoji's grip strength. No one came even close to matching him at first, not even Sato, who ate sugar cubes to enhance his strength just before attempting to beat Shoji. Kaken sneered at Izuku when Izuku didn't quite match his grip strength at first, but the look soured when green sparks appeared around Izuku. The meter on the grips rose up, coming within of kilograms Shoji's score. The side-to-side stepping was dominated by a very short kid with purple ball on his head that were apparently super sticky to anything or anyone but himself. He put a couple of each on the ground by popping them from his scalp, new ones replaced them instantly, and Izuku was fascinated. Once the ball were in place, the small boy bounced between them like a ball in a hyperactive pachinko machine. Kaminari twisted his ankle during this exercise and was getting increasingly worried about his overall score. Hagakure, the invisible girl, was equally worried. Many of them were having serious doubts, in fact. The further the test went, the more tension built up for those who weren't performing as well. The softball throw came next, and Izuku fired up one for all again and let loose with the hardest pitch he could manage. He beat Kaken's score by 33 meters and was just patting himself on the back mentally when there was a shout from behind him. He spun to find Kaken's face contorted with rage and his body wrapped in Izawa's scarf. What's this fabric CRP? Stiff. I can't move. It's my capture weapon, Izawa told him, sounding aggravated. Izuku noted that his sensei's hair was floating around his head as he spoke, and his eyes were open wide and gleaming a faint red. It's made from a carbon fiber and special alloy wire. Now stop trying to use your quirk, I'm getting dry eye over here. Izuku realized then that Kaken's hands were turned up, though his wrists were now bound, but no threatening sparks were escaping. Aizawa-sensei appeared to have a quirk-canceling quirk. Kaken must have relaxed at that point, because the capture weapon was released and returned back to its owner to rest on his shoulders once more. Izuku had lots of questions about that, but it was the wrong time to ask them. Use of a quirk against another student outside of battle practice is strictly prohibited and possible grounds for expulsion, Bakugo. Aizawa's eyes were serious, even though his quirk was deactivated. Kaken made an ugly face, but turned away from Izuku and stomped to the outside of the group gathered, waiting for everyone to finish the softball throw. His tantrum was soon forgotten when Uraraka got a score of infinity after her throw, and everyone lost their collective minds in excitement. Yaoyorozu scored even higher than Izuku, having produced a modified rocket launcher from her back and firing the softball out of sight. The 50-meter dash was easily won by Ida, who had engines in his calves that propelled him forward at incredible speeds. Izuku placed 4th overall in that particular portion of the test, when One for All stalled out on him for the final few meters. It was still a decent score, and nothing for him to worry about. Mineta, the boy with ball on his head, came in last for that trial, but having the shortest legs of anyone there made that kind of inevitable. The standing long jump was where there was seriously tough competition. Azui, with the abilities of a frog, was obviously at the top of that scoring table. Izuku fared well, using his levitation, along with his gymnastics training, to come in 3rd, behind Kaken. The endurance run was relatively easy for Izuku. They just had to keep an even pace and run for up to 30 minutes without stopping or slowing down considerably. Since he normally did running as a daily exercise, it was no big deal. But the others seemed to follow a similar fitness observance, since everyone seemed to be fine for the full 30 minutes. Mineta was slowest, followed by Jiro and Kaminari, whose quirk was electricity. Izuku was relatively certain that those 3 were the ones who should be the most worried if Aizawa meant what he said about expelling one of them. Sensei? Izuku asked Aizawa quietly as the class waited for the last of his classmates to finish their run. You're not really planning to expel any of us today, are you? Why would you think I wasn't serious? His teacher asked him, not taking his eyes off the final runners. Because you've talked to us about the importance of rationality 3 times today, and expelling any student based solely on a handful of physical fitness tests seems to be very irrational. Izuku said respectfully. How so? Aizawa asked. Izuku was encouraged by the fact that the man didn't sound angry with his question or answer, so far. Crime is on the rise since All for One was taken down, and All Might isn't going to be on the scene forever. Japan is going to need really good heroes once he retires, to keep things from getting out of hand. Besides, aren't there a lot of kids out there that have quirks that are great for hero work, but not really physical? Rejecting candidates that might make good heroes without giving them a real chance seems, counterproductive. He tried to word it in a way that didn't quite call his teacher's judgment into question while totally calling his teacher's judgment into question. How does a 15-year-old kid know anything about All for One? Aizawa asked, finally pressing the button on his stopwatch and making eye contact with Izuku as Mineta passed the finish line. Oh, I kind of met him a few times when I was a kid. Apparently. Oh yeah, Aizawa said as if remembering. I read your file. Then, without further comment on Izuku's analysis, he called the group together to give them their test results. He held up a device that projected a hologram of a scoreboard in the air in front of them all. I'm not last, Kaminari gasped out in a whisper. Oh no. Mineta as he saw his name in last place. Izuku saw with satisfaction that his own name was in 2nd place, above Kaken's 5th. I lied, Aizawa told them all. No one's being expelled. It was a rational deception to make sure you all did your best. 2/3 of the class's jaws dropped and a few looked like they might faint. It was pretty obvious it couldn't be true if you just stopped to think about it. Yayarosa said, sounding bewildered by everyone's relief. I guess I should have said something. You think? Several of them shouted at her. Mineta looked like he might faint. Anyway, we're finished here for now. All of the handouts and copies of the curriculum are back in the classroom. Look them over. Midoriya, here's a pass to go see the nurse about your arm. Izuku stopped and winced. He had been hoping his teacher hadn't seen the bruising that had blossomed up his arm after his softball throw. He took the note with chagrin, but the man simply turned and walked away after handing over. No questions, no scolding. Whoa. Dude, what happened to your arm? Kirishima asked, taking a look once the teacher had drawn attention to it. It's no big deal, Izuku said with a shrug. I just get some backlash sometimes if I go all out with my strength quirk. I'll see you guys later, I'm gonna go get this looked at first. Izuku was happy to have an excuse not to get stuck in the locker room with Kaken again. Wait, I wanted to talk to him. He was acting like he had more than one quirk, Izuku heard Kaminari say as he walked back to the school. Really? Like Todoroki? Kirishima asked. No, Kaken answered. Deku has like 10 or 11 quirks. He gets them from dead people? What? Both boys asked at the same time. Izuku didn't turn back to see what they thought, or what kind of nonsense Kaken would try to feed them. He just kept walking, hoping that everyone would see through Kaken's malicious gossiping to the person he really was. Recovery Girl was even smaller than Izuku remembered her being, from the one time he had seen her back when All Might had first deflated from his muscular form. She still looked basically the same, and was still as bossy as he remembered. Already up to something dangerous on your first day of school, young man? She asked when he showed her his arm. That's some nasty bruising. He explained about the backlash from his quirk, and she tapped his name into her computer. Ah yes. I've read about you. A most interesting quirk, she said, glancing over his file. Well, I'll have you fixed up in no time, but you might want a nap when you get home. My quirk uses your own stamina to speed up healing. That's so cool, Izuku said as she puckered up and embraced his arm. He felt an instant drain on his energy, but not so much that he felt like he would fall asleep right away. The bruises faded away to nothing like magic, and the soreness did the same. She gave him some candy from a Kamui Woods PZ dispenser and shooed him out of her clinic as an older student came in with a large lump on their head. Izuku crunched on the grape-flavored sweets as he headed back to get changed. He couldn't figure out the tie again, and just let it do what it wanted. Thankfully, the classroom was nearly empty when he got there, and he gathered everything he needed while Ida sat at his desk, looking over the syllabus. See you tomorrow, Ida, Izuku said as he shouldered his bag. Midoriya. I was actually waiting for you, Ida said, getting to his feet and grabbing his own bag. I was concerned when you needed medical attention. They fell into step together as they made their way out of the school. Oh, it was no big deal, just some bruising. That happens sometimes when I use my strength quirk a little too energetically, Izuku assured him, waving away the concern. Recovery Girl fixed it right up. She's amazing. I've noticed you speak as though you have multiple quirks, Ida said unsubtly. Izuku nodded, knowing that he couldn't avoid this topic forever. Yes, I have 13 quirks, he said easily, waiting for the reaction. Ida stopped walking and blinked, then chuckled. You're a joker, I see. Very humorous. Izuku smiled. No, I'm being serious. Hey you guys. Both boys turned to see Uraraka hurtling toward them with a cheerful smile on her face. Are you guys going to the station? We could walk together. Infinity Girl, Ida said. Infinity Girl would be an awesome hero name, but Izuku wasn't sure if Ida was teasing, or if he'd just forgotten the girl's real name. It's Uraraka, she said, probably wondering the same. And you're Ida, and you're Deku? Izuku didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's Midoriya, actually. Midoriya Izuku. But that loud, angry guy called you Deku, she said, sounding confused. Yeah, we've known each other since preschool. He calls me that to insult me, Izuku confessed. He doesn't like me much, or at all. I'm so sorry. I just assumed. I think Deku gives off a kind of, I can do it kind of vibe. I think you're thinking of Dikairu, but don't worry about it, Izuku assured her. It lost the power to hurt me a long time ago. Now it's just a petty way for him to pick on me. He does seem rather short-tempered, Ida said, giving it consideration. But back to what we were talking about. Were you really not joking? Uraraka joined them as they began. Walking toward the gate. No, I really do have 13 quirks, Izuku said ruefully. My original quirk is called inheritance, and if someone dies while in close proximity to me, I kind of absorb their quirk. Ida stopped in his tracks again, his mouth working, but no sound coming out as he processed and rejected several replies to that. Uraraka stopped too, her eyes wide. Oh my gosh. How sad. You've seen that many people die. She sounded very concerned about Izuku as she said this. No, Izuku said. That's only happened twice, and I don't really remember either one. It's a long story, but let's just say I can't be around hospitals for obvious reasons. You say only twice like it's no big deal, Uraraka pointed out. Ida straightened his glasses and made a chopping motion with his flat hand. I see. That could be quite disastrous, couldn't it? And more than a little unsettling. Inwardly, Izuku sighed with relief that they weren't completely repulsed by his quirk. More than a little for sure. So what are they? Uraraka asked curiously. I mean, you've obviously got the levitation one. I thought at first that we had the same quirk, but we don't. There's the enhanced strength one too, Ida added, thinking back to the quirk tests earlier. Do you have a speed one as well, or is that a benefit of the strength one? Izuku was about to reply, when they got to the gate and he spotted Sir standing on the sidewalk in front of his car, which was parked with the hazard lights flashing. Oh, I forgot I'm not supposed to take the train. Izuku said as much to himself as anyone. Is that your dad? Uraraka asked. Oh, no, he's my quirk trainer, Izuku said. Sort of. I have to go now, but I'll see you both tomorrow, okay? I look forward to learning more about your quirks, Ida said, giving a stiff bow. It was nice to have made your acquaintance. Bye, Midoriya. See you tomorrow, Uraraka said cheerfully. Izuku waved to them both as he approached Sir. Sorry, I got so caught up in everything that I forgot to ask how I was supposed to go home. I'll be driving you today, Sir said easily, opening the passenger door then rounding the hood to get behind the wheel. Izuku quickly slid in and shut the door, fastening his seatbelt as the car pulled into traffic. So what did you learn today? Sir asked him as he navigated the busy roads. Apparently not enough, since I have to go back tomorrow, Izuku told him promptly. Sir rolled his eyes at that one. It seems like you've made the beginnings of some friendships, he asked. Maybe, Izuku said cautiously. They seem nice, and there are some really interesting quirks in my class. Any downsides? Well, the biggest one is that Kaken is in my class, Izuku said. That's the boy who's been a thorn in your side since you were small, Sir observed. I'm somewhat surprised to hear he made it into the hero course. You and me both, Izuku said with feeling. But he does have an amazing quirk, and probably amazing control over it. Sir murmured noncommittally, is that the only downside so far? I'm not really sure about my teacher, he confessed. He seems kinda. His name? Sir asked. Aizawa. Sir's voice held understanding and amusement, and there was a suggestion of a smile on his lips. I can see why you'd have some reservations, but he's an excellent hero. He mostly works at night, out of the spotlight. He's one of our best sources of information of what goes on in the underworld. Izuku wasn't surprised that Sir had heard of him. He seemed to know everyone in the hero world. His quirk seems to be erasing other people's quirks, Izuku said. I was thinking it should be called None for All. That actually earned a snort from Sir, which made Izuku crack up. As much as Sir loved humor, it was rather difficult to really get a good reaction out of him. He told you about his quirk? Sir asked, once Izuku had settled down. Showed us, Izuku said. Kaken lost his temper when I beat his score in the softball throw during our quirk evaluation and tried to start a fight. Aizawa used this cool capture scarf to grab him and then turned off his quirk so he couldn't set off explosions. And this boy wasn't expelled? Sir asked, sounding surprised, or as surprised as he was capable of sounding. No, but Aizawa scared everyone at the beginning by saying he was going to expel the kid that scored the lowest on today's test, but then he said it was a logical deception to make us do our best. Interesting. I believe that last year, he actually did expel an entire first-year class, Sir told him seriously. He must have seen something in each of you that he liked. An entire class? Izuku all but shouted. But what did they do? I'm not sure, Sir admitted. But it seemed like a man who isn't afraid to expel an entire class wouldn't let a boy starting a fight on the first day of school remain there. He did warn him, Izuku said with a shrug. That's probably more than anything that's happened to him in the past couple of years at middle school. Sensei said that if it happened again, he'd be expelled. Maybe he even means it? It was then that Sir pulled into the drop-off lane in front of Izuku's apartment building, so their conversation was curtailed for the time being. I'm glad your first day was productive, he said. I'm sure tomorrow will prove to be even more educational. Thank you for the ride, Izuku said as he got out of the car, spotting Bubble Girl standing just inside the lobby. I'm sorry to be such a pain. Nonsense, Sir said, waving away the apology. Izuku smiled and waved as Sir drove away and Izuku went inside. How was your first day? Bubble Girl asked him as he went inside. It was fun. Izuku was almost surprised to find he meant it. Aside from the negative moments, everything had been interesting and no one had freaked out about his quirk. Not yet, at least. Tomorrow would determine how many people Kaken would have poisoned against him in the meantime. Glad to hear it, she said cheerfully. I'll go up with you and do a quick sweep in person, then take over watching the security monitors and the camera in your living room. She gave him a wink, and he wondered if she had seen him being weird a couple of days ago. He felt his cheeks turn hot and knew he must be blushing, which only made it worse. He automatically turned toward the stairwell, and she paused to look at him questioningly. Sorry, I usually take the stairs, he explained. For the exercise. Want a race? She asked with a mischievous smile. She took off up the stairs before Izuku could ask if she was serious, and Izuku followed with a laugh. At the 15th floor, they were both breathing heavily, but grinning. Bubble Girl followed Izuku inside the apartment and made him wait by the door until she had checked out every room, then left him alone, to go relieve Centipeder on monitor duty. Izuku sent his dad a text letting him know that his day was good, and that he'd gotten home safely, then went to his computer to see what he could find out about his new teacher. The answer was, surprisingly little. There were brief news articles about him accepting a teaching role at UA, and that he was known as Eraserhead in his hero persona. There was almost nothing about him being involved in anything big, and the only pictures of him were either from the UA faculty website, or blurry or dark pictures that were little more than a shadow among shadows. Izuku wondered exactly what an underground hero did while on the job. After his internet search turned up almost nothing, Izuku got himself something to eat and settled down at the table with his latest hero notebook. He made rough sketches of as many of his classmates as he could remember and what he knew about their quirks. He hadn't had much of a chance to be social with many of them, but he expected to have an entire notebook devoted to the class soon. The day had been a short one, since the first day usually mostly consisted of the entrance ceremony and meeting your teacher and classmates, unless you were in Class 1A apparently. Izuku had plenty of time to tidy up the house, do what little laundry there was, and make dinner preparations. Izuku had never realized how much he had taken his freedom for granted before he'd been forced to stay home. He longed to go out and run, or hang out in the bookstore, or even pick up trash at the beach. Stupid villains with their stupid secret plots. He wondered how long this would have to go on. Maybe he could get permission to go to campus early, or stay later to get exercise on the grounds, which were absolutely massive. UA's campus was so extensive, it was like its own little country, with several mock cityscapes, more than one arena, several grassy open areas, a section of forest, and tons of training grounds spread all over it. There were even satellite campus areas for remote training experiences. Surely there had to be a place he could get a decent workout, or at least go for a run. He'd have to ask Aizawa if it was a possibility before he bothered anyone else about trying to make arrangements for transportation. When his father got home, Izuku shared everything about his day, telling his father all the details and answering questions. His father was a little concerned about Kaken being in his class, but didn't say anything more than that he hoped the other boy behaved himself. His dad said that they had tracked down his assistant's, now ex-boyfriend, and gotten a name to go with the face on the security camera, but searches weren't turning up anything. For now, Izuku was still on house arrest for his own protection. All in all, it had been a good day, and Izuku fell asleep excited about what tomorrow would bring. The nightmares were more brutal than any he'd had before. Granny Ito was there, shouting at Izuku to run, but Izuku's feet were frozen to the ground, and he was unable to move, or speak, or even scream. He watched helplessly as Granny tried to reach him, but could make no progress, instead sinking into the ground as though it had turned to quicksand. Granny was eventually swallowed up entirely, and Izuku could do nothing. Then All for One was there, with his creepy white-haired kid, and they were both holding huge syringes and wicked-looking scalpels in their hands. All Might arrived, but a warp gate opened and essayed him away. Sir dropped from the sky and reached for the white-haired boy, but turned to a flurry of confetti as the boy grabbed at Sir's arm. The images were jumbled and confusing and terrifying. Izuku jerked upright in bed with a scream caught in his throat, and his heartbeat roaring in his ears. He tried to take calming breaths, then reached for the bottle of water on his nightstand and drank every drop before beginning to calm, with only one thought in his mind. What the hell was that?